All that they do is for the Empire, in order to get rid of its enemies, who pose a threat to the Emperor and his people. For the Imperial Guard, there is no other reason to exist, and they deliver judgment swiftly, without prejudice or remorse. The Emperor is impressed by the skill he has shown and applauds the Guard as he bows. This Earth saw an extremely swift development of technology in its future, but it was not the hope many believed it would be. Due to the unending war on resources, the Earth continued to be destroyed, and thus, humanity reached for the stars in order to conquer other planets. In the end, life on Earth ended because of an invasion by an unknown alien species. The survivors wandered aimlessly through space for a long time, but they fortunately found a planet very similar to Earth. As a collective, humanity decided to call this new planet Novus, which means new home. They sent out these coordinates to all of the human ships, and so, all the humans who have been scattered around the galaxy united and formed factions within this new society. First is the Balado Federation, where numerous alien species are mixed among humans. Second is the Regression Empire. They possess an army of machinated soldiers who serve and obey. The last ones are the Holy Crowrite Empire. Its priests can use force energy and possess high mental fortitude. However, even after all that's happened, these three factions vied for the limited resources on Novus, and as a result, humanity once again is preparing for a war on resources, which might be their last. But if it's not, the next one will be fought with stones and sticks. At the Regression Empire Machination Lab, Commander Hemilis Custoria tells a young boy that he's next, although he will be compared a lot to the one that came before him. This is where he is to show his king what he is capable of, so he should not forget that this is a very important day for him and for all other trainees. Luca, an Imperial Guard trainee, suggests he wait and see who the unlucky one is. Hemilis likes this attitude and hopes he lives up to it. As Luca gears up, he thinks that he must at least be capable of dodging and blocking bullets. It's the most necessary skill in order to become an official Imperial Guard. He has completed all the simulation training at the highest difficulties. He is a soldier that is training for the Imperial Guards, who has heightened spatial awareness thanks to a procedure that upgraded his perception. His opponents stand before him as he enters, 5 death row inmates with very cheap equipment. Luca slowly draws his blade and thinks that this will not take him longer than 10 seconds. With that, he charges in, cutting the head of one inmate before he could even get a shot in. The others naturally turn to him, but Luca does not move. This is an opportunity for him to make a good impression on the Emperor. He must do something noteworthy to, well, be of note. He wonders if he can do what he's thinking of doing, as he has never done it before, but he must do it now. As he heightens his senses to the limit, he can feel the sweat coming off the inmates. He can feel their irregular heartbeats, afraid of what he will do next. Luca's mind only becomes focused on his senses, and as soon as the inmates shoot, he deflects all their bullets back at them, impressing Hemilis and the Emperor too. With this successfully done, he breathes a sigh of relief, although it has taken a toll on his body. However, this is a necessary sacrifice, as it has increased his value. After he exits the showing area, Hemilis says that he did not expect to see him use ballistic trajectory control, as it's not even in the curriculum yet. Luca tells him that he just copied the guy who came before him, but Hemilis says that it doesn't matter. That guy is from a renowned household. He was already taught that curriculum, so he's different from an orphan like him. He is growing to like him, as he certainly has a gift. Before Luca can wonder what he means, Hemilis reaches into his eye socket and, to the dismay of the others around him, pulls his eye out. Hemilis is even more excited, as Luca is not even fazed by the pain. He must have done some great pain tolerance training. That's why he likes him. Luca is glad to hear that. This eye he was going to take out anyway, and would like to request an eye that can predict trajectories. After everything is said and done, another trainee by the name of Ile comes into Luca's dorm, as he wants to talk, but seeing as he's half naked, perhaps it was too sudden. Luca tells him to come in as he dresses, so Ile sits on the same bed as him and explains that he was impressed with his performance. Luca tells him that he's in the wrong place if he wishes to exchange praise, calling him young master. He knows about this guy, Ile Karthika. Just with his aura alone, one could tell that he's from the famous Karthika household. If he's logical about this, there's no need to be aggressive to someone from a noble household. One could just say that he's envious, but perhaps it's his tiredness too. Ile hands him a pill. He came to specifically give him this. It will decrease his sensitivity, so he can rest better at night. Lucas says that he doesn't need it, but Ile tells him to take it away, as he will not be able to train properly tomorrow if he doesn't get a good rest. He should know that mental fortitude cannot carry him through everything, although it can do most things. Luca takes the pill, and immediately feels that it's not some knockoff from the slums. It's a genuine pill. Luca also praises his abilities. He just copied what he did after all. Ile explains that he has a mechanical eye for combat, so it wasn't hard for him. He was actually more impressive since he went on with just his instincts. The commander also seemed to acknowledge him as an irregular too. That's why he's giving him a mechanical eye from his own pocket. Luca says that it's just his hard work that he put in. Nobility is excellent, while the lower classes are trash after all. He cannot let go of a rare opportunity like this as a lower class citizen. Ile stays silent for a bit, but then repeats the nobility's excellence part. He did pass the selection process, but he knows that there are many others who failed it, right? He also thinks that there's people who paid money to manipulate results. Luca wonders if that's possible, and while there's no proof, Ile strongly believes that it is. Those like him without support have never failed the cultivation process, because they all rose up with only their skills. Luca has never expected to see a noble say that not all nobles are excellent. But what is he trying to say here? Ile forwards a handshake and tells him that people like him are the ones who should succeed the most. He will be cheering him on from now on. Luca accepts his handshake, but he already planned on victory. This is all for the Empire after all. Ile looks at him with a certain kind of sadness as he says this. This is a story about a boy who is only raised to be used as a weapon in the tyrannical empire known as Acretia. The next day, the trainees are all at the shooting range, and Luca, using his new eye, lands all of his shots cleanly. He pulls the training doll closer, showing that all of his shots were centered. Eli is impressed by this. He's not the top student for nothing after all. He also asks if he has grown accustomed to his right eye, and also asks if it's not unfair to be this good with a gun when he's a close combat fighter. Luca says that members of the guard must be good with all types of weapons. Additionally, he does not want to hear this from someone who managed to shoot every shot through the same hole. Ile laughs it off, as guns are his specialty, but Luca tells him to not be so nonchalant, as he will surpass him soon. Ile will welcome it when and if it happens. Just like he told him before, he will root for him. The Empire needs more people like him after all. The value of talent and ability is slowly being diluted in their empire. As long as one has status and power, even the worst shots in history can become expert marksmen. However, if more naturally talented people like him appear, people will be able to tell between talent and no talent. Luca tells him that this sounds like he is criticizing the Empire's systems. If he were to report what he said to HQ, he would not get off scot-free, even if he is a Karthika. Ile gives him a smile and says that if he's willing to do that, he wouldn't have told him about it. He's aware that he's a good person. He thanks Luca for worrying about him so much, who only finds him annoying. 2 years into the training, in the third quarter, every trainee is put in a wagon-like vehicle and dragged to the battlefield. Hamilis tells them that Luca and Ile will act as platoon leaders. If any trainee has an issue with that, they can stand up and leave right now. Since nobody does so, he continues with his explanation. Across the gorge they are at now, there is a Korite outpost, illegally stationed in their territory. This training is to test how they will perform in the field, and since they have no need for prisoners, they are allowed to kill on sight. Everyone does so, but Ile is quite amazed that they are on their first real mission. Luca wonders why he's so nervous. They have all killed before, after all. Ile understands, but this is different, as it's the first time they are facing an outside threat. Every faction on this planet, including theirs, have planet's Earth humanity as their ancestors, so it sort of feels wrong. Luca tells him that his emotions will only get in the way, and he should look behind them too. Does he think that the senior guard will protect them? This is a full-body mechanical armor, Class Legion. Those guys are here to supervise them. They might even just outright kill them if they try to take prisoners. He agrees that the idiots who are not aware of their place do not belong here. On this planet, other outside threats are like bugs for the Empire. They have learned that they all use and deceive the Empire for their own selfish gain. Ile knows that's what they have been taught after all. It doesn't take long for the base to be turned into a graveyard for those within. The Empire soldiers ruthlessly killing defenseless people without remorse. Luca walks through the chaos and doesn't see a single weapon among the Korans, meaning that this training will end without a hitch. He soon stumbles upon a lone child who cries for his mother helplessly. Luca sees something of himself in that child, who is so scared that he can no longer move. He is a non-combatant, offering no resistance, and he also doesn't have a gun to end his suffering cleanly. However, even if he pities him, he got his orders, to kill without prejudice. He will no longer hesitate. He will not let the seed of those who leech off of them prosper. He punctures the wall with his blade, but cannot let himself hit the child. He crouches down and tells him to pretend that he's dead. He might be able to survive if he does so. Luca shouldn't do this. If the headquarters were to find out, something horrible will happen to him. As he leaves, he wonders if he should go back and finish the job, but that's when someone does it for him. There is a sharpshooter above, Ile, who understands him, but this is not the way. Luca's heart freezes as he realizes what he had done. If someone else was watching, he's screwed, but he can trust Ile, as he will not report it. Even so, he must keep an eye on him even if he's a friend. Fortunately, or unfortunately, he will not have to keep an eye on him, as he is blasted by a beam of energy, and before Luca can react, a Force user appears next to him, telling them to go to hell. Luca connects the dots. This bastard created that explosion, and if he has no weapons on him, that can only mean one thing. Another trainee appears, and is now attacking him from behind, but without even looking, the Force user blasts him apart. Luca now knows that this is a Force user, whose soul is wretched with pain, as this was not a base, but a settlement. They killed people who were doing their best to live. Luca wonders if the captain knew about this as they regroup. If he would have told them in advance, they would have been more careful. Luca can react to his explosions because of his advancements, and can see that the Force user is pushing himself too. He would like to do a battle of attrition, even if his body will be the one to collapse if he keeps maintaining the high-speed maneuver. He needs to attack while he's still in this state, and move even faster, to the point that he can dodge point-blank attacks. Luca knows that his hesitation caused Ile to be in this state. He has learned countless times about the Force users. He will do whatever it takes to make up for this mistake. Before he charged in, he ordered the others to disperse and take care of the stragglers. The Force user immediately acts surprised and charges his power, Luca knowing that he was acting as bait for the others to get away. In order for someone to use the Force, they must perform a preparatory action. For example, it would be the hand signs this guy is making. As long as he can disrupt that space, he can kill him. Luca successfully does just that, but the Force user manages to use his other hand to strike, almost eliminating Luca in a single shot. However, as soon as the Force user sees that Luca is just a child, he cannot bring himself to do it, which allows Luca to dig his sword deeper and kill the man. Luca catches his breath, knowing that if that man went through with his strike, he would have been dead now. Korite is made up of fanatics that are beyond human comprehension. Why did he refuse to kill him? Luca realizes why they are told to not let their emotions consume them, why this is all for the Empire, and why they are taught that everyone else is a hive of worms. The Imperial Guards exist only to protect the Empire and its Emperor, but now, through the screams of pain and the smell of smoke, Luca questions everything he has been taught. After the mission was over, the injured trainees went to the recovery room, where now, Ile asks Luca how it felt to almost die. He could ask him the same thing, as he was basically cut in half. Ile laughs it off and says that this time, he got new arms and legs. How much did he change? Luca explains that his back was destroyed, so he got some titanium bones and artificial skin. They are both going to end up with entirely new bodies anyways, so they might as well get them early. Ile stays silent for a moment, and then tells Luca that the commander probably knew of the Force user. The reason they did not hear a thing about it was because of the test. Luca noticed too, but since their seniors did not step in, they probably figured the trainees could handle it, as nobody was killed in action. Ile finds it weird that he and the other trainee who got blasted survived the attacks. It happened twice, so is it really a coincidence? Perhaps that Force user never intended to kill them. Luca remembers his face and the thoughts that accompanied it, but he refuses to let them fester. He is a soldier. Letting him live was a mistake on that man's part. That utterly pathetic mercy is the reason why the Korin will soon sniffle out. He will certainly regret his decision as he sees him butcher his comrades from hell. Ile suddenly breaks him out of his thoughts by asking why he closed the eyes of that Korin girl who was already dead. He would really like to know. Luca turns around and tells him that he talks more. Did he get a new tongue with those upgrades? That was simply a mistake, one which will never happen again. With this training, the trainees have completed 2 of the 4 years of training they must do. They are now seniors, so they should be models for the new recruits, especially Luca and Ile, who are still top 1 and 2, respectively. The examiner sees potential in them. They can even be centurions, so they should keep training diligently, for the glory and protection for their empire and its emperor. They both agree, while Luca thinks of the centurion. The Imperial Guard is organized simply. There are 1,000 guardsmen, consisting of 10 centuries, all commanded by a chief centurion. The commander of the guards is also the centurion of the 1st century. Cadets like Luca, after finishing the full body mechanization, are assigned the lowest ranking century, the 10th century. If he becomes a centurion of the 10th century, he will make it really big. He and Ile go to spar with Ile pushing even harder than before, and fighting with more fierceness. Luca notices this too, and chalks it up to his new arm. However, a fight is still a fight, and those with more knowledge and experience always win. Luca stops his punch before hitting Ile, marking their 124th round, and his 124th win. They go to the rooftop after this. Ile actually believed that he would win. Luca tells him that if getting new parts was all they need to get strong, training would have been worthless. Ile has noticed that he's become more rigid after the examiner's speech, It seems like the idea of Centurion impacted him quite a bit. Luca says that it's only natural. If he has experience serving as an Imperial Guard, he would be welcomed anywhere. Ile tells him to relax. He's in a position where his birthplace no longer matters. Luca glances at him and says that unlike him and most people, he has no place to return to. He must keep climbing and climbing, or it's wraps for him. He also has tremendous talent, but he lacks drive. Why does he want to be a guardsman anyhow? Ile has heard that many times before, and now from him as well. In truth, he wanted to be a scholar, an archaeologist more specifically. He wanted to study the ancient arcane civilization. Luca asks why he doesn't do that then, but Ile explains that it's banned for someone to study the arcane civilization. Besides, his house has already produced more than few generals. They would never allow him to be anything else at this point. Luca asks if he's really saying that he's sad because he's not getting what he wants. He's acting quite spoiled here. There are countless in the slums who are not guaranteed another day of life. Plenty are already thankful they have enough to eat. Ile thought he would say that, but he was just sharing a secret with a friend. Luca says that others may interpret this as criticism of the Empire, and if they report it, things will be bad for him. Ile knows that he won't do that, because he's kept his secret too. Luca excuses his behavior. He hesitated only because his opponent was not a combatant. Even if it was not for him, he decided to go back and kill him already. He is loyal to the Empire and the Emperor for allowing him to show his talents. The enemies of the Empire are his enemies too, and his as well, no matter what he thinks. Ile smirks and calls him a liar. If his trust of the Empire surpassed simple loyalty, he would have killed him already. He really shouldn't push himself too hard, as it's not healthy. Luca calls him an idiot who will die if he keeps this up. In the third year, they go on a reconnaissance mission in an uninhabited neutral zone. There, they find an arcane site, which still has energy, despite being millions of years old. Ile is fascinated and asks Luca if this is not cool. It's proof that there were civilizations which explored the stars before they even existed. Luca has drawn a line, but Ile does not seem to hesitate to cross his. He couldn't care less about them, as this mission is part of their training. If they meet another force here, they are going to fight. Simple as. Ile also doesn't care about that. Even if they are unbeatable, someone from the guard will help them. Someone speaks from behind, saying that the present exists because of the past, and that record allows them to predict what will occur in the future. If he thinks about it like this, it makes sense that so many are interested in history. This is another guard trainee, Claude Ramones. Luca knows his family. It's not as big as the Karthikas, but it's still respected. He wants to ask one thing about Luca, as he's quite fond of him, and wants to know if he's seeing anyone. Luca immediately puts up his defenses and tells him not to come any further. Claude tells him to relax. He asks this because he wants to introduce him to his sister. Luca says that he's an orphan from an orphanage, but Claude says that it doesn't matter, as he will probably end up his superior anyway. He should think about it, as his sister is quite pretty. Ile plays around with him, saying that he's quite popular with the ladies. Suddenly, they both sense something, and they all get into position. They got a biological response from the front, so Luca orders the others to go and spread out while he and Luca man the front. Luca sees something up ahead, but he can't quite pinpoint it. However, after staring for a while longer, he sees that the being in front of them is a Korite paladin. He seems to notice them too, and readies a spear to throw. Luca can only scream at Claude to run, but it's already too late, as the spear is lunged forwards by the paladin, completely eradicating Claude. He could do nothing to react. These paladins are above mere force users. They are a threat that they cannot comprehend currently. The spear came from the arcane site, and before Luca knew it, the guy in front of him was gone. The same guy that was cheerfully talking to him just a few moments ago is now missing his upper body, and his robotic legs are trying to figure out what to do. Luca tries to use his mechanical eye to calculate the trajectory of the next attack, but it's giving him an error, as even it cannot possibly predict this opponent. The other trainees start shooting from behind, and Ile tells Luca to get a hold of himself. If he just stands there, he will die. They must fight in order to stall. Luca knows that he's right. Even if they would try to run, they would not be able to escape the situation. All they can do is fight, until the Imperial Guard gets here. If they manage to hold out for 10 or maybe 20 seconds, he is sure that a member of the Imperial Guard will appear. The paladin pulls out another spear and lunges it at Luca, making him realize that holding out for a dozen seconds is not possible. The spear breaks his helmet and cuts his cheeks. He doesn't even have time to catch his breath, as another spear comes flying towards him from behind, and when he sees it, he is faced with the ugly head of death once again. His mind falters, believing that he cannot fight against this beast, but that's when he remembers the commander's words. He saw that he looked like a little piggy, who just realized that it's about to be slaughtered, and warned him. If he dared to turn his back on any enemy, he would receive a bullet to the head, and that goes for everyone. If their enemy swings their blade, they shall do the same, only harder. Those of the Imperial Guard are not weaklings, but the soldiers of the Emperor. 3 seconds have passed, and Luca decides to move. Before he's completely annihilated, he uses all of his might to strike the spear, which has broken its speed, but it still comes flying at him, and creates a large dust cloud at the explosion site. A part of it frolics in the air before landing down. Luca has survived, although he can no longer use his attacking hand. He knows that the Paladin isn't about to just stop attacking, and sure enough, as the seconds count down, the Paladin unleashes mighty strikes with his blade, cutting Luca's right hand off, but also cutting up the people behind him, including Ile. Due to how many are injured behind him, Luca can guess that the Paladin wasn't actually aiming at him, but now he's actually doing just that, about to unleash even more power, causing Luca to fall into utter despair. However, he remembers who he is 12 seconds in, and even in his sad state, charges in, feeling only rage for his enemy. Far away, an Imperial Guard uses his boosters to fly towards their area, and even uses the additional ones to gain more speed. He treks the forest with no issue, and arrives just when the Paladin and Luca are about to crash. He is not going to let a prospect of the Imperial Guard die, so he grabs the Paladin's head, and using the momentum he has, punts him into the ground. He is not done yet, as he pushes the boosters even harder and pulls out his gun while dragging the Paladin to the ancient site. When they arrive, the Imperial Guard punches the Paladin straight into the site, making it glow, and bringing Luca to awe. The Imperial Guard returns from his conquest, proving what the Empire is capable of. Luca is very glad to be saved, but this has not ended just yet. Even in his battered state, the Paladin does not give up, and summons all of the strength he can muster. The Imperial Guard has noticed his adamancy. He wishes to suffer, so he will fulfill that request with the best weapon at his disposal. Luca recognizes that weapon. It's a part of the Legion set. He has always wondered who is stronger, an Imperial Guard, or a Paladin capable of using the Force. With this battle, he will have his question answered. They both strike at each other's blades, the Imperial Guard pushing harder, because he knows that the Paladin is weakened. However, he soon disproves that, as he pushes the Imperial Guard back, and they begin unleashing a flurry of blows while in the air. Before landing and creating a big explosion, they soon return to where they came from, fighting at the exact same speed. Luca is amazed. He cannot hope to even track these guys. That's how fast they are. He can see, this is how a true Imperial Guard fights. Even if he believes in him, he can only hope that he actually wins. The Imperial Guard pushes his blade too far, allowing the Paladin to counterattack and break it. But this also allows the Imperial Guard to grab his head and push the Paladin to his doom. Using the last of his strength, the Paladin comes to a stop and uses the Force to grab the spear that is behind Luca. At that moment, Luca had only one thought in mind. The Imperial Guard will be unable to dodge the spear because he had never experienced it before like he has. He knows that he will die if the Imperial Guard does, so he must do something. Before the spear flies away, Luca puts his foot in its trajectory. He hopes that this is enough to make it miss, and as it closes in on the Imperial Guard, it goes past him, and the Paladin grabs it. Since he has it in his hands, he charges it up with tremendous force. The Imperial Guard realizing what he is doing, he will not let him do as he pleases, so he charges up a punch and pummels the Paladin into the ground, creating a large explosion and ending the fight. Luca can only wonder what happened and who survived, because he can no longer move, but he hopes that the Imperial Guard is the one that's coming to him right now. Sure enough, it is. The Imperial Guard recognizes his achievement. He couldn't have killed that bastard without him. He also inquires about his wounds, more specifically on his abdomen. Luca tells him that he got hurt when he tried to dodge his Force slash. The Imperial Guard extends a hand to grab him, as he will assist him in returning to the base. That's when Luca sees something which shocks him. Legion. The full-body mechanical armor of the Empire is only bestowed to the Imperial Guards. They remove all of the flesh as it is weak, and in its place they put machinery, which makes the Imperial Guard become the ultimate weapon. Every trainee dreams of receiving a Legion, as it is a testament to their hard work, and also the Imperial Guard. However, what Luca is seeing now shocks him, as this Imperial Guard's head is missing. Luca asks, he is alive with no brain. Is he a human, or has he fully become a machine? This makes the Imperial Guard realize that his head and brain is gone. He screams out in the pain he should have felt up until now, and falls to the ground, lifeless. Luca finally realizes his mistake. He has been training, day in and day out, hoping to become one of these beasts. His body is becoming colder and colder. He also can't stop shaking, making him wonder if he can survive until help arrives. What he's seeing right now, this grotesque rejection of humanity, might be the last thing he sees. Ile asks if he's still alive, and Luca also asks the same. Ile says that he's not in the best condition, but he will survive. Luca asks about the others, but besides them, everyone is dead. Ile asks how his wounds are, and Luca doesn't sugarcoat it. He will die soon. He also asks what he's going to do now, as he should look ahead. The life he yearned for is right in front of him, within grasp. Ile doesn't get him. Forwards is the direction of the Empire, and Bellado. Luca knows what he said. He cannot find what he wishes for within the Empire. He will be fine, so he should go. Reinforcements will get here soon, and once they meet them, they will have to return to the Empire once again, which he can figure out he hates. With this encouragement, Ile stands up and leaves. He comes from a background that is guaranteed wealth and fame, along with tremendous ability. Any Empire citizen would be jealous of him, so that's why he can't understand him. However, when he was talking about his dreams, that was the brightest he saw him smile. He truly felt human at that moment. With this in mind, he hopes that he lives how he wants, and is happy too, because he will not find it here. Suddenly, Luca feels a press on his abdomen, which is from Ile, who has not left. Seeing how he acted made him worried that he would die, and he cannot live guilt-free if he lets him rot here. Luca sighs as the Empire ship arrives. He truly is an idiot. After this whole situation, Luca receives new parts, but still looks at a catalog of parts, wondering which will make him less human. Ile arrives, excited to see that he's interested in something, and recommends the F-24 reuse model. It has short adaptation speed, allowing him to go on the battlefield sooner, and it's much better than what he's using now. Luca tells him to stop coming out of the shadows like that if he doesn't want to get punched in the face. Ile apologizes for surprising him. He doesn't want a broken nose after all. After they returned to the Empire and Luca completed his treatment, he was called to different departments in order to be investigated. They wanted to talk with him about what happened with the 3 cadets and the Imperial Guard, which was killed. This incident is now called the Quran Paladin encounter, and now he thought that they wanted to investigate further, but it seems like he's called for another reason. Ile asks if he heard about the artifact they found at the site they went to. There are tons of arguments on who owns it now. Luca is already suspected as such. That damn cube is the reason behind all of this bullshit. He asks Ile who will retrieve it, and Ile tells him that they are assembling a team that only has specialists. If the Holy Alliance refuses to give both the historical site and the artifact, a huge war will likely occur. If the Empire were to battle against the Korra, the Bellado would only profit by watching them fight. That is why so many small-scale battles were taking place, where they could tolerate the losses of men. Luca is not that interested in politics. He's a grunt. He takes his orders and fights. That is what a member of the Imperial Guard is supposed to do after all. This makes Luca think of the Imperial Guard that saved them, and of what the commander told him after he explained what happened. He said that it was a phantom phenomena, caused by residual signals. Luca wonders if that really is true, but it can't be, as the guard reacted to his words even after he died. That was no phantom phenomenon. This is a question that he still wants answered. However, the headquarters refused to give him an answer, and he's not dumb enough to look for information on his own. There is an extravagant location within the Empire training facilities of the cadets that doesn't really fit with the others. The visiting room is created for cadets to meet their friends and family. Luca thought he would never come here, since he is an orphan, but surprisingly enough, someone did come to look for him. Lillian Ramones, Claude's sister. Luca can only wonder why she's here. Perhaps to question him about Claude's death, since he was assigned leader. Lillian appeases his worries by saying that she's not here to hate him. The moment her brother became an Imperial Guard, their family was expecting news of this magnitude eventually. She actually wanted to see him, as her brother talked about him for quite a while. He said that he was talented amongst the other cadets, and asked if she was interested in meeting with him. Luca knows that she heard where he comes from, but Lillian actually prefers it that way. There are fewer formalities that they need to do because of it. Luca feels that it seems like she's interested in meeting him, which makes her ask if he's opposed to it. Luca is honest. He doesn't know anything about her, and why him anyway. Lillian tells him that they can get to know each other better, and the fact that her dead brother asked it should be enough, right? She also believes that he has a lot to benefit from this, which most people would accept in an instant. Luca understands it's an offer he has no reason to refuse, especially since she comes from a good background and everything. All that he did up until now was to succeed in life. So if he can get married to a noble woman, he would get closer to his goal. However, this seems far too easy. That is why he feels reluctant. It seems that she's hiding something, and that something is clawing at her back. Luca promptly refuses and says his farewells. He used to think that Ile was stupid for trying to escape from this empire, since he's from a noble house and all, but he never thought that he would also be dumb enough to make a decision based on his gut feeling. He is sure Lillian will take this as an insult to her nobility. He can only hope that nothing bad will happen from this. Instead of all that, She suddenly grabs his hand and apologizes for rushing him. They should just start with being friends first. Luca didn't mean it like that, but Lillian doesn't give him time enough to explain as she sprints away. Luca looks at his hand and knows that she will be hard to get rid of. Next, Luca goes to the physical training room where he meets with the fighting instructor of the Imperial Guards, Inhuman, who did not expect him to come here at all. Luca wants to learn from him, but Inhuman feels that there's not much he can teach him about fighting. He's already skilled. He only remembers a few actually surpassing his skills. This makes Luca believe that there are still people stronger than him, and he's not satisfied with being the best just among the cadets. Inhuman tells him to not rush so much. He is still young after all. Inhuman is not that strong, and also doesn't hold a domineering attitude like the other instructors. Also, unlike them, he uses a low-power augment. Comparing it to the new augment he just got, Luca should be 10 times stronger. The only thing he has a disadvantage in is that he doesn't have a full-body augmentation. If he cannot win against him, he will not stand against someone as strong as one of those paladins. He thanks Inhuman for the opportunity, who feels like he didn't have much of a choice. But it doesn't matter. He should come at him already. Luca does just that, and Inhuman easily deflects his punch, seeing his new augment, which he probably wanted to test out. Luca knows that he's a retired Imperial Guard, but he also knew that he wouldn't flinch against a simple attack like this. He lets out a flurry of blows, forcing Inhuman into a defensive stance, and allowing him to try and finish this with a swift strike. Inhuman tries to defend himself, but Luca grabs his clothes and presses further, thinking that he has won. Unfortunately for him, Inhuman isn't an instructor for nothing, and within a second, puts Luca in the air. He is confused by this, but swiftly lands down and charges in, as he will not be stopped by just this. His kick flies through the air, but Inhuman grabs his leg and throws him in the air once again, making him land harshly. Luca just doesn't get what is going on, but Inhuman rips into him. Not only has he failed to gauge his opponent's strength, but he also dared to let his mind wander while in a fight. He should answer truthfully now. Why is he in such a rush for strength? Luca tries to figure out what just happened. From his point of view, his first attack should have hit Inhuman in the chin. However, as soon as Inhuman touched his arm, something happened. His body staggered somehow, like he lost control of it or something. Or to be exact, kinetic energy that was sent to Inhuman came back to him. He asks Inhuman what happened, and so he explains that it was just a self-defense method of his. Luca turns to him and asks if he could learn it, but only then sees the state that Inhuman is in. He probably doesn't want to learn since he saw him like this. There is always a price for shortcuts, and well, this is one of them. They both sit down, and Inhuman asks Luca what he learned from their fight. Luca explains that he felt charmed, like his body moved on its own and was out of his control. Inhuman tells him the name of the combat method, Archi's Victima, or more commonly known as the Archi's combat method. Luca knows about it, but that's only used by low-level thugs. What he showed him was amazing. It could be considered something they could even learn as a military standard. Inhuman confirms that in the past, it was considered, but there are 3 major problems with this combat method. Luca knows that one of them is that it's hard to learn, which Inhuman confirms, and calls him smart for recognizing it. Now that he has figured out one, what are the rest? Luca figures that the user's brain must be affected somehow, since he started to bleed. Inhuman says that he is right again, but as for the third reason, he cannot know, not yet at least. Luca is willing to take these risks if it means that he will get stronger, but Inhuman tells him that he's not the one who will decide that. He is already a pretty good asset to the Empire. Does he even realize just how much money has been spent on him? Luca tries to say something, but Inhuman wants a question answered before he does. Training the Archi's combat method will inevitably cause problems in the brain. Can he swear to him right now that he will stop using it when that happens? Luca knows that this man can smell liars, so he says that he cannot swear that, but he can promise to try his best not to use it. Inhuman likes his honesty, and suddenly trips him, making Luca fall on his back. From this moment forth, he should always expect an attack from Inhuman. This way, he will be ready for all situations. Luca knows that this means he agreed to train him, and Inhuman tells him to get up already. He likes fast learners. A month passes, and Ile wonders if Luca has had enough sleep, because his eyes are quite dark and digged into his skull. Luca writes this off as being busy, but he has been training with Inhuman daily. Instead of teaching him something directly, Inhuman wanted him to observe and learn on his own. The Archi's combat method is extremely different from what he had learned before. Most combat methods focus on learning a specific skill, and then honing it until mastery. The Archier's combat method, however, seeks to make the most out of all the skills that he has. It's a superior combat algorithm that uses all the weapons in one's arsenal to create the most efficient fighting method in seconds. Instead of an augment or training, it utilizes the brain's untapped potential. Luca asks Ile how his mission went, who says that it was pretty boring. All they did was get rid of a malfunctioning droid. All the missions they have been receiving are something like this, basically child's play. Luca suggests that the Korite must be careful because of the incident that happened last time. Is that why the chief Centurion hasn't been seen around as of late? Ile says that isn't it. He has heard some stuff from his family. Luca wonders if there's a rebellion or something at hand, which Ile confirms. He doesn't know any details, but a group has begun plotting their rebellion within the Empire. Luca takes in this information. Just when they are about to start a war with the Korites, some dumbasses are thinking of rebelling. How stupid of them. Ile suggests he doesn't disregard their idea as stupidity. He will rot from the inside if he does. Luca instantly pins him and prepares a strike. He has warned him countless fucking times. He can overlook his wanting to leave the Empire, but if he becomes an enemy, he will not leave him be until he rips his head off. Ile explains that he passed the aptitude test for the Imperial Guard too. He just thought that the notion would be more important for the Empire. He should calm down already. Luca tells him to not make such statements anywhere else. He does not want to see his name on a rebel list or something. Ile knows. He can only speak of these things in front of him. Luca is still a bit mad, but Ile tells him to lighten up. He will treat him to some food this weekend. Luca already has plans for the weekend, and also tells Ile to stop talking, as he's irritating enough already. Ile wonders if it's a girl he's going to meet, but Luca is just waiting for him to leave. The next day, Luca goes outside and into the lower sector, where he walks with Inhuman. Has it not been some time since they both have been here? For people like them, who are from the slums, this is a familiar place. Luca says that the moment he became a trainee, he thought that he would never come back here again. He did not want to breathe the same air as these degenerates. Inhuman can see that. He's the type that climbs high after all. Luca certainly didn't expect Inhuman to bring him here, as the air of this place is bad. The city is powered by thermal energy from the magma which lies beneath, and all that unfiltered waste and heat is released into the lower sector. In his younger days, back when he was still breathing this air every day, he felt like he needed to get out or he would stay a loser his entire life. He certainly doesn't like being here, as it brings some bad memories. Inhuman tells him to follow closer, and they soon arrive at a darker place than usual, which Luca believes is a black market. Inhuman asks if this is his first time here, and Luca explains that there were a few kids that came to this place and never came back, so he wasn't stupid like them, and never came here. Luca is surprised by how much Inhuman knows of the lower sector's layout. Someone who has been an Imperial Guard for entire decades knows of this place better than he does. Inhuman also told him to use prosthetic arms and legs with low energy on this adventure of theirs, making him wonder what he is planning. Inhuman tells him to get ready, and they both walk to a guarded place. One of the guards tells him to stop, as the spectator hall is on another entrance. But Inhuman explains that he wants to meet the supervisor of this fine establishment. The guard asks how he knows their boss, Aleph, but Inhuman doesn't. He just really wants to meet him. The guard immediately pulls a gun on him, but he can't even get a shot in as he gets tripped by Luca and put to the ground. Before the other guard can pull out his gun, Luca points the gun he took from the guard and tells him not to move. Inhuman is glad that at least one of them understands. Could he bring Aleph down right now? Their guns are dropped on the ground, and the guards walk with shame through the staff-only door. Luca asks Inhuman what he would have done if he was not fast enough, but Inhuman would have just searched for another way in. Luca inquires about this place, and why it's so important to them. Inhuman tells him that this is the most frequented place in the entire Empire. It's the Colosseum. Inhuman and Luca eventually get their wish, and meet up with Aleph, who doesn't seem that happy to see them. Inhuman tells him to put Luca in a match. He doesn't care about the winnings, and also couldn't care less if he dies. Luca now understands why Inhuman told him to bring low-output body parts. Aleph takes the last puff of his cigar and throws it at Inhuman, who allows Luca to catch it for him. Aleph and his guards point their guns at the two, and Aleph tells Inhuman that he's a little confused. They did not let them in because they wanted to grant their little wish. They just wanted to dispose of the body easily, without much cleanup. Luca knows that this is a bluff. If this was his intention from the start, he would have already shot at them. He analyzes this situation. There are 3 common pistols aiming at him, and another 2 guards outside of the room, also brandishing pistols. He simulates what he would do in case of attack. First, he would kick the table in front of Aleph, allowing him enough time to kick his face in. His guards would naturally get flustered and swiftly aim at him, but since he would have Aleph hostage, they won't be able to do much. He would then use Aleph's pistol to shoot them. The outside guards would come in upon hearing all this commotion, but he would already be above them, and end their lives easily. With this, the simulation ends, just as Inhuman asks what happened to the previous owner. Aleph is surprised that he knew Torah. That bastard died. He got caught rigging some matches. Inhuman can tell that he killed him and took over the business, which is quite profitable. They were friends, but he will not fault him for what he did, as Tora also did the same thing to get in this position. It's a natural occurrence around these dark places. Aleph comes closer and points his gun at him, asking how the hell he even knows all of this. Inhuman advises him to calm down. He wouldn't want to end up where Tora is right now, right? This spooks Aleph enough that he backs away and asks if all that he needs to do is put that kid in a match. He analyzes him, seeing that his arms and legs are not combat models and that his body is mostly organic. He would get crushed into a pulp the moment he walked into the arena. Aleph agrees to put him into a match, but he should offer something in return, right? Inhuman says that he knows where Tora kept his safe. He has his eye, does he not? Aleph is quite amazed by how much he knows, to the point where he's curious about his identity. Inhuman suggests he thinks of him as a ghost of the past. Aleph offers him some women and booze in the VIP seat while he watches, but Inhuman only wants the booze. He also mentions that this kid doesn't need special treatment. He should pair him up with his best fighters. Luca thinks that he has much to learn from this man. He took control of the situation by only moving his mouth. He has what he severely lacks. In the waiting room of the Colosseum, Inhuman immediately rips the camera up, and Luca asks what is in Tora's safe, because Aleph seems to really want it. Inhuman tells him that it's a treasure that's enough to change his life. Luca wonders what he would have done if a fight broke out, which Inhuman knew he would be interested about, but he will tell him after he wins. His opponent is this guy, Gabriel, the so-called Steel Fist. As Luca stares at his picture, Inhuman explains that the Colosseum is filled to the brim with idiots who use illegal mods at the cost of their already short lifespan. He is likely the type who does not worry about his future. He should remember these words, which are the fundamentals of the Archi's combat method, to be satisfied with what he has. Luca disagrees. Being satisfied means losing, but Inhuman tells him that water does not lose, it just changes form. He has potential, as he has been watching him ever since he deflected those bullets. He was surprised when he came to him for training. As a man of talent, however, he really came to the right person. Luca feels that this praise he's receiving is unfounded, but Inhuman believes he deserves this much. This might be the last time they see each other after all. Luca gives him a lukewarm smile, as he knows what he means. The match soon begins, and the presenter starts to talk about Luca, as this is his first match. Yet he dares to challenge Gabriel. He's still a brat who dreams big, and his name is Good Boy. Luca doesn't like that shitty name, but he won't complain now. The spectators begin to talk trash, saying that he only came here to end his life. Some want to see him get slaughtered, and some are simply here to enjoy seeing the life getting snuffed out of his eyes. Luca knows what this is. It's the dark desire all humans have to see others suffer. These fuckers must really like seeing limbs being torn off, which is good, very good in fact. He can sense that he is finally back home, and can unleash his true potential. As a child, Luca doesn't remember ever being full. An official from the Empire would stop by and send supplies twice a month, but the principal of the orphanage would sell more than half of that, to line his own pockets with dirty cash. So to the kids of the orphanage, starvation was something they just had to live with. However, even when starving, Luca never stopped working out. He read every book that was filled with dust from disuse and lifted chunks of iron to strengthen his muscles. The other kids took him for a dumbass. Why was he training when he was just going to get hungrier? Luca's thoughts were simple. He can get more with his power if he is hungry. The rule of the strong eating the weak was instilled into Luca's young mind pretty easily. It's only natural for the strong to be full, and for the weak to starve. The disdain his fellow orphans felt turned into anger. He was a double-digit kid just like them. Even if he bullies them, he will never get out of this, because he's a lower-floor rat at the end of the day. Luca did not care for the cries of sore losers. At the age of 12, he received the second aptitude test, and got his name on the list of potential Imperial Guard trainees. 3 years later, he officially became a trainee. Those bastards from the lower levels can't even begin to fathom the life he lives. He hoped that he would never meet those losers again, and so he forgot about this place. Returning to this place came as a surprise for him, but enough of that now. He has a brute to take down after all. Gabriel can't believe he got matched against a brat. Aleph must have been smoking some nasty stuff to come up with this, but he doesn't care as long as he gets paid. Luca begins analyzing him, and sees that his limbs are all from different manufacturers, and he has disregarded the symmetry and balance that is recommended. His spine has become curved from the sheer load of his modifications, and the parts of his flesh that are in contact with the metal suffer from inflammation. He probably can't fall asleep without some high-quality painkillers. He cannot deny, however, that this guy is powerful. He modified his body for the sole purpose of strength. Upon a closer look, Gabriel sees that he doesn't have a bad face, so he should serve him for a night. Luca understands it is true that he will need a servant from now on because he will become crippled from today onwards. Gabriel becomes enraged at this provocation and tells Luca that he will bash his body into the ground until he begs to become his servant. Aleph comes on the mic, telling everyone that this miniature version of a real fight is about to begin. Will this boy survive, or will he be crushed by Gabriel? Luca knows he's at a disadvantage since he's using non-combat parts against someone who only has combat ones. This basically means that he will die if he gets hit even once, so he plans not to do that. He dodges Gabriel's first attack and hits him squarely in the face with his foot. However, this hasn't even tickled Gabriel, but Luca knows, if that hit was done with his normal parts, this bastard's head would have popped like a cherry. He backs away, but notices how cramped the stadium is, meaning he cannot keep running. All of Gabriel's attacks are lethal, and he does no damage. Even the audience is not on his side, since they are screaming bloody murder at him. This is the situation he is currently in, making him wonder what Inhuman wanted from him, since he was the one who brought him here. He remembers what he said, to be satisfied with what he has. Wishing for something he can't get now is wasted time. Praying that a gun will drop from the sky is the same. No matter how little he has, he must fight. Inhuman took his top shelf limbs away but left his eyes. This means that he doesn't expect him to overpower Gabriel but rather outsmart him. He finally seems to understand what acceptance truly means. Arki's combat is about using what one has to its full potential. Gabriel's fists are destructive drills, the small tremors in his shoulders are the triggers, and the direction of his gaze is where he aims, with the length of his arm being the range. It is quite slow compared to a real gun, and its trajectory, well, it's really quite obvious. Inhuman looks at him in shock and sees the genius in him. He has already experienced Akri's combat with his own talent, so he wants to see even more of his potential until he becomes a god of war. Gabriel tries his best to hit him, and the audience is very mad that there's no bloodshed, but Luca is locked in. His concentration is better than ever, and he can now fully predict Gabriel's attacks. Perhaps he can even do what Inhuman did to him. He attempts it with Gabriel's next attack, and actually succeeds, allowing him to land a nice kick on him. Luca is actually getting excited now. This is how Inhuman was seeing him when they first fought. Gabriel doesn't know what trickery he used, but it ends here. His feeble attacks will not work on overwhelming power. This next attack does graze Luca, but he does dodge it. He knows that his attacks won't work against him, but since he lacks power, he will substitute it with something else. He turns around in the air as he grabs Gabriel's neck, who at this point can't do much, and subsequently gets his neck snapped. Luca can see the horror on the spectators' faces. Those who wish for his downfall can do so forever, because he will keep climbing, and their words shall never reach him. Luca knows that if this was a true battlefield, he wouldn't have been able to concentrate much. But because this was a controlled environment, he was able to take this guy down with relative ease. As he walks out, he abhors what he's thinking, but now that he has proven himself, Inhuman really is a great teacher. He congratulates Luca and welcomes him to his induction into Arki's Victima. Luca has realized that accepting the situation doesn't mean losing, it means adapting. Inhuman decides to give him something, credit chips, which makes Luca think this is the payout of the fight. Inhuman denies it. These are for Gabriel's hospital bills. He should go and give it to him, as it's not a bad idea to show generosity, as long as he doesn't get taken for a fool, that is. Luca doesn't care for this. He wants to be a soldier, not a charity worker. Inhuman pats him and says that he's pretty naive with interpersonal relationships. But seriously now, the kindness he's talking about is basically an investment. He will build it up for the future, where he will be able to make use of it. Just like how today, he reaped what he sowed in Torah. He should not forget that creating advantageous environments for oneself is what makes a good soldier. Luca has misjudged him. He thought he was teaching him because he was impressed by his talent and felt a connection since they were both gutter boys. But now he knows that one day, Inhuman will take what he invested in him. When that day comes, he simply cannot refuse. Gabriel's doctor analyzes him closely and finds possible signal wavelengths that are too short to be compatible with his cyber body. His current being draws so much power that it will inevitably cause errors or freeze entirely, so he recommends using Xionix Corp's Hyperlindell number 9 instead. #not sponsored. Gabriel can't afford the newest model. Is he trying to rip him off or something? Everyone around these parts seems to be doing well with shitty tech. The doctor informs him that those people do not have as many modifications as him. If he had at least considered the compatibility, an older model would have been perfect. Gabriel explains that he was poor. He just put on whatever he could get his hands on. The doctor tells him that he will buy his current limbs and attach new ones according to his budget. But combat models are a no-go. With his current budget, he can only afford used goods. Gabriel wants to snap at him, but then Luca enters the room, glad to see him as lively as in their match. Gabriel immediately becomes enraged upon seeing him and swears to kill him no matter what it costs. Luca comes closer. He has warned him before their fight that he was going to cripple him. He suddenly remembers what Kinuan said, so he goes to the doctor and asks if they will be enough for that hyperlindel he was talking about. The doctor confirms it, but Gabriel asks what the hell he's doing. Lucas simply tells him that he's paying his bills, only because he feels like it though. Gabriel is shocked. His good boy stage name really fits, huh? He calms down a bit and asks for his real name. Luca tells him, so Gabriel vows to help him should he ever need his aid. He will repay him no matter what. This is a new feeling for Luca, but well, it really doesn't feel bad. Later he trains with Ile at the training grounds, but even though Ile is fast, Luca simply blocks his attack and ends the round with one punch. Ile still feels the pain minutes later. What he used must be the Arki's combat method Kinuan though him, right? Luca confirms it, but Ile thinks of it as thuggish. Stuff like holding glass shards between the fingers or chucking dirt into the eyes. Luca knows how hard it is to believe, but that's what Kinuan told him it is. Ile can't even dream of beating him in a 1-versus-1 again, but Luca tells him to be proud. He's the only trainee who can even put up a fight. He thinks that the Colosseum experience was enough to shake the foundation of his ideas of combat. It's as if every technique he has practiced until now has been condensed into one small drop of knowledge. Ile sees how happy he looks and asks him to help him out, if he's not busy at least. They both go to the visiting room, where Luca is quite displeased to meet Ile and Lillian. Ile apologizes. Their families have always been on good terms, so he couldn't just refuse. Lillian believes she has applied for a visit numerous times already. Why is he ignoring her? Luca says that he's just not interested. He hoped that she would see that as him refusing. Ile tells him to put it nicer, but Luca advises him to shut up. This situation alone is pissing him off pretty hard. Lillian starts to get peeved. Why does he hate her so much? Luca tells her that he has no time for a woman, unlike her. Someone like him who was an orphan has no way of climbing back up if he ever trips. Lillian says that being with her would be a benefit if that's the case, but she doesn't get it. If he were to rely on her noble power, it would also mean he could lose every single thing on her whim. He intends to be free and climb on his own merit. Lillian finds it strange that he says that, since he's close with Ile, but Luca tells her he only thinks of Ile as a friend and a trustworthy teammate. He doesn't hang out with him because of his status. Lillian understands. He doesn't plan on giving her a chance if what he says is true. Luca finishes his drink and gets up. Unfortunately, he hopes that they won't see each other again. As he walks through the corridors, Ile comes behind, saying that he shouldn't have been so rough. Luca tells him that she would have still clinged on if he wasn't, but Ile doesn't get it either. Couldn't he meet her a couple of times? Luca's reasoning is simple. He doesn't know why Lillian even likes him. She's approaching a gutter boy because her dead brother said nice things to her? She's surely plotting something. Ile understands. He's scared because there are variables, but if he takes it slow, Luca suddenly asks if he likes that girl, making Ile wonder what gave him such an idea with a broken tone. Luca could tell by his gaze and breath. It seems like Arki's victima is not just for combat. Anyway, if he's the one who likes her, he should cut all this crap and go for her. Ile would like to, but that's impossible for someone like him. Later, Luca goes to a construction factory and stands at the edge of the lava's hottest place with Kinuan. This is meditation training. He's meant to remain calm regardless of what he feels. He asks Kinuan how he would have won the fight that would have broken out in the gang office, but Kinuan already said he would tell him. Only if he won, that is. Luca knew there were armed thugs inside and out. He did not see any way to get out unscathed without any weapon. What would he have done though? Sensing his curiosity, Kinuan says that he would have ducked under the table when the shooting started, leaving Luca puzzled. Aleph and his men had guns. If his first move was hiding, he would lose any chance to counterattack. Kinuan knew he would look to take them down, even if he had to tank a few bullets or two. Luca asks what he would have done if he wasn't there or decided to hide. But Kinuan doesn't imagine that he wanted to take Aleph hostage, right? He and the others have been trained for maximum aggressiveness, so it's only natural. However, if he did that, he would have been shot. It's not weird for gang bosses to change suddenly in those places. All he would have offered them was an opportunity to become bosses. Naturally, once he became the target, he would have taken those guys down and escaped through the secret passage. Luca is impressed. Not only did he predict his actions, but he even had a secret escape route in his mind. He cannot even fathom how far he thinks in such situations. Kinuan gets up and tells him that in a language long forgotten, Arki's means keen eye. Arki's victima uses all possible resources of the brain to amplify insight to the peak. He should remember that. It will be useful later. Luca gets up, thinking about the problem with one's brain being a side effect of pushing it to the limits. That's when he realizes, this means that if he equips a Legion suit, Arki's victima will no longer be available. Kinuan is impressed by his sharpness. He thought that it would take a couple of days for him to figure this out. Once one becomes an Imperial Guard, they will be given a Legion suit, but nobody can constantly wear it, as it's a full armor body created with the best technology. Thus, it uses a huge bandwidth of memory signals. So on top of the CPUs that it comes with, all of the brain is used, and not a drop is left. This means that Arki's victima will be useless to him. Kinuan hid all of this while knowing how he would react. Luca blames himself, however. If he knew that it can't be used with Legion, he would have never learned it. He was dull. Kinuan sighs and asks if this is really how it ends. Luca thanks him for his teachings up until now, but Kinuan only tells him to come back once he changes his mind. Eventually, he will. Luca goes to someone's office. It has been 3 months since they last saw each other. He's been pretty busy, so he hasn't had the chance to even come here. This is the chief centurion, Hylas Custoria. Luca guesses he was so busy because of the rebellion Ile told him about, but Hylas is more interested in him. How has he been doing? Luca explains that he has been training alone, as he has not been assigned on a mission for a while. Hylas tells him that he won't receive missions for some time. He's already good enough to act as a good tool for them. He has also heard something interesting, that he hangs out with Kinuan pretty often. Luca knows that the higher-ups have figured it out. From his visit to the black market, all the way to the Colosseum fight, they probably know everything. Hylas guessed that he was training to use Arki's victima, but he quit recently, right? Luca asks how he knows, but Hylas too knows that it cannot be used with the Legion. It would be meaningless for someone in the Imperial Guard. Kinuan is really a paradox. Those with no talent are thrown away by him, and those with talent soon realize that they have no use for his teachings. This is why Kinuan is the only one who uses Arki's victima in the Imperial Guard. Luca understands. He wants him to continue learning that, right? More precisely, Hylas wants him to be on good terms with Kinuan, so he should continue learning for that exact purpose. This is an order, by the way. Luca's mind begins racing with ideas. So is he wary of Kinuan? Why is he so suspicious against a soldier retired from combat? These questions will remain his own. He will put his life at risk if he gets more details. Luca confirms that he will do just that, and Hylas is pleased. He will keep watching him closely, as he is the type that climbs high and doesn't stop. When Luca goes to Kinuan, he reveals that he did not expect him to return this swiftly, but he did tell him to come back anytime, so asking questions really isn't useful here. Luca thanks him and thinks that he accepted him rather easily, which is suspicious. Luca asks why he's in the lower sector, but Kinuan is curious about these toys. Do kids still like such things? Luca explains that when he was younger, he would always stare at them, so Kinuan calls over the owner, as he wants everything on this side. Luca wonders why he's doing this, but he soon gets his answer as they arrive at the 47th orphanage. Kinuan tells him to put the box down in the inner field, then they will take a break. Suddenly, Gabriel screams at Luca from behind, asking what the meaning of this is. Why has he made him into a goddamn bellboy? Luca is confused. He was the one who said that he could ask for help at any time, and since they wouldn't deliver here, they had to use him. Gabriel wanted to help for something grander, like taking down an entire gang or something. Luca says that he knows too. He doesn't need his help in a fight, considering their last spar. He takes a closer look at him, seeing that his new spinal implant has improved his balance well. It seems like his cash did not go to waste. Gabriel asks who this man even is. If he's so infamous that even Aleph did not dare to stand up to him, he probably would have known of him by now. Luca tells him to keep his nose down. He really doesn't want to be associated with that guy. If he had to guess, Luca thinks that this is where Kinuan grew up. He's doing charity just because he made it out. The children immediately rush to the toys, calling Luca handsome while calling Gabriel ugly, who is surprised by how mean they are. Luca sees that 2 children are fighting over a specific toy, and sees himself in them. They should conquer with power. Nothing in this world is fair. They will get what they want only with power. Kinuan comes from behind and says that they should talk, somewhere quieter. When they arrive, he explains that he does things like this from time to time. The pay is not high here, so, looking at how chubby the principal of this orphanage is, they are smuggling supplies out pretty well. Luca asks if he grew up here, but Kinuan has forgotten his childhood. He just stops by nearby orphanages occasionally. At one point, he might have even visited the one he grew up in. Who rightly knows? Luca looks at him and thinks that he really looks like an ordinary retired soldier. A soldier who was not able to bathe in glory, with a nervous system that is barely working, because it was unable to withstand the overload on his brain. Perhaps this will be him in the future, but at the same time, he will be lucky to get to his age. Kinuan has rested enough, so he would like to get to the point. Who was the one who ordered him to come back to him? Perhaps it was Hylas. Luca stays stunned for a second before averting his eyes and asking what he means. He knows that he must stay composed. Kinuan will see if he's perturbed, so he should relax. But how did he know his orders came from Hylas? How much is this old man aware of already? If he really is hiding something so big that even a chief centurion is interested, then it would be better to just get rid of him now. Kinuan advises him to calm down. If he attacks him with all his strength, it will be hard for him not to kill him. Luca says that he's a soldier of the Empire. He must do his duty. Kinuan laughs. He knows so little that he's not even sure which direction to go. He doesn't blame him, though. It's only natural for a soldier to follow orders from a higher up. He truly is the personification of the perfect little drone, something which the Empire yearns for constantly. When he first came to him, though, did he really think he did it of his own free will? The moment he performed projectile trajectory manipulation without an assistance processor, the higher-ups were already preparing his future. Finally, they thought, a person who could learn Archi's Victima. He might have come to think that he came to him alone to get stronger after the Korra incident, but it was all thanks to the calculations made by the Empire, fated them to meet. Luca refuses to be swayed by his words. He met a powerful foe in a mission, and realized he needed power. That is why he dug through the records and found someone to help him. All of this was because of his own free will, right? Inhuman tells him that no matter what, every man in this world is someone else's slave. They either know it, or they don't. He's probably running away from reality at this moment. He's still a young man after all, but he should head back now. If he wants to report all of this to Hylas, he should do so. Luca refuses to believe in his words. Although, as he said, Hylas wanted him to continue learning Ares Victima. His mind becomes jumbled with thoughts of doubt. He refuses them at every corner, but he eventually gives in. If even his desire to succeed wasn't his own, then what is he? The next day, he sits in the simulation training room, despairing that he could not tell Hylas about that day. If he did, they would have sent him to a psychological check, because of the possibility that he was infected with some type of dangerous ideology. With how confused his mind still is now, he would have shown a much lower score than before. The Empire does not forgive dangerous ideologies. In the worst-case scenario, they could dismiss his position as Imperial Guard and send him to the forced labor camps. Inhuman probably knew he would hesitate to talk if he wanted to report to Hylas now. He must prepare for the psychological exam. To do that, he needs someone in particular. Ile gets out of his simulatory training, which seems to have taken quite a toll on him, but suddenly a bottle is thrown at him, which his body catches first before his mind could. Luca is surprised he trains too. He's seeing him in a completely different light now. Ile says that losing to him constantly is not that pleasant, but did he come here to cheer him on? That's quite nice for him. Luca actually has a request, if that wasn't obvious enough already. He said previously that noble families mostly rig the aptitude tests, right? Ile isn't surprised he knows. It's a well-known secret, though the unqualified never make it past training. Luca asks how he passed the psychological portion of the aptitude test. If he has a secret, he'll spill it now. Ile notes that this is quite a dangerous thing to ask him, but Luca has already checked. There's nobody here, and he's also doing it for the Empire. Ile won't ask because he doesn't need to, but there is a way, although he might not like it at all. He will have to create a simpler version of his own ego to interact with the outside world, and place his true self as an observer inside. Basically, he's sealing his real ego away, showing only the attributes he wants to. Luca doesn't understand one word of it, so Ile tells him that there are cases where normal people lose their entire personalities or memories due to trauma. They are doing that, but consciously. Luca wonders if something like this is even possible, but he wouldn't tell him if it wasn't. Ile reveals that their brains are in a constant state of confusion. If he keeps acting like a loyal soldier, the ego of being one will envelop the surface of his mind. 2 months before the aptitude test, he woke up every single day and gave his prayers to the Emperor, copying what his father did. The only issue here is that doing it for too long will shake up his real ego, and eventually he will forget who he really is. Luca wonders where he even learned this, but in any case, if this is the method, then he does not need to pretend. He just needs to act as his past self, the one who received a high score in the psychological exam. He must become himself again, only before he met Inhuman. Ile doesn't even want to know what he's going to do with this, but he shouldn't remind him to be careful. Messing with that exam is basically a death sentence. Luca did not expect to hear that from him, but suddenly, he gets a call from Inhuman, who is probably calling about training. Sure enough, he finds himself with him in the lower sector once again. Today's training session apparently being quite simple. As he tells him that this building is owned by a gang, Luca is nervous about him treating him like he used to even after that day. It's as if what happened didn't even occur in his mind. This is exactly what makes it even worse. Inhuman tells him that he has exactly 20 seconds to clear the room. He just has to take down everyone inside. Luca understands. He destroys the padlock, granting him access inside. One of the gangsters is woken up from his slumber. He sees Luca walking in and asks what he wants. Is he a customer or something? Luca is impressed. This idiot walked up with his gun. There are 3 armed thugs at the playing table, and another further away, probably the boss. There's probably someone using the bathroom since the door is open. The gangster puts his gun up to his head. He didn't expect to bust up someone so early. But what the hell? Within a second, Luca sends him flying, shocking the others. Since there's a lot of things going on in his mind, this is the perfect time for him to let off some steam. The gangster's gun falls out of his grasp, which the others notice, so they immediately get up to retaliate. But once Luca grabs the gun, it's over. He shoots all of their guns away, leaving only the leader left. He shoots in his general direction, leaving Luca surprised. As for someone in the killing business, his aim is shitty at best. With one bullet, he takes care of him. But suddenly the last gangster comes out, pulling his pants up and with baton in hand. He gets to take in the sight of what has happened, and Luca suggests he knocks himself out if he doesn't want to lose any limbs like these guys. The gangster at this point cannot refuse, so he takes himself out, yet Luca can still feel someone in the toilet. He opens the door only to find a woman there, making his blood boil. Inhuman congratulates him for only taking 12 seconds as he comes out. He really did a good job. Luca wonders why they can't just eradicate those bastards, but Inhuman tells him to not forget. They are outsiders, so any more interference will disrupt the ecosystem of this palace. Either way, there are countless people who cannot defend themselves. He's well aware what happens to them, right? Luca looks at the woman. She has suffered this fate because she had no strength to defend herself, while he struggled for power to be where he is, just so that he doesn't end up the exact same. Normally he would go on to call these people weak or idiots who failed to grasp opportunities, but right now, he feels nothing but disgust at how unfair their society really is. Inhuman continued to give him tasks in the lower sector after that day, pushing him into fights without any prior information. He was not doing all that to make him learn how to win. The real lesson was how well he optimized the situations he was simply thrown in. Since identifying the opponent's capabilities is the rule of thumb here, he had to go beyond that and judge the best course of action each time. Inhuman, never the storyteller, continued doing this for some time, his lessons unknown. One day they go to a repair shop where the woman Luca rescued, Gilda, works at. Inhuman asks for a cup of coffee, a long black with some oil, and Luca wants the same, only with no oil. Luca asks why they stopped by her workshop, but Inhuman thought he would be more proud, seeing how hard she's working. After rescuing her, she told them her story. It seems like she was kidnapped and endured all sorts of atrocities for several months. Thankfully, her mind remained intact, and she was able to return to a relatively normal life. The reason she was kidnapped in the first place was because a friend of hers, who had run off with the gang's dough, stayed over at her place. She ended up being their target since they had nothing else to take. However, her friend, who was the root of this entire issue, is long dead. Inhuman reveals that she's from an orphanage. She had a knack for mechanical engineering since then, so he even funded her education. Naturally, he kept it anonymous so she doesn't know about it. Luca is surprised he knew of her from the start. Makes him wonder why he did nothing. Gabriel suddenly shows up, surprised to see Luca here, and asks Gilda for a beer. She suggests something else, since he's already overworking his neural system. After they saved her, Inhuman introduced her to Gabriel, so he became her bodyguard, and she became his mechanic. Luca tells him to listen to her, although he would really like one beer. After their beverages arrive, Gabriel asks if they are the ones who have been poking around different gangs recently. Are they out of their minds? The gang bosses are already starting to group up to formulate a plan. If they proceed with that, even he cannot ensure Gilda will be safe. Inhuman tells him to not worry. They will not be coming here for a while. Gilda asks how long, but Inhuman doesn't know. Might be months, might be years. Who rightly knows? Luca can't even come here by himself. His superiors would never allow a trainee to just walk about. Actually, this might be the last time he sees these two. But even after her horrible fate, Gilda got back up and began to work again. Gabriel continues to take risks, working in his field, so he shouldn't pity them. Actually, not being able to come back to this place might be the best thing for him now. After this, he reports back to Hylas, who expected Inhuman to continue performing like this. He became a trainee at a rather late age than normal. He would have never been granted the opportunity, but at the time the Empire accepted impurities if it was necessary. He only got in because of the chaos around them, but not even he knows what kind of man Inhuman is. When he was just a fresh recruit, he easily became one of the key members in the Imperial Guard. He most likely specialized in discreet secret operations. Luca is surprised. Even someone like Hylas doesn't know about this guy. Hylas is glad Inhuman has taken a liking to him. He has sent trainees over before, but they did not last much. He is good, but he's also in a vulnerable spot for negative influences, so he will schedule a psychological exam for him, which he must take. Luca agrees. He already expected this. Hylas wants to be frank with him for a second. There are two outcomes of trainees who receive this type of covert mission. They are either erased from existence or rise to the heart of the Imperial Guard as a reward for their loyalty. He hopes that he will end up the latter. Luca is only doing as he is ordered. If this operation ends well, he trusts that he will vouch for him. Hylas confirms as such. He will stand behind him if he succeeds. He will adopt him as his son. Luca Castoria doesn't sound unpleasant, right? Luca is shocked, as Hylas's family is one of the most renowned in the Empire. This is a pretty big deal. The robot tells him that they are about to begin the examination, but he detects joy from his face already. Did something pleasant happen? Luca continues to smile as he says that it's none of his business, although he's too satisfied to stop. Ile continues his training. He has become more powerful, swifter, and more strategic in his strikes. This comes at the cost of much exhaustion. However, his joints even wear out so much he has to lubricate them. Luca is surprised by the amount of training he's doing. Is he the Ile he knows, or some type of imposter? Ile just asks if he passed the psych exam, which, thanks to him, he has. However, he doesn't know what's going on, so he should let him know if he can help. Ile can't reveal anything now, but soon he will ask him for a favor. He hopes that's fine. Luca looks at him and says that if he finds himself in any danger, he will always come to rescue him, even if it means risking his life. Ile thanks him and confirms once again that he will tell him soon, although he hopes that it will not be that way. Luca would lie if he said he wasn't curious about his favor, but he did not go out of his way to figure it out. Now that he has completed the psych exam and earned the trust of a chief centurion, his goal has shifted to becoming a true son of the Custoria family. At this time, this was the only thing lingering in his mind, but that would soon change. Helios soon called all of them and said that from this moment they will operate under a special military order. Its purpose is to suppress the rebels, who have risen against their empire. They consist of 3 families led by none other than the Ramones family. Luca is shocked, and after looking at Ile, realizes what his favor will entail. They all get prepped for the operation and soon get on their way. Luca introduces himself to the team as the leader of the 21st Suppression Army platoon. The soldiers salute him, ready to follow his orders. He did not expect the Empire to make Imperial Guard trainees serve as platoon leaders. The higher-ups must think of this as a training opportunity. Anyhow, the platoon got divided into 2 squads totaling 27 people, in which the vice platoon leader, Sergeant Kodrak, was his aide. Considering they are inexperienced in leadership, the Suppression Army mostly consists of veterans. Each of them knows that they are being used as trainee tools, making it unlikely for them to follow the orders of someone who they can't trust. Despite all of this, he still has to take control and command them. But how should he go on about it? Realistically, he has 2 options here. The first is to leave things to Kodrak, as even if he gives vague orders, he would take care of it. That is the standard choice. That's why he's going for the second. He tells them that he is superior to all of them, so he asks them to follow his orders fully. Disobedience will be considered treason. The soldiers immediately stare him down, and Kodrak tells him to talk about it, but Luca promptly grabs him and throws him into the others. He dares to lay his hands on a superior officer with no permission. Does he take him for a fool because of his young age? He is from the lower sectors like everyone here. He even grew up in a double-digit orphanage. But do they know why their social standings are so apart now? It is because he is too superior to all of them. They may not understand it now, but they will soon. He is a better platoon leader than anyone they have ever met. Kodrak understands. He has realized his mistake and will be more careful from now on. Luca knows that he understood that he did not pick the easy way out, which makes his job easier. They swiftly arrive at the enemy rebel fort, an Imperial Army outpost. Inside, Ile hears what Luca did to one of his platoon members, but he just felt that he was treating him like a kid. Ile says that they kind of are, but Luca doesn't like it. If one acts nicely, his underlings will think of him as weak. Hylas begins the briefing, skipping the formalities because they serve no purpose here. The rebels are holding a relic site of the arcane civilization. All the arcane fortress operations stand under their command as a result. The entire site is surrounded by walls. There is also a high-density force barrier, dome shape, that is protecting the fort, combined with turrets that are positioned to deal with aerial targets. There are 5 turrets in total. Thus, the 11th Armored Brigade is tasked with leading and destroying them. The rest of the army will push from the sides. Luca knows that the Armored Brigade uses full body armor for all the members. The Empire is certainly not skimping out on forces with this suppression. The operation will begin at 14:10 hours, which is an hour and 30 minutes from now. They are expected to be ready by then. Luca and Ile got the back, Luca expecting their positions as support. Ile says it's only natural, they would not want them to die, but Luca thinks of this as a picnic. Ile hesitates for a moment, but then opens his mouth. Luca, knowing that he wants to talk about the Ramones family. Even if he has been close to them, there is nothing they can realistically do. If he sides with those who have committed clear treason, his family will not be able to pull him out. Ile is not hoping for any miracles, but if there's a chance, he hopes that he can rescue Lillian at least. Luca asks if he's so madly in love with her that he would put his life on the line. But she was Ile's first love. He doesn't have feelings towards her now. She also doesn't want to marry a noble. Luca has had enough. He should seriously get a fucking grip on the situation. He has overlooked his antics up until now, but he's crossing a clear line now. Even attempting to save her is too dangerous. He'll be executed on the spot with no trial. He shouldn't do anything stupid. This is his last warning. Ile agrees and walks away, his face more determined than ever. Luca, because of Archie's victima, knows that this is a lie, that a fool will run in and save her at any cost. It doesn't matter whether Ile accepts it or not. For everyone's sake, Lillian must die. For Ile, though, he hopes that amidst the chaos, he will meet her dead. Then, he wouldn't have to lose a friend. Before the assault, Luca thinks of the most important parts of the body, the head and chest. As long as those two stand, a soldier of the Empire can't die. As long as one can breathe and supply the brain enough, the Empire will revive them again and again with technology. Kodrak approaches him, and Luca tells him to talk. He is aware of his abilities. He checks his superiors thoroughly after all. Luca asks what that has to do with anything, but Kodrak only wants him to listen. When they are in combat, he should at least consider his words. As he has served the Empire for 10 years, even though he's not as capable as him, he is not worthless either. Luca tells him not to worry. If the suggestion is valid, he will listen to anyone. Kodrak thanks him, and soon, they arrive at their location. The armored brigade is the first one to get out, their steel-plated bodies glistening under the light. They are ready for war. This is the Myrmidon model. This is the first time Luca is seeing it in person. It will serve them well since they are tasked with taking down the turrets. At the same time, the brigade charges launch themselves in the air, coming down on the barrier like missiles. The turrets react to their presence, but the brigade is ready, as they all launch their countermeasures. The turrets fire, hitting some of them, but the experienced get out of the way, allowing them to unleash a flurry of strikes on the barrier. This leaves it in a fiery smoke, but they are not done yet. Like demons from hell, they charge in again, and even if some strikes are impossible to dodge, they block them with their mighty spears. Since they got so close, the brigade smashes through the barrier like through cheese. Luca is surprised that they are so fast, but this is just the beginning. If they fail, the disadvantage on their side will be huge. According to the calculations, the estimated time until the turrets are eliminated is 1 minute after entry. If they fail to kill those turrets, the suppression forces them will need to march in and attempt it. 1 minute passes. Nobody makes a sound as they wait for the result with bated breath. Fortunately, the turrets are neutralized, meaning they are free to proceed. The battlefield is a cruel and dangerous place, but it's also where some men find joy in the adrenaline it gives. Luca likes it too. He's human after all, who derives accomplishment and joy from such a wicked thing. If one doesn't, they would go insane. Enough thinking though, it's time for him to show his capabilities. The plan consists of the infantry entering from every direction at once. Their superior intends to leave no room for the rebels to flee. The tunnels below are like a maze. Even the explored areas stretch to 100 meters deep. They do have a map of the tunnels from previous expeditions, but they are likely inaccurate. The rebels have surely messed with them. The infantry pushes in with Luca at the front. He notices that the entrances are narrowed, likely to not let the Myrmidons in. Upon getting inside, they find nothing, so Luca wants to lead from now too. But Kodrak advises that this is a dangerous move. They surely set up a trap or something. Luca asks if he's afraid of dealing with the consequences if he dies, which Kodrak confirms, but Luca doesn't care. He couldn't care less about what happens after he dies, so him having his pay halved is of no concern. He will lead the way. They should follow if they can keep up. At that moment, Luca felt a chill from them, as if these men behind him were ready to gun him down. But he can't worry about that. He must reach Lillian and eliminate her before LA can get here. He must also be in the tunnels now, probably having entered through a different point. If he is willing to expend his troops to advance, he will get through in no time. He could also sacrifice his men, but he must put personal emotions to the side. He can't just let loyal soldiers die. He will bear the risks on himself. Suddenly, a trap appears, Kodrak screaming for him, but Luca has already sensed it and cuts it down with ease. Using the Archie's method, all of his senses are pushed to the bring, his sight, hearing, and even taste. He feels traces in the air with his tongue, allowing him to gather information. He continues to move on at inhuman speeds, shocking the others. Luca's arteries are expanding as his heart beats louder. The rushing blood gives him a constant surge of glucose to the brain. This makes pressure that puts him to his limits. He gets annoyed. It's frustrating how slow his men are. He feels like ripping Kodrak in two. He knew about this theory, but now he can feel it. Prolonged use of Archie's victima slowly damages the brain. He arrives at a door, the guards getting ready for an assault, but after a while of hearing nothing, they think they're safe. That's when Luca smashes through, his dark intentions permeating even through his thick armor. The guards get ready and fire, but Luca is like a demon and blocks all of their bullets. He dodges the next few ones as he moves in, taking head after head with him. He uses everything in his arsenal to win. The guard with the rocket launcher shoots, but Luca simply cuts through the explosion itself. This creates a large dust cloud, allowing him to silently move in on the guard, who can now only scream for help. His men arrive too, only to see the absolute brutality he has left behind. Luca asks what took them so long, but anyway, they are moving forward, and this time, it would be best for them to keep up. The rebels actually begin to put up a good fight, using a wide area to cover fire, making it so Luca and his men cannot enter. He did not expect to see such a big area underground. They must have been forming their defensive lines here. He is deep enough already. There should be no problem in catching up with the nobles now. He summons a drone with which he can see through. Their line of defense consists of 100 troops. Behind them, there are non-military personnel. Perhaps Lillian is among them too. Kodrak tells him that their squad is moving forward too swiftly. To the other squads, why don't they just wait for them and fight together? Luca thinks of this as logical. His brain is overloaded too from using Archies for so long. Suddenly, a bunch of gunfire occurs that wasn't fired at them, meaning that another side is being attacked. Luca knows it's Ile, as that's the only guy who would hurry so much, so he orders his men to charge in while the enemy is distracted. The bulwarks stand in the front, taking all of the hits. But their shields are not meant to withstand a flurry of constant bullets, so they will only last a few seconds more. Luca tells them to be patient. What he needs to be careful of is a weapon that can take him out instantly. From what he has seen, they have about 8 of these weapons, so he will aim for the moment where half of those are reloading. When he spots his chance, he jumps and tells his men to spread out. Kodrak is naturally shocked, but Luca still goes, only being hit by bullets that don't do any damage. This allows him to take out the bigger weapons with his own guns, and after he succeeds, he lands down, butchering the traitors as his soldiers move in. Most rebels surrender, Luca ordering Kodrak to restrain them. But among the bodies, he sees Ile's men too. They were probably tasked with attacking from the rear. He seems to be moving forwards, sacrificing tons of his men without regrouping. He seems to be desperate, but this is not good. He will have that woman's head before he gets to her. He would like to help, but he is a soldier of the Empire. He is at a crossroads. If he chooses one, he will give up the other. If he gets to Lillian, he will slay her on the spot, no matter if Ile hates him. At least he won't be a traitor. He tells Kodrak that they will continue arresting them until another platoon arrives. Once they regroup, he will make the decisions. Kodrak tells him that he's an amazing soldier. His combat today was incredible, but he has a major flaw as a commander. Luca doesn't get it. If he wasn't the commander, they would have suffered big losses. They already contributed a lot, so what's the problem? Kodrak reveals that he has not once led his men. He broke through the obstacles only through himself. Relying on such a method does not make him a good commander. Luca tells him off. He did so because of how inferior they are. They would never be able to understand proper command or fighting techniques. He could scoff at the sight of their uselessness, whining that they weren't useful. Kodrak says that one day they will be useful. He cannot be the strongest forever. Luca tells him that he's free to cheer when that happens. He will have finally proved him wrong. However, he will keep his advice in mind. If he comes to see that his methods are wrong, he will recall his words and evaluate the strategy. Kodrak did not know his ego could coexist with an openness like this, so he wishes him the best. Luca passes scorched halls filled with bodies of nobles and of his comrades alike. It seems that similar things are happening in the corridors besides this one. Most of the suppression forces entered and are slowly eradicating the rebels. He must admit that even though a bit corny, Ile is not just a comrade, but a friend. He was the first person of his age whom he could exchange ideas with. Now though, he's giving away his soldiers' lives for personal reasons. They didn't have to die. An ordinary platoon would not have given up so many men. Even if he were to grab Lillian and run, where would he go? In the end, she will die. He understands he loves her, but they don't need to die together. His emotions are simply overtaking him. Suddenly a head begins speaking, bowing to surrender, but Luca doesn't care about that. Does he know where Lillian went? He says that he doesn't know, but his iris shifts to the side, a common way to tell that someone is lying. He grabs his eye and gives him one last chance. Where did Lillian go off to? The rebel says that she went down, which confuses Luca, as the only way out is up. Does that mean there's a way to escape below? The rebel doesn't know. They did not tell him directly. Luca also asks if he has seen Ile, which he has. He's the bastard that put him in such a state. Even though they knew each other, he did this to him. Luca swiftly kills him. He would have died anyway. This is better since he wasn't tortured. He does not feel guilt about killing people, but today he's really numb to it. The battlefield has hardened him. He hears screams and shouts drawing nearer and nearer. He wonders about Ile, if he has crossed a road of no return, like killing his own man. What must he do to him then? Luca has always felt a little paranoid when he hung out with Ile, so much that he kept asking himself the same exact question. What would he even do if Ile turned against the Empire? He kept putting off that question, but now he can't anymore. He must confront it head on. He enters the main room, only to find Ile standing on the table, among his comrades' bodies. He turns to Luca, not surprised that he came. Luca says that now he's done it. He sacrificed his own men for his selfish reasons. He also sees the Raminus family, cowering like worms behind Ile, especially that fucking kid. He can't believe all of this happened because of her. He will rip her fucking spine out by the end of this. Ile tells that he won't leave them to die. He should draw, as they will fight. Luca is glad to. He will finally beat some sense into that dumb head of his. Luca knows he has to fight him, and theoretically he would win with no major injuries. But combat is filled with tons of variables not often seen. He cannot take him down quickly enough. He will hold him off, giving those roaches enough time to escape. He will just have to kill them first. It does not matter if killing Lillian will make Ile fight even more feverishly or something. At least that way, Ile won't have blood on his hands. Unfortunately, he already knows he's going for Lillian, so Ile tries to shoot him, but all of his shots miss. A single gun like that is useless against any trainee. Their trajectory prediction makes him shoot like a retired farmer in their eyes. However, before embarking on this mission, he had to expand the speed and range of his cybernetic signals forcibly, so there is no way such sloppy attempts at stopping him would work. The guards desperately try to shoot him down too, and Ile tries to warn them, but it's far too late. Luca cuts one of them before his bullet even arrives, and then redirects it towards the other, leaving him defenseless. He moves on to the roaches. He first takes out the father with a head slash that even goes through the mother. The only one left is Lillian. He has plenty of time to kill her now, even though Ile will attack soon. Lillian is the first woman who approached him with affection. He might feel guilty about killing her, but he would feel even more so if he let Ile do something foolish. At least he will make her death painless. It's the least he can do after all. As he approaches, though, he sees a strange sight. Her laughing. He hesitates, allowing Ile to dash in and pin Luca to the ground. Luca tells him about what he saw. Her entire family died, yet she's laughing. Ile doesn't find it surprising. She has finally been freed from a family that only treated her as a tool for marriage. Luca has had enough and strikes him in the side, allowing him to get up. He should stop being so damn defensive. That woman is nothing but a traitor. Ile says that he knows nothing. The families marked as traitors by the Empire have never actually rebelled. It's just an excuse to wipe them out. Can he see how weak their defenses were? If they really wanted to strike at the Empire, they would have involved Cora or Balato instead of their own soldiers. Luca knows he's not wrong. Getting into the fortress was the most difficult thing here, but everything after that went pretty smoothly. Considering 3 noble families planned this treason, they had a small amount of forces. If they were really rebelling, there would be no reason not to get help from the other nations. But so what? Even if that is true, what does it change? At this rate, Ile will end up dying together with Lillian. She looks at Luca and says that her father is not exactly innocent. He hid the fact that he discovered an arcane relic. Ile tries to stop her, but she goes to her father's corpse and shows him why her family was hunted down. It's because of this. This is what allows a person to operate the fortress. Luca asks what that has to do with anything, Lillian knowing that he did not kill her just because he felt guilty or something. He was scared of Ile hating him after. He must be aware that his friend can't live the life he wants in the Empire, but this here is a choice that benefits everyone. With this, they can activate the teleportation device located underground. He has the opportunity to help them break out of the Empire's hands and allow his friend to live his dreams. Luca is surprised at first and asks her to reconfirm that there's really a teleportation device here, which Lillian does. It's set up in one of the tunnels, probably an escape route in case the fortress falls or something. He should feel free to take her down if he believes this is a lie. She does not want to see Ile die because of her protection. However, if they manage to activate the teleportation device with this relic, he and she can escape the Empire, and he just needs to report that he just didn't see them. Luca asks if she truly thinks the Empire would have just left a device like that just lying around. But Lillian tells him to rest assured. Only the Raminus lineage knows of the route. If they go deep underground, not even scanners will detect them. Luca would lie if he said that he's not tempted. He could care less about Lillian, but he must do the best thing for Ile. He has always wanted to leave this place, and he's sure that his dangerous ideas will inevitably get him executed. However, this is a battlefield, so reporting him dead or missing would not be strange at all. After thinking on it a bit more, he sheathes his sword, Ile wanting to thank him, but Luca shuts him down, as he wants him to promise one thing. If the teleportation device Lillian talked about does not exist or does not work, then he will not stand in front of him again, as he heard her right. Even she does not wish for him to get into trouble. Ile is worried. He looks at Lillian for advice, who simply nods her head. With hesitation in his voice, he agrees. so they begin to slowly descend. Luca thinks that he finally lost it. Not only is he not stopping Ile, but he's also helping a traitor. If the other soldiers catch as much as a whiff of this, they are as good as dead. Lillian tells him to stop. She wants to clean Ile's face before the blood dries. Luca sighs. If they are lucky enough to get out of here alive, why don't they get married? Since that's what they both want. This makes Lillian recoil, and she apologizes to Ile, as she never expected things to end like this. Ile is fine with this. She was the one who taught him about the outside world. Lillian believes that this is something small, but Ile treasures it dearly, as she changed how he sees the world. Thanks to her, he was finally able to pinpoint the source of his frustrations. If she wasn't there, he would have gone crazy some time ago. What she said made him realize that he's not really weird, just different than most. Luca detests Lillian even more now. She is the woman who helped Ile foster such crude ideals. These thoughts spread like a cancer, and will eat the empire from within if they are allowed. If these thoughts are allowed to spread, the empire will begin to crumble, and the other nations will surely take advantage of this. This is something that threatens his empire. If needed, he will kill anyone to protect it, even if he has to cut Ile down. He confirms to himself that he is not a dissident like these two. After they travel a bit more, Luca can rest easy, now that they're further away. Lillian already told him that this road is unknown to anyone. They will not be able to easily find it because of its maze-like features. Her father did not report anything, despite having received permission to study the ruins. He had admissions far beyond his capability, especially when he figured out how to activate the fortress, but the Emperor already knew of his cunning personality and expected this. Luca asks how much further they have to go, with Lillian noting that this will be the last corridor they have to walk down on. She also thanks him, but Luca doesn't need that. He's just repaying a debt to his friend. Next he sees her, she's as good as dead. He also tells Ile to stay safe, if he can. Lillian says that if they can actually leave this place, she's going to the border city. They should meet there if they are forced to split up. She also invites Luca to leave the empire, but he's not at all interested. Ile becomes saddened after hearing about the border city, and Luca is completely exhausted. Deciding to help Ile might have been a foolish, sentimental mistake, but he cannot rest now. He must think of how he will even report this incident. The good news is that the chief centurion holds him in high respect, as he's the only one who can spy on Inhuman. Ile and Lillian are just two unimportant kids at the end of the day, nothing special. Surely he will not be asked many questions if that's the case. As they approach the final door, Luca tells them to get prepared. If the device is not here, this whole thing is over. Luca pressed the button to open the door, but immediately regrets his decision. A bad feeling immediately overwhelms him. The only thing he knows is that it's coming from the door. He can't see much because of how bright it is, so he focuses on his smelling sense, only to smell fresh blood, a mix of oil and iron shortly following. These are not human smells, meaning that the worst has happened and they have stumbled upon the Imperial Guards. He would have to put his life on the line to even fight one of them, but four at the same time? The worst case scenario would be them capturing Lillian alive. She is not trained like them, so she would break under some easy torture, and if that happens, everyone will learn of their rebellious actions. He thought he could help them and let them live their lives, but that was all a fantasy. They must assassinate him at once, even if they are suspicious. He must do it before Ile does something to worsen the situation. His eyes meet with one of the guards, so all of them turn their attention to the door. Luca knows that there are only a few seconds to act, but before he can do anything, Lillian is shot in the head by Ile, killing her instantly. The Imperial Guard demands to know why they fired just now. Ile explains that he just executed a hostage that they had no use for. The Imperial Guard still does not know why he brought a rebel so far. They will both report what happened. Then they will decide if it's the truth or not. Luca looks at Lillian's lifeless corpse as the Imperial Guards approach Ile to question him. The life he dreamed of is over, and he will never be allowed to escape the Empire. Hylas congratulates Luca upon his return. Kodrak himself rated him highly. He praised his combat skills. He even called him the best he has worked with as his platoon leader. The only downside he pointed out was that his ability to trust his subordinates was lacking, but that can be learned easily, especially from Inhuman. The reports also mention that they waited until Lillian led them to the deepest part of the tunnel before killing her. Is there a reason for her to guide them so far? Luca knows that the time has come, so with a deep breath he begins explaining. He and Ile had planned to stop the escape of the rebels by taking over the teleportation device, so they naturally believed Lillian was the best choice of hostage, given that she could not do anything against them. Hylas understands that, but he has one question about his relationship with Lillian, but not just him. Ile also had strong connections to her. Luca trembles, but his voice remains steady. Neither of them is foolish enough to ruin the mission over such a thing. He should know that better than anyone after all. If he's honest, he also wanted to give Lillian some hope, that she would be spared if she assisted them. They believed that at least she should die with that in mind. Hyla sternly looks at him, Luca praying that he bought it, and he indeed has. He must be tired after such an ordeal. They should leave it at that. Before he leaves, however, he would like to note that the Ramones family had some expert soldiers, judging by how they wiped Ilei's platoon just like one of their soldiers. Luca knows he's not supposed to be surprised by this. He already mentioned everything in the report, that the platoon was ambushed while in pursuit. Is this some type of test? He turns around with his heart beating even faster, and says that if it was him, he would have killed everyone before his platoon could even get injured. So the top seat of their crop is basically his. Hillian agrees. He expects great things from him after all. On his way back to the capital, Luca immediately fell asleep, which is only natural, considering he has spent days without any time to relax. The things he experienced continued to replay in his mind. Ilai, Lillian, the entire arcane fortress, and even the border city, the place Lillian wanted to go to. In the end, she died before she could even take a step outside of the Empire, and at the hands of her only friend, who she must have considered some kind of knight in shining armor. At the time, he could not bear to look at Ilai's face. He knew that he only did this because he was there. Otherwise, he would have probably died with her. He would like to apologize to them, but in the end, his goal has been achieved. He was able to save his friend, so this much is good enough. After returning to the capital, they took a long rest, and after that, they were awarded medals of honor based on their achievements. The medal in particular is the 7th rank crossword. Out of everyone, only he and Ilai received these prestigious pieces of metal. Ilai finds it ironic that he gets rewarded like this, and Luca admits that he never expected him to kill Lillian. He thought that at least he would try to attack the Imperial Guards, even if without any chance of victory. Ilai confirms that he would have if he wasn't there, but at least his family is happy for this medal. Even though they interacted with the Ramones family often, Luca advises him to quit. Being a soldier really isn't for him. This assessment is only natural. He literally killed his own men to serve his own emotions. The soldiers died for one man's stupid young love. Ilai would if he could, but it's never that easy, as his family wants him to be an Imperial Guard, no matter what it takes. Honestly, he would rather have been killed back then. At least he would have died a human. Luca is ticked off by this statement, and punches him hard in the gut, making the metal fall to the ground. He should watch his damn mouth with these things next time. LA says that the punch hurts quite a bit. He might have damaged his organs. Luca doesn't care. He can get them replaced anyway. LA slumps to the ground. He has never been this disappointed in himself. If only he had given his all to become stronger, like he did. Luca tells him that nothing would have changed. He will never be able to take on 4 guards at once. Ilai is too defeated to even be angry anymore. Instead, he feels overwhelming sadness, as he wonders what he could have done better. Luca stays silent. Ilai is not like him, a murderer. He feels guilt from killing his men, and even though he sacrificed them, he still could not save his first love. The catalyst has been broken. Sooner or later, Ilai will die, either physically or mentally. Truly, this guy has been born in the wrong country, as he does not belong here. As they get down from the roof, Ilai tells Luca that he will take his leave and stay at home for a while. It's been 4 years since he left. He should be allowed at least 2 months. Luca is still confused about something. Why did Lillian laugh as she saw her family die? Ilai explains that she had a fiancé, an arranged one by her family, naturally. He was a man 30 years older than her. From the very moment Lillian was born, that man promised too much money. In exchange for one thing, he requested that they raise her to be a carbon copy of his dead wife, even sending pictures and records to ensure maximum similarity. Her face, preferences, even habits and name, none of that was her own. She was basically a living puppet. That was why she was so knowledgeable about Balato as well. Luca is disgusted, but this is what happens when desires meet with the power of cash. She has been abused since birth, Claude being the only one who gave her even a little sympathy. Luca now gets why Claude tried to set him up with her, which makes Ilai laugh. It was actually he and Lillian who set that up, as he told Claude he was the bastard child of the chief centurion. Luca wants to curse him, but then asks if Claude really bought that. Ilai says that it's not hard. Everyone knows how the chief centurion treats him. It would also explain why someone like him from an orphanage managed to become an Imperial Guard trainee. Since he is from the Custoria family, Claude thought that if they got married, then she would get off scot-free from that other deal. Luca doesn't even know what to say anymore. This is just wrong. Ilai is his best friend, but not a good man in the slightest, as he will deceive others if need be. He went ahead and killed his squad after all. As ironic as this all is though, he still trusts him, even after all that he has done. Besides this, Luca periodically visited Inhuman. He had to monitor him after all, and he was aware of this. He congratulates him on his medal, but Luca says that everyone gets something like this eventually. Compared to other achievements, this much is nothing. Even if he's forced to do this, Luca doesn't actually mind talking with him. He heard from the chief centurion that he knows how to manage his subordinates, which Inhuman feels is an overestimation, but since he's doing much worse, he can give him some advice. He asks if the men were not listening to his orders somehow, but Luca denies that they are all excellent soldiers, willing to rush into death, even at the orders of a commander they know nothing about. If that is the case, Inhuman suggests he was soft. Instead of utilizing them, he chose to bear the risks all by himself. Luca believes that in doing so, their capabilities remain ready for a more dangerous situation, but Inhuman refutes this. The more he fights personally, his brain will have to carry a heavier burden, clouding his decision-making, the most important skill in a commander. He expended a resource he should have conserved desperately, just because he wanted to protect his men. Luca asks if he really should have used them instead, but Inhuman isn't telling him to let them charge and die. He must make his men choose it willingly. He probably remembers Gilda and Gabriel from the lower floor. He saved one from a life of slavery and paid the other's medical expenses. These two would naturally be happy to help him. Luca believes so too, since he did something for them, but Inhuman says this is not enough. For them to be willing to even give their lives, he must spend time deepening the bond, and at the same time, distance himself emotionally. If he lets himself get too connected, he will hesitate to use them when needed. Luca notes this is something he would rather not do, which Inhuman finds cute, so he gives him a quote to go by. Be loved, but never love back. This is the secret to maintaining the advantage in every relationship. Luca asks what will happen if his mind can't handle sacrificing people, because of guilt or something. Inhuman tells him that the only thing to do is get used to it. If not, he will never be able to stand on top, like the others. Luca swiftly gets up, and says that he will try to sacrifice more men next time, which Inhuman is happy with. The very next day, Luca waits at a helipad, as he has received orders from Hylas to go to the academy. This naturally surprised him, but it would be only for 2 months, and will also be a good experience. Luca thought he was exempt, but Hylas noted that they send their best first, and since Ilay refused, he's going alone. He never truly experienced what noble society is like. That won't do in this world. Not if he truly wants to become a part of the Kushtorians. Luca accepted to go since that's what he's thinking, so Hylas assigned him a guide, one that he bets he will like. The transport vehicle soon arrives, and the door opens to reveal his guide, a girl with dark hair. Upon entering, Luca sits down and introduces himself, but she tells him that there's no need to introduce himself. She already knows everything about him. Luca sees her aggressive and arrogant demeanor, combined with the fact that she's got a body that is barely mechanized, makes him think that she's a noble. Luca explains that he's here on the orders of the chief centurion. He wants to know how long it will take to reach the academy, but he wants to confirm if she's really the guide he sent. She asks what her answer will change, making Luca want to throw her out of the vehicle. He really hates nobles. But it's fine. She already knows she's a lady of the Custoria family. She is surprised and asks how he found out. Luca used simple deduction. Few can afford to voice their discontent against the orders of a chief centurion after all. She asks if he really wasn't informed of her identity before that. Luca, knowing that she won't believe anything he says, tells her that she should ask her father. This woman is likely Hylas's daughter. Sending her means that he intends to uphold his end of the bargain and adopt him into the Custoria family. Luca Custoria does have a pretty nice ring to it. She finally relents and confirms that she did get sent here by her father. She's Giselle, but he should never act like he's a smartass. It irritates her. Luca can now see that Lillian was a saint compared to others, and apologizes for offending her. However, why does he need to bend over to these people? He didn't survive hell just to kiss some noble ass. He accepted this mission precisely because he wanted to escape this life. He's sure Hylas will understand, so he drops the fakeness. He would rather beat himself to death than suck up to someone who hates him. They should just do what they were ordered to. She will guide, he will follow. Giselle is ticked off, but lets it go, as she doesn't want to stoop to his level. Just from this encounter, Luca can guess that this will be more annoying to deal with than anything. After they land, Giselle begins guiding him to the dormitory where he will be staying. After they walk some more steps, they stumble upon a statue of the emperor, the father of their nation, Dinokrathia. Before the statue can smile, Luca looks around, taking in the sight of the Krathia Academy, something which he has only seen in the media. Everyone looks at him as he steps closer, and Giselle explains that their uniforms are violet with a tinge of black. Luca sees someone bullying a commoner, more specifically the implants he has, a waste on someone so useless. Giselle asks what he's waiting for. Does he not have a pair of colorable clothes? Luca tells her that trainees have no use for fashion, making her shocked. How can he be so unprepared? As she regrets guiding him, Luca smiles, as he did not expect to see her get flustered over the color of some clothes. He apologizes for his transgression, but suddenly, someone recognizes Luca from behind, that someone being Felix, another trainee. He thought that he would skip this too since Ale isn't coming. He greets Giselle. They have met before, but he introduces himself once again and asks for a minute to talk with him. Giselle has had enough for the moment and lets him do as he pleases. Felix grabs him tightly. He did not expect to see him with the Lady of Custoria. The rumors about the chief centurion being dear to him were no joke. Luca tells him that she's extremely annoying for his daughter. She disrespected him from the beginning. He was just tempted to throw her out. Felix laughs and explains that the chief just wants him to experience noble society and all its ugly sides for the future. Perhaps he's also looking for a son-in-law for her. Get what he means? Luca doesn't believe that. His personality is not the best, and with how she acts, the marriage would likely break in a few days. Moreover, Hylas already made a deal with him, in turn for keeping Inhuman under watch. He will adopt him, so there's no need to get married, although he cannot fault Felix for thinking that. Felix also asks if he has modified his body on the lower parts too, which he has not, so he hands him some protection, as trainees visiting the academy are always super popular with girls. Luca pockets the protection, and is glad Felix informed him on such necessary things for living in the academy. He has a feeling they will become quite good friends. One thing Felix also told him about was the dormitory. Basically, it's where talented kids from the lower sectors like him, and kids of low-tier noble families stay at. This is the best they can get after all. Luca is disappointed but not surprised to see that the class system exists even in the academy, but it probably would not be fun otherwise. He will just have to rise through the ranks like usual. Upon arriving in his room, however, he is surprised by the quality of the place, and immediately boots his assistant robot out to take it in. He did not expect for lower-class people to stay in such good rooms. No wonder this is the best academy. It's where the talented who are not fit for the military end up after all. He sits down on his comfortable sofa and closes his eyes. Giselle showed him to the dorm and explained that when classes are over, the head of the dormitory will come to lead him to his room. She also gave him her personal number if anything happens, but Luca thought she hated him. Giselle explained that she was just carrying out her duty, making Luca think that she's not a spoiled brat after all, but that he likely will not need to. She was fine with that, but gave him a little warning, for his sake. He really should not get too close to the head of the dormitory. Despite appearances, she's completely and utterly demented. Suddenly, someone knocks at his door. That someone being none other than the head of the dormitory, Barbara. Luca introduces himself and she greets him. She comes right quick after her classes. She hopes he did not wait long. Luca analyzes her, seeing her tattered cuffs and clothes, and no last name, meaning that she's of lower class. Luca doesn't get any demented vibe from her. Perhaps Giselle just hates commoners. He says that he just arrived, and she asks how to address him, as he's amazing, for him to become an Imperial Guard trainee despite his background. Luca says that his name is just fine, but what she said can be applied to her too. She's the head of the dormitory. Not an easy position to obtain if he would guess. He can only think of the mountains she had to move to get to this position. He feels a similarity to her. She asks him to follow, as she will give him a rundown of the dorm. It's her duty as head of the dormitory after all. Luca, however, notices the water on her hair. She probably just showered, even if her classes just ended. She must be tight on time, or perhaps she's just using it efficiently. The next day, at the main building of the academy, Giselle meets up with Luca, who is now wearing proper clothing, so they should head to the classroom. He has to attend classes for a week after all. Luca hopes that he won't go insane from that, but suddenly as they walk, Barbara calls over Giselle, as it's been a while since they last talked. She tells her to get lost, but Barbara just wanted to say hi. Giselle approaches her, greets her with a stern face, and tells her that there's nothing more to say. They should move. They don't want to be late for their first class after all. Luca looks back at the saddened Barbara, her body posture closed, just like the other losers of the lower sectors. Did she really make it to the dorm head position with such an attitude? He really doesn't like it. As they walk, he notes that she must know Barbara well, but Giselle doesn't. They just entered the academy around the same time. Luca asks why she hates her, but she ignores him as she continues to walk. Giselle called Barbara a demented individual, yet Barbara continues to cling to her. It's interesting, but at the same time, none of his business. What's important is that if he makes it through 2 months of this, he will be a noble. Gossip like that shouldn't worry him. That's what he thought at first, but he has to take these boring classes for a week anyway. So probing their relationship became one of his pastimes. There isn't much else to entertain him here. Even Felix did not want to fight him because he would lose, so he's going to get rusty at this point. He wants to fight. The image of him with his blade in hand and an enemy in front, it exhilarates him. Perhaps it's the chemicals he was injected with, but he wants to wage war. no matter the opponent. Suddenly, the opportunity arises. A noble screams at him and asks what his relationship with Giselle is. He's been clinging to her all week. Luca doesn't feel tempted to answer his question. Does he like her or something? Luca is surprised anyone likes her. He really can do better than that hag. The noble becomes enraged and tries to hit him, but Luca immediately grabs his hand and twists it. He doesn't feel any joy from feeling such a weak opponent, so he lets him go. The noble asks if he's really not in a relationship with her, which he confirms, but he also has something to ask. The noble doesn't feel the need to answer, making Luca want to tear him a new one, but lets it go and promises to tell Giselle about him. He just wants to know why she hates Barbara. He explains that this was not the case from the beginning. It's because she was cursed by her. He's talking about Barbara here. Anyone close to her is always involved in an incident where the androids go AWOL. The very same androids, which are famous for not having any sort of issues, suddenly go berserk. That's why they named it Barbara's Curse. Luca knows about the robots. They are unlikely to malfunction. But what does that have to do with Barbara? The noble tells him that she's creepy. What kind of person looks for new friends when she's aware that people around her will be in danger? That's why everyone is mean to her. That's why she's the dormitory head, as it's a position with no benefits and tons of work. Luca now understands why she's head, and to prove his other point, the noble tells him to look. Some girls begin to bully her very close, throwing water on her head, but they feel generous. They will wash her clothes, so she has to strip now. Barbara refuses, as she will just go into the changing room. But the main bully is surprised she has the gall of refusing their kindness. She will do as she is told, because she was told. Okay? With hesitation, Barbara begins to undress, and now Luca understands. The same thing probably happened on that day when she gave him the tour. She didn't wash, she just had water poured on her head. She's in luck, however, as he's in the mood to create some chaos. He throws the knife at the bully, making her drop the cup, and tells them to buzz off. She asks if he knows who he just messed with, but Luca doesn't care if they are women. His fists of justice are unisex. This makes the bullies leave, and the drenched Barbara thanks him. Luca gives her a sinister grin, wondering if he will get attacked by androids from now on. The noble swiftly pulls him away and tells him that the woman he just annoyed was Kalesa Kano. He really messed with the wrong person. Luca did not know why he pulled him away like this, but he already knew who she was. It's a powerless family that can cause no trouble. The noble explains that this is just a facade. The Kano family runs a gang in the lower sectors and makes money through illegal trade. They might be hunting him down as they speak. Luca hopes that's the case, since he's too bored in this place. But the noble only advises he be careful. They are known for seeking payback for attacking their lady. They also went after Barbara for that reason, since Kalesa's boyfriend got cursed by her. Luca understands, and suddenly, Giselle appears, seeming quite annoyed. Luca tells the noble to say hi since he likes her so much, but he refuses, as he's happy just admiring her from far away, but he should not forget to put in a good word for him. With that, he bolts away, Luca introducing him as Enrico Laken, a kind and gentle soul. Giselle doesn't think so. She's actually pretty disgusted with him, as she feels he's always nearby. Luca apologizes to Enrico in his head, but at this point, shooting his shot would not only miss, but land in a whole nother court. Later, at the office of Professor Gid Alburn, he asks Luca if he really threw a knife at a student. Even with only a pocket knife, he can easily stir this pot of nobles. He understands that this place is boring, but he asks him to take it calmly. This is the dean of the Imperial Guard cadets. Luca understands. He knew that he would get an easy warning, since this guy is also a former Imperial Guard. Gid tells him that he's basically a wolf in sheep's clothing here, since none of the kids here train. Luca says it doesn't matter. They shouldn't act like he's not able to bite. Gid now understands why Hylas likes him so much, but in the end, it's the academy graduates who become bureaucrats of the elite level and have soldiers like them at their every beck and call. He might see them as some sheep, which they are now, but among them are also monsters who can barely wear that human facade. Compared to wolves like them, they are monsters. Luca grabs his knife back and says that he will keep it in mind. As he walks away, he thinks that he's not after some mere monsters. He's after the curse of a witch. Intentionally, he winds up alone in the path behind the gym. Curfew has long passed, and news that he intervened with Barbara has spread, and if the rumors are true, the androids will go ballistic and try to attack him. Suddenly, someone appears behind him. Not an android, but some small fry. He asks what they are here for, so the group leader tells him that Kalesa just wanted to send her regards. It's their rule to send out greetings like this. He won't report to his superiors that he got beaten to a pulp by a couple of students, right? After all, he's one amazing Imperial Guard cadet. Luca can't believe this killjoy. Does he truly think he can even scratch him? The leader provides him with an opportunity. Their lady is gracious, so if he goes to her now, on his knees and apologizes. She will forgive him. Luca is also gracious. If they walk away now, he will make sure that they will only get one broken limb each, because he will never lose to little kids who have never seen the battlefield. The leader knows this is an invitation, so using his overpowered fist and swift legs, he charges in. Luca recognizes these as high-powered prosthetics, really useless on someone like him, but whatever, he will swiftly deal with this. Suddenly, a red glow coming from the forest attracts everyone's attention. An android has appeared, asking if they need its help. The leader screams at one of his guys. Did he not say that there were no patrols around this time? The member says that it's still true. Androids do not come to this place. He doesn't know what this thing is doing here. The leader won't fight like this, but promises Luca a rematch to finish their greeting. Luca simply stares at the android as they leave. The android still asking if they need its help. The member kicks it away because of how annoying it is, but this triggers something in the android. It begins to convulse, and its red glow burns brighter. With extreme speed, it completely blasts the head of the member into goop, shocking the others. It doesn't stop there. The android swiftly rushes to its next target, but before he can hit him, Luca intervenes and sends it away. The other member screams that this is Barbara's curse. The witch does exist. She's really cursed. Luca tells him to not put any stock into that, because this is a simple machination. He analyzes the android. It's clearly using its maximum output, which will only last mere minutes. It probably realized it will need it in a fight with him. However, this makes it clear that this is no simple malfunction. This is the work of a human. But that's fine with him, as he really wanted a true warm-up. The android rushes him with a powerful strike, a clean chop despite it being so reckless, making him wonder if it's using a high-quality battle program or something. It even has metal claws to assist. A hit from those would definitely land even him in a hospital, but even this is hardly a fight. He wants more, something that sets his dopamine aflame. He kicks the droid once again, so it resorts to jumping on him from afar. Luca wants it to pass his expectations. He throws his knife in the air, making the android look behind for a second, and that's all Luca needs to get behind it, although this is quite a disappointing performance. As he rips off the droid's hands, he asks how it will rise above when it gets distracted by every little thing. The droid begs for help in its own way, and Luca is still not sated, so he invites the leader to spar. Now the problem is gone, right? He immediately bolts away, something which Luca did expect, and suddenly, a bunch of security cars pop up, staring straight at him. Luca sits on a park bench after the incident. The security forces requested him to cooperate in their investigation. The main investigator, Gillian Campbell, knows the culprit is still in the academy, so they have no choice but to investigate all the nobles, even if they hate that. Luca asks if there's any chance of the culprit being from the lower sectors, which Gillian refuted. It would be impossible to get through the firewall and enter the academy's encrypted network. Luca didn't understand why he had to assist them, when he's just an ordinary student. So Gillian explained that it's because he can use Archie's Victima, which requires exceptional insight. He met this requirement. Hell, he's the only one who did, so he will have the role of investigator. Gillian saw the look of confusion on his face, so he told him that users of that technique are so important, they are recorded on an entirely different list, so they pay close attention to people like him. Luca asked why, so Gillian advised him to ask his mentor for that answer, as he would be happy to tell him. Suddenly, Giselle appears, asking what's going on. Does he realize what happened to her because he accepted those orders? He warned him not to approach Barbara, yet he still did it. Luca would not just stand back and watch a group of snobby nobles pick on someone, making Giselle ask if he's thinking of fighting again. Luca will have no choice but to defend himself if it comes to that, so Giselle begins to think about it carefully. She explains that she will meet with Kalisa and ask for a settlement. She will come to a compromise if she talks with her. Luca doesn't get why she's trying to mediate the situation so much, but soon realizes what she's saying. Kalisa would compromise, not because she wants to, but because she said so. Luca agrees. He will join her too, as he would rather not grab the attention of the chief. Besides that, there's also something he would like to check. Upon meeting, Kalisa explains that Barbara hit on her boyfriend first, but Luca doesn't believe she would let that happen. Is she sure she didn't send her boyfriend on purpose or something? Kalisa's eyes widen at this idea, but Luca goes further. He taps on the chessboard, showing what happened to him. Her boyfriend could not disagree when she threatened to send people like this to him. Didn't she also need an excuse to mess with Barbara? This makes Kalisa furious. She smashes the chessboard and tells him to shut up. She never did anything wrong. Giselle tells her to calm down, but upon refusing, Giselle tells her again with a much rougher tone, something she cannot ignore. Giselle also sends Luca away as she wants to talk with Kalisa alone, and he agrees to leave. It's as he expected. Giselle clearly has the upper hand over Kalisa. However, this still begs the question, why didn't Giselle stop her? He's only been here for 2 months, but to him, it would have been much easier to do just that. Soon enough, Giselle walks out, mad that he brought even more on her head, as he said he would not cause trouble. Luca was just merely testing his theory that the androids are not controlled by anyone else but the nobles. Kalisa also just happened to be one of the people who hated Barbara. Giselle tells him to stop acting like an investigator. The real ones will crack down this case eventually. Luca is sure they will have the most wonderful time getting info from the nobles, which Giselle feels is a mockery, but it's only the truth. He guesses that this is similar to how she can just stop Kalisa from speaking at her word. Giselle explains that family name carries a lot of noble society. Kalisa is merely respecting her position, that is all. Luca then asks if that's why she ordered her to bully Barbara, as it has become quite obvious. Someone who hated Barbara just happened to have the perfect chess piece to play, and they just used them eagerly. Giselle swiftly grabs his shirt and tells him to stop talking. Did the mechanical enhancements mess up his brain? She suddenly lets go, apologizing for doing this. But it would be better for everyone if he does not cause another issue. Based on circumstance alone, Luca has surmised that Giselle is the most suspicious. But then, why is she shaking so much? It appears that his Archie's victima is only causing confusion at this point. As Luca thinks on this, Barbara shows up and tells him to accept what she made. Luca asks what this is for, and so she tells him it's a gift, a thank you for saving. And while he stays at the academy, she can also cook for him. Luca passes on that. He doesn't want to cause a misunderstanding, but Barbara is fine with that. This makes Luca wonder if she really likes him, but still, something's off. He asks her why she's trying to contact him when she knows that the androids will keep targeting her. Does she want him to get caught in danger too? Barbara refutes this. She just doesn't know what else to do at this point. Luca can see she's still hiding her emotions, so he tells her the reason Kalisa is bothering her, because of Giselle, and she won't stop until they get what they want. Barbara explains that she already knew that, but this makes Luca ask why Giselle hates her, making Barbara switch personality instantly, and ask why she has to tell him that. Luca wanted to see how she would respond to this provocation, as she was feeling off for some time. When she turned to him, Gid's words suddenly erupted in his mind, that monsters hide around here, and one of those monsters has been revealed to be Barbara. Later that day, Luca calls Gid, who met with Kalisa's boyfriend, well, ex-boyfriend to be precise. As he presumed, Kalisa intentionally set him and Barbara up, and because of his family reputation and rather unpleasant personality, he had no way to refuse. He's got to say though, he made the right decision letting him investigate. Luca understands now. Kalisa did that to get an excuse, but if he points out a suspect, will he be able to investigate with his authority? Gid confirms as such, but he only gets a few tries. It would be risky if they got the wrong person after all. Luca did not expect him to be so righteous, but Gid tells him it's because this is the 6th case with the androids, and there was even a death now. He just wants to chain up these bastards, who think that they can get away with fooling them. Luca asks if he has gotten anything on Barbara, but Gid doesn't get why he's so suspicious of her. She's from the lower sectors, and just a student, it would be impossible for her to get through the academy firewall and access the intranet. Luca asks if that's not the case with the nobles too, but that's actually different. Nobles can interfere during the manufacturing and distribution of androids. There have been a lot of cases where androids were bought out by money and power, most times both. Additionally, he doesn't know how this info will help, but Barbara is actually sponsored by the Custoria family. Luca closes the call after this. He's glad that he has this info, but it completely destroys the idea he had in mind. If he could just torture Barbara for the information, things would not be so hard, but he needs to do all this tiring work. Guess he just has to talk with Giselle soon enough. The next day he goes to the workshop, where he is quite surprised to see nobles actually working. They are still competitive. They are probably trying to prove their worth to their own families. Ile told him that the useless nobles are treated like lower-class citizens, but he sees none here. Luca's gaze turns to Giselle, who is working pretty hard. Not bad for someone he wanted to throw out before. After finishing her work, she asks Luca what he wants, but he tells Giselle he only wanted to see her, making her spit out what she was drinking. She asks if he's fully gone insane, but Luca notes she was the one who said that his mind was damaged. Giselle doesn't have time for him, so he should get to the point already. Luca looks around and tells her that from now on, she should not hide anything from him. He has officially been requested to assist in the investigation, so she can't refuse. Giselle doesn't like to say this, but he should not forget who her father is. Luca tells her he doesn't care. He found out her family is sponsoring Barbara. Is that why she wants to get her out of the academy, perhaps? Also, the chief centurion could care less about such things. Giselle reasons that being the second victim of her curse is enough reason to hate her. They were friends until then. Luca finds that weird, If they were friends, why did she not try to stop the curse? Giselle just says that she wasn't close to her. So what would have been the point? Luca tells her that the security forces see the outburst of the android incident as clear ill intent, and now she's the top suspect. Giselle becomes furious. How can it be so when she was a victim too? Luca suggests that this is a common tactic for the culprit of a crime to hide themselves as a victim, and she has all the tools needed to do it: family, knowledge, and ability. Giselle can't believe this. She can't believe him, but she will warn him to let go of this now. Luca advises her to calm down. He doesn't actually suspect her, so if she knows anything, she better tell him now. Suddenly, someone appears at the door, surprising even Luca. It's Barbara, who is actually looking for Luca. He wasn't where he usually sits, so she was worried. Luca is now in high alert. How did she locate him? And how couldn't he sense her coming? Now he sees it too, her rather cheery attitude even though she's being bullied. And in front of Giselle, who is supposed to be orchestrating this charade, he only needs 10 minutes. He will break her bones and fingers. He will get all the information he would ever need. His bloodlust intensifies. His want to strike her becomes a main priority, but he tells her to drop the damn smile, as she's creepy. Barbara begins crying, as she likes him. He's her hero. They should just talk about this, as it's a misunderstanding. Luca grabs a metal chair and throws it at her with all of his might, making even Giselle spooked. Up until now, he was just looking for ways to kill boredom, but in more, she took him for a fucking fool. Barbara continues to shake, but her true personality swiftly surfaces. She really doesn't know what he's talking about. Her expression makes Giselle freeze completely, and Barbara walks past her, leaving the food there in case they want to enjoy it later. With that, she walks away, but not before grabbing Giselle, as it's truly nice to see her. She leaves Giselle quivering as she walks away. Luca finally knows the real culprit, the relationship with the innocent. It was all her. He calls Giselle, but she doesn't want anything to do with him anymore. She begs him to spend his time here quietly and go back once he's done. After this incident, Giselle continues to avoid Luca. He actually reported everything to the chief centurion, believing that he has grown outside his level of authority. However, he actually left it to him. He believed that whatever judgment he came up with was correct. Luca doesn't get it. The Imperial Guard would instantly solve this case with a few slashes or bullets. Why does he have to do this, especially when his daughter is involved? Well, his duty as an Imperial Guard trainee is to follow the directions of the higher-ups, no matter what. They are painting a picture much bigger than him, but this is still a pain. It's pretty clear now that Barbara is the culprit. However, someone from the lower sectors cannot mess with the androids. So how did Barbara do it? He thinks on everything, including her interactions, and eventually forms an idea. If this is correct, it will be a pain to deal with. But he has to get in contact with Giselle first, which seems impossible now. Suddenly Enrico appears, asking if Giselle said something nice about him. Luca has just found out how to contact her. He makes Enrico confess to Giselle, who's just too blunt with him. She's not interested in the slightest. In fact, he makes her comfortable since he follows her around. With his dreams shattered, Enrico runs away so fast not even mechanized legs could give him that speed. Luca decides to reveal himself. Giselle already expecting for this to be the case, but she has had enough, so she will tell her father about it. Luca tells her that it won't work. He has already reported her involvement. Giselle becomes frightened, and immediately asks how much he revealed, but Luca has no reason to tell her. Giselle can't believe it. Her family standing, her entire reputation, everything she has worked for, gone in mere minutes. She grabs Luca again. This is all his damn fault. If he never came, this wouldn't have happened. Luca tells her that it's not too late. If she spills everything, he can help her. Even if a trainee, he is still going to join her family. Giselle asks what he means, but Luca tells her to think. Is it not strange how someone of her status is acting as his guide? It's embarrassing to say, but he's a genius that only appears once in a blue moon. He even has a Medal of Honor. The chief centurion also thinks favorably of him, so his influence would help her family guide a bit. No matter what problems from now on, he will support her. He has a higher chance of being adopted if this case is solved well, so they should help each other, as they are both to benefit from this. Giselle's mind fails to gather. Her body gives out, forcing Luca to grab her. With a reluctant tone, she explains that she controlled the androids. She created Barbara's curse. They both sit down, and Giselle goes further. Barbara was her best friend, not just someone she knew, but someone she could trust. 3 years ago, she was curious about who their family was sponsoring. That was when she met Barbara, and she seemed quite nice at the time. The start of the downward spiral was the jealousy. A boy approached Barbara. She was popular due to her personality, but she hated this. She did not want to lose her friend to a guy, so she wanted to mess with him. That's why she made a robot disguised as an android. Luca knows the rest of the story. Giselle placed a recording in the robot, ordering the boy to get away from Barbara, and made it chase him at night. Unfortunately, this rather petty prank turned into dire consequences as the boy tripped and injured his head severely. This forced him to quit the academy, and she threw the robot out. But as someone got hurt, everyone involved was investigated. She explains that Barbara found out this was her doing, as she would often assemble robots in front of her. That's when she gave her an option. If she became a victim, she would not be suspected. That's why she made herself a victim, like he suggested. She just placed a chip Barbara gave her in the android, and it immediately began to chase her, giving her the title of second victim. After that, Barbara started acting weird. She made strange demands and told her to socially isolate her, and that victims were regularly needed. Luca can see how she was trapped. Barbara tricked her into escalating something that could have been resolved with just a few words, so that Giselle could be her loyal puppet. Suddenly, tons of messages appear in front of Giselle. Barbara has found out that she told their secret to a guy. She really is a traitor. Luca notices this, but how did she hack into such a high security device? His instincts kick off. There's definitely something weird going on, and sure enough, an android is looking at them, its muzzle aimed at Giselle. Before she gets shot, Luca gets in the way and takes the brunt of it, putting Giselle behind cover. He rips off his jacket and makes a tourniquet, which will only temporarily stop the bleeding. That gunshot was from an attack drone. He can take care of one easily, but this could worsen his wounds, and all that he has now is a pocket knife. Since it has a silencer, nobody will come and help. This is the last drop. After he's done with Barbara, forensics will not be able to find out who she is from her mangled appearance. Giselle looks at him and wonders if Imperial guards really don't feel any pain, but he confirms as such. This stings like hell. The drone continues its assault, and Luca only wants to locate its position. If he has that, it's over. He looks at Giselle and asks if she has a mirror on her. Sure enough, she does, allowing Luca to see the drone before it sees him and jumps in, throwing his knife directly into its main body, causing the drone to spiral out of control and explode. Suddenly, however, Luca's device stops working, so he asks Giselle if hers is working. She denies it, and neither the intranet nor the internet channels are working. Barbara begins speaking in her ear. She tried to protect her. How dare she betray her? She also loves Luca even more, so she hopes that she can despise her lots. Luca grabs Giselle's arm and manually shuts down her device, as there's no point in listening to that crazy woman. He thinks of explaining it to her, but there's no point in doing that now. First, they have to get somewhere safe, and it seems like someone is waiting for them. Felix tells someone that he just arrived at the location until Luca signals him that they are here, which he is glad to see. Luca asks if these are orders from above, which Felix confirms. He's getting his special treatment again. He did not hear anything about this operation at all. Luca confirms that he wasn't either, and Giselle asks if this is really all part of her father's plan. Felix confirms as such. They received orders from the chief centurion himself. Giselle breaks down, as her father would never treat her as a pawn he can dispose of. Luca knew she would not accept it easily. The chief centurion's daughter is still a civilian, but honestly anyone would feel like this if their own blood considered them expendable. He can sympathize with her, even if she's a noble. Felix sees Luca's injury and asks if it's anything serious, which Luca confirms. He might be found dead if they wait until morning. Felix knows this means he's pretty much fine, and throws him a gun, guessing that he won't be as fast as his uninjured self. Felix tries to tell the person he was talking with before that Luca and Giselle have arrived, but suddenly, his arm is taken out in one shot, forcing them to take shelter behind some pillars. Even if the gunshot was nearby, Luca still could not sense it. This would be a drone that even the Imperial Guard trainees cannot sense. Barbara certainly does not have enough experience to make something like this, but still. Suddenly, the drone begins speaking in another voice, signaling that it's not Barbara, and they seem to want to talk too. If they were aiming for his head, he would have been dead up until now. As Luca asks if they know who he is, Felix slips away unnoticed. The drone naturally does. They're both from the Imperial Guard. Some trainees, anyway. They don't have much time, so they will get to the point. The only thing they want is Giselle Custoria. Luca asks their purpose. Do they want to ransom her off or something? The drone explains that the princess wishes to have that girl. It's not his thing to do it this way, but she really won't budge. He was hoping that at least they would be able to understand, but it does not seem to be the case. Luca peeks around, fearing the worst, and sure enough, Felix is dead, at the hands of an almost invisible person who is wearing a specialized combat armor suit. It's one that can disguise a person completely. It's no wonder they were not able to sense it. This might be rougher than he expected, and he still has Giselle to worry about. He grabs her arm and tells her that when he gives the signal, she will make a run for it. She tries to say something, but he shuts her up. As there's no time for arguments, she will do as he says. He counts up to 3, and she bolts, allowing him to peek once again. Luca tries to shoot the person, but they expertly dodges the bullets, leaving a shadow behind. The person notes that it will deeply hurt him if he has to kill 2 of his juniors, surprising Luca, which the person sees. He launches himself behind him and kicks him away, noting that he will die if he doesn't pay attention. Luca now recognizes the person as a former Imperial Guard. No wonder they are so exceptionally skilled, but he also did not expect to get distracted by nonsense when he should have been focusing on combat alone. He notices that he's still aiming for him. He probably thinks that he has enough time to capture Giselle after killing him, and if he keeps fighting head-on, that will certainly happen. He must find some other way to counter him. He must focus. Luca begins using the full capacity of his brain to scan the entire area for potential advantages and sees Felix's sword, so he throws away his gun into the blade to grab it, slashing all the while in one swift movement. The person is impressed that he hit the sword without even looking. Perhaps he's an Archi's method user? Luca gets spooked from hearing this, allowing the person to kick him away once again. It would be a waste to kill someone who can use that method, and he was planning to toy with him too, but things have become serious now. Luca feels his aura change, but wonders why the Archi's combat method even matters to him. More importantly, does he even have a chance? Did Giselle make it out alive? All these questions do not allow him to concentrate. He also can't believe a former Imperial Guard is giving him so much trouble. The person tells him to step away. He shouldn't waste his life on compulsion. Luca breathes out. He can feel him staring down at him, but this will allow him enough time to think. His injuries, identity, and this thing about Archies, none of that matters at all now. What matters is this seething hatred surging from within. The person gets out of his slash and can see how hard he has trained for someone his age. Is he really willing to throw away all of that for the Empire? With his wound still bleeding, Luca continues to strike, but the person wonders, does he really think that he can't kill him? Luca tells him that the Empire is another different thing. He just can't stand that irritating attitude of his. The person laughs, as his rebellious personality really does not belong in the Empire. He is sure they will eventually meet again, so they should exchange names at least. He's Rick Kaiser, a Republican. Luca asks if he's in one of those rebellions, but Rick would prefer being associated with the resistance. Luca apologizes, but he cannot understand him under all that barking. Rick tells him to be careful. His bark is just as ferocious as his bite. He begins jumping in place a few times before charging forth with a powerful punch that destroys Luca's arm, so he grabs it and rips it from him even further before holding him up. This is his last chance now. He better grovel for his life. Luca smiles and spits on his mask. Rick enjoys that feisty attitude. If he survives this, he should give Kinuan his regards and tell him that Rick Kaiser is doing very well. The last thing Luca hears is the snap of his own neck, a feeling one does not experience every day. At the Imperial Troops Hospital located in the capital, Felix tries to move his neck, but it hurts like hell. Luca says that it's natural, so he should stop trying to move it. Felix's brain was damaged severely, and help for his broken neck came too late. He was the lucky one here. Right after the intruder got him, 4 Imperial Guards and Giselle came to his rescue. If they had not administered first aid right there, he wouldn't be here to tell the tale. Hylas arrives in their room and tells Luca to stay seated as he sees him getting up. He sits down and looks at Felix, making Luca report that he performed his duties until the end. Hylas understands, but he wants to hear his report. Luca tells him everything he knows, and Hylas knows about this Rick Kaiser. His real name is actually Rick Silva Nunez, one of the first-rate wanted criminals in their logs. Luca has never heard of him, but that's to be expected, as not all wanted criminals are made public, especially those tied to matters that could bring shame to their empire. Luca is surprised, ashamed of the empire that claims to be without fault. Was it not the act of a single person then? Hylas feels it's only right to tell him the truth behind this operation. Operation Juliet, as it is called, was set in motion 5 years ago. The goal was to infiltrate an anti-empire organization, Nemesis. Luca asks why they don't just eradicate them. So Hylas explains that their decentralized structure makes it so they are impossible to wipe out through conventional means. No matter how many they kill, they keep multiplying like cockroaches. They need to aim for the head. Luca asks if this plan failed since Rick was not captured, but Hylas confirms it as a success. They successfully planted a spy at the core of Nemesis. Barbara is that spy. They recruited her for her hacking skills. Their efforts to ensure Nemesis recognized her paid off, though he personally had no idea she was so demented. Luca can't stand the fact that she's on their side, but what about the people who suffered because of this? Felix with his damaged brain, Zelian who wasted time chasing after a non-existing culprit, and his own damn daughter, who was tormented for ages by her. Were they all just pawns to be toyed with? He asks if Giselle knows, But Hylas confirms that she was, and still is clueless, and it's better for her that way. He understands why he's telling him all this, right? Luca believes that he is to be eliminated, silenced, without accomplishing a thing. However, Hylas gives him something to sign, an adoption declaration, and welcomes him into the Custoria family. As Luca's support is being taken off, he remembers what Hylas said, that the paperwork will take some time to process, as their family has a few stubborn elders who don't like change. The medical robot tells him that he will be feeling some pain and discomfort for a while, and Luca gets dressed. Felix asks if he's leaving, and Luca says he has to do something, so Felix wishes him luck. Luca can't bear to look at him, so he closes the door without saying goodbye. As he walks through the education hall, Luca thinks about Barbara, a spy prepared by the Empire to infiltrate Nemesis. She still leaves his heart skipping a beat after all this time. Her actions are not just acting either. She is undoubtedly a twisted individual. Perhaps she was designed like this by the Empire too. He stops in his tracks and wonders if this is all really a coincidence. The fact that he made it out of an orphanage in the lower sector, that he met Inhuman and learned Arky's combat method, and even his actions at the academy. He used to believe that this was all his free will, his own conscience. But could it be that he has yet to overcome his background with hard work? His mind begins to waver, but he soon steels himself. As this is just an illusion based on nothing, the chief centurion might just be testing him. He cannot lose that opportunity, which will change his life. He opens the door to Kinuan's office, who asks if he enjoyed his youth at the academy. With Luca confirming as such, it was so fun he almost didn't make it back here. Kinuan was saddened when he heard about Felix. He was an amazing trainee. Luca wonders if he truly thinks so as he sips his tea, and also tells him what Rick told him to say. Kinuan is glad to find that he's doing well, although he did not expect him to wind up as an enemy of all things. Luca notes that he seems close to him, so Kinuan explains they were both in the same crop of recruits. His reaction speed is out of this world. Good to see he managed to survive against him. Luca asks if they are not in contact anymore, but Kinuan tells him to not get the wrong idea. Even if retired, he's still on Empire payroll. He would not contact people outside of the Empire, and it seems like he didn't report this to the Chief Centurion either. If he believes his suspicions are fair, he should go and report it immediately. Luca tells him that would lead to his instant execution. He wanted to verify it himself before saying anything. Kinuan tells him to relax. If they would execute him for stuff like this, he would have been dead long ago. What's the real reason for him trying to butter him up? Luca smiles and asks just what this Arky's combat method is. Kinuan asks if he's that curious, and Luca confirms as such. The Empire keeps a list of all its users, and it's the only reason Rick didn't destroy him. Kinuan takes a sip of his tea and notes that he got here faster than he expected. He knows a little too much for a trainee. He understands what that means, right? Luca does, so Kinuan begins explaining. About 200-ish years ago, in the year 3508, the first rebellion in the history of the Empire took place. The person leading them was Noel Mwilzika, executive consultant. He was a great contributor to the Empire, having created the basis for trajectory manipulation, combat involving cybernetic implants, and other various combat theories. Noel was determined that an all-out attack on the Empire was futile, so he decided to use guerrilla warfare. That was how the Arky's combat method was born, and became known as such. Noel's rebel army resisted the Empire. They replaced their strategists with Arky's Victima users and kept fighting like this. Now Luca understands the downsides of the Arky's combat method are basically non-existent in guerrilla warfare. Their lives were at risk at any moment, so damaging neural functions was not a concern. And since they lacked uniforms for their troops, a more flexible combat methodology had to be used. Kinuan confirms as such that even after many operations to wipe out the rebels, Noel and a few key members made their way out. They dispersed across the Empire, recruiting new soldiers to expand in order to hit more Empire key facilities. It did not matter even if they were caught. They could just chop off their tails and start anew. Luca can even picture it in his head. The rebels likely did not have a problem disguising themselves as civilians, and as their implants were designed for non-combat, nobody would know they were rebels. However, Arky's Victima users can perform combat without good cybernetics. They would easily make their way through any inspection. That must be why Rick allowed him to live. And now he knows why the Empire keeps a list of Arky's users. Luca asks how the Empire dealt with the rebels, so Kinuan tells him they killed anyone suspicious. There was no time to distinguish between friend or foe. There were more than a few regions that were utterly destroyed by this massacre. Even users of Arky's Victima could not survive. That was how the rebellion became suppressed. Luca asks if this is hidden by the Empire, and while not hiding it specifically, Kinuan confirms that they don't show it either. If one is not interested, they would not find out. Luca understands the treason of Noel Mwilzika, a key contributor to the Empire, the massacres of the Empire, and an instructor of the Imperial Guard well-versed in the methodology of these rebels. He asks just to confirm if the reason the Chief Centurion sent him here is because he believes he might still have relationships with rebels. Inhuman claps to congratulate him. If he successfully finds any evidence that he is in fact contacting Nemesis, he will skyrocket to the heart of the Imperial Guard instantly. Luca doesn't believe he is in talks with them, but Inhuman tells him the Chief Centurion has other ideas. To give him a hint, he should look into his tracks from when he was still in the lower sector. It will certainly help him on his path to success. Luca doesn't understand how he can be so calm when he's under suspicion of being part of a rebellion. How much does Hylas know anyway? Did he send him to Inhuman knowing this? Luca gets up and says he will report this to the Chief Centurion, before closing the door swiftly and running away. He can't believe it. Everyone here is just messing with him. He was just some pawn for the Chief Centurion and Inhuman to test each other's intentions. Just how much longer must he walk this rope? It's getting harder and harder trying to figure out Inhuman. Just who is he? He cannot find anything true from legitimate sources, but he will not let himself be manipulated like this. So he will play Inhuman's little game for now, and trace his tracks in the lower sectors. The Chief Centurion, who sent him to Inhuman suspecting that he had connections to Nemesis, and Inhuman, is still carefree, despite all this suspicion around him. The things he said too, letting him know about his tracks in the lower sectors. What was he thinking then? Why is he pointing him to the lower sect? Perhaps he's trying to have him eliminated by Nemesis? Perhaps this is a test, a plot by Inhuman and the Empire to measure how loyal he is. He promised himself he wouldn't be toyed with, and it's too late now. He has to finish all preparations to search for Inhuman's tracks. He needs to prepare well so that even considering taking him out is something impossible. The first step is to report his conversation with Inhuman, and Hylas believes that Inhuman and Rick are related, since they were involved in the same covert operations. He asks Luca if he wants to know why they are suspecting Inhuman. Luca notes that if there's a reason he is not allowed to know, then he is fine not knowing about it. Hylas straightens himself and says that he trusts him enough. This order to investigate Inhuman comes from a higher-up place than the Imperial Guard. They believe Inhuman is a key to Nemesis. They suspect he might even be in contact with Rick. Luca doesn't understand why they let such a dangerous man become instructor, so Hylas explains that he was going to leave otherwise, and his aptitude for teaching is not something to scoff at. Does that clear things up enough for him? Luca gulps and notes that he has stayed with Inhuman for some time now, but he cannot find any openings. His self-control is perfect, and he hides his true thoughts well. Hylas tells him not to whine. He is the only one suited for this task. He has placed several trainees under Inhuman in the past decades, but he's the only one who made so much progress. It's clear Inhuman favors him. Luca says that if this is truly the case, he requests authorization that exceeds that of a trainee. As they ride in a ship, Hylas asks if he's nervous. Luca would lie if he said he wasn't. He's even shaking a little. He requested everything he needed from him: a pass to travel freely between the upper and lower sectors, authorization to carry personal arms, investigation funds, and access to higher clearance databases. This is still not enough, however, as he's still expendable. He had to do this. Luca even told him that he doesn't want to die because of some conspiracy, especially since he already knows more than he should. Hylas was blunt with him. If the higher-ups decided to bury this entire thing, he would need to go on a killing spree, and that will include him. He will promise him this, however. He will do anything in his power to stop it. That's why he brought him into the family anyway. Luca stares at the sigil, knowing that his decision means entrusting his life to the Chief Centurion. Hylas notes he's not one for tradition, but he should go and greet his new family. Luca will act as he pleases in front of others, but Hylas wants him to act as he normally would. It would be some stimulation for his kids. Luca can't know what he means, but if he wants protection, he needs to play by his rules, even if they are annoying. Hylas notes that they are about to land. He still can't get used to this place, even if he grew up here. Luca finds himself in an intricately detailed room. Hylas told him to rest in this room, as they will handle introductions later. Luca looks outside the window and sees how people are trying to suck up to Hylas. Just thinking about how he will have to squeeze in already exhausting him. This is really no different from the bottom feeders of the lower sectors. Was this really the life he wanted? Someone enters his room and is not surprised to see that he really became one of them. It's none other than Giselle, who apologizes for how she acted the other day. It was pretty overwhelming, and it was really unacceptable for a member of Custoria to act like this. Luca tells her it's fine. Civilians being in distress in such situations is normal. She also visited Felix, but he could not recognize her. Luca tells her to not feel guilty. He was just performing his duties as an Imperial Guard after all. Giselle asks if he's trying to comfort her, but Luca is not that sentimental. That was just a fact. Giselle notes he's like a blue flame, and she knows he will burn brighter than anyone else. Does he also remember what he told her back then? that he would support her if he became a part of this family. He wasn't lying, and he thinks that she understands enough for them to bargain. Since she wants to repay him, she will share some information, as her father probably did not tell him much. The two people he has to be wary of are her brothers, the first and the second, who probably feel pressured by his arrival. Luca wonders how, as he's just an adopted boy, but Giselle says that their family is one of the soldiers, with both her brothers having flaws to be the next head of the family, while he, on the other hand, fits those criteria perfectly. He's an elite soldier, and even if not the same blood, they will perceive him as a threat. Luca understands their weariness. He could definitely take their place. But what about her? Is she not interested in becoming the next family head? She does not feel obligated to answer. Even if she doesn't want to, she will not just wait for someone to stomp her out. Luca tells her to not care for the aftermath. If opportunity knocks, she better open the door. That's his advice as her brother. Giselle is surprised and begins to laugh. But if that day comes, can she count on his support? Luca promised as such, as long as she does not stand against him. They shake hands, and she wishes him luck as her brother. But that will be the last time she says that. Luca is glad, as it sounds pretty corny. Next, they go to the dining hall, where Luca sees all the family members. Joel, the second son, Nikolaos, the eldest son, and the head of the family's wife, Ava. She is glad to finally see him, as she has heard so much about him. Luca knows she doesn't like him, but this is only natural. She tells him to have a seat, and Giselle whispers that he should not give her a reason to jab at him, as Hylas is not the type of man to shield him. Speaking of the wolf, he presents himself too, as it is time for them to eat. Before they dine, they honor the savior of humanity, the founding father, and the first emperor. Glory to his majesty, Dino Krathia. With that, they begin eating. But Luca looks around, because as expected, everyone's attention is on him. A few minutes ago, he told Giselle that since her brothers were wary of him, they both must be aiming for the family head position. She agreed, and suspected they had gathered intel on him already. Nikolaos is not able to use high-tech cybernetics, so he became an official. But due to his abilities, he was able to get most of the family on his side. As for Joel, even if not politically inclined, he believes he can become the head just because he's a soldier. The more conservative part of the family stands with him. Luca guesses that he's a nuisance to him then, which Giselle confirms. He will probably try to do something to him and loop in his manners or origins. Luca knew this would happen, but he already knows proper manners, even though that's not what Hylas wants from him, probably. As he cuts into his steak, he decides to dance to the tune his new father will play. In the sight of everyone, he begins eating like a beast, with no concern for manners, which Joel immediately picks up on. He does not want to be like this on their very first meeting, but it's only right to point out table manners. He's not sure where he's from, but he should at least learn some common etiquette. Luca is amused. This guy was so eager to trash him that he couldn't even tell this is an act. What a useless adult. He must be nervous since he's an elite soldier. On the other hand, perhaps Nikolaos saw through his act. Does he perhaps think that he and Joel will split up the conservative supporters? In this place, he is the only real danger he has to consider. Joel gets up and begins a speech about respect or something, but Luca doesn't care, and asks if he doesn't think that he is better than someone who served for 10 entire years and could not receive a single cross medal. If they are talking about respect and muddying the Custoria name, then he's on top. Joel naturally gets angry, but Luca suggests they spar. Silly manners like this will get them nowhere. He learned this from a great chief centurion after all. Joel grips his knife roughly, but Nikolaos intervenes and tells Luca to stop teasing Joel and for Joel to remain calm too. He explains that he was trying to teach him some etiquette as his brother, but Nikolaos guesses that Luca is already aware of proper manners. He was merely pretending all of this. Luca picks up a piece of steak and gently eats it. That's right, he just momentarily forgot, since this is a new place for him and all. They ignore Joel's rage, and Nikolaos talks with Luca. Having heard he received the 7th rank cross sword model, he is now knowledgeable in army stuffs, but that was probably tough for a trainee to get. Luca says that any Imperial has one. It is nothing to boast about. Nikolaos is happy. He felt sorry for his father since he could not become a soldier, but having someone as able as him is reassuring. Joel smashes the table, as it seems his brother is implying that he is not good enough. Nikolaos notes he has the wrong idea. He knows of his abilities very well, and has no doubts he will become a great soldier in the future. Joel expresses that he's not exactly well off either. His superiors are not sending him out in battle because his father is the chief centurion. Nikolaos feels that he's reading too much into one single comment. As they bicker, Luca can see the old conflicts within the family, which now burn like festering wounds. It is no matter. This is what Hylas wants from him. As the father, he knows well enough that Hylas is grinning from the inside. Eva Custoria's intervention calmed that ordeal, and after that a small banquet followed. As the banquet began, Eva introduced him to the people. She even changed his name to Lukais, because his old name sounded too poor. But whatever. All sorts of relatives he couldn't be asked to remember came to greet him. They must have realized that he is not to be ignored since his interaction with Joel. After greeting everyone and talking with Giselle, the first day at the Custoria household came to an end. That's what he thought anyway, as now, Hylas is coming into his room in the dead of night. He knew that he was awake. He apologizes for visiting so late, but he needs to act natural when others were watching. He sits down with a bottle of whiskey, surprising Luca, as he did not know he drank. Hylas explains that, at least according to their scientists, tobacco and alcohol have negative effects on their nerves and hormones, which are engineered for combat. He handed Luca a glass too, but he refuses. He does not want to increase any risks, and the Archie's combat method is already much worse than this. Hylas takes a sip and would like to give him a piece of advice, not as the captain, but as somebody who walked the same path as he. He needs something illogical and inefficient in him if he wants to last here, like an impurity of some kind. That is the key to the room that holds his humanity. Luca asks if that is something a soldier requires, but Hylas is honest with him. People who said the same were the first to be swallowed by the legions. Luca guesses that he's drunk, but Hylas notes he should think of this as a gift, a celebration for joining the family. At the very least, he should find a hobby or something that is not related to combat, even better if it gets in the way of that. He taps him on the shoulder before leaving, but Luca is confused. He has worked tirelessly to become the perfect killing machine, and now he wants him to have impurities? Does he want him to end up like Inhuman? Irregulars, who cause trouble because of their emotion. If not, why else would he say such a thing? This is puzzling to Luca. Hylas entered his room with an impurity of his, and acted in a foreign way, like an ordinary father, who is concerned for his sons. The second day at the Custoria house began with some touring of the premises. Not exactly what he wanted, especially since he was busy preparing to chase after Kinnuan in the lower sector. Naturally, though, Giselle brought him to a pretty good place, the family armory. He asks if she will act as a guide, and she confirms. Why does he think she's learning engineering at the academy for? The women of Custoria are in charge of maintaining all this. There are items here they cannot let an outsider handle. Her mother is the current keeper, a position she will inherit later. Luca notes that getting her hands dirty like this does not seem like her, but Giselle says that her skills are undeniable. She even repairs Hylas's cybernetics and weapons even now. Luca believes that is dangerous since their marriage is probably arranged, which will leave him vulnerable. Giselle explains that this is why she's doing it. It's an ancient family custom. It is a display of trust, so to speak. Suddenly, Luca is drawn to a piece of armor tucked in the corner. He sees the marks of modifications over the ears, how the right arm is larger, probably to handle a special weapon. Giselle comes closer and tells him that this is the full-body mechanical armor, Scylla. It is a personal property of the founder of Custorias, Argatha. Even if weaker than a Myrmidon, it is an antique and heirloom. It's the only existing set of this armor too, making it unique. Luca is pretty enticed by this armor and engraves it into his mind, like if taking a picture. Later, he goes with Hylas to meet the elders, but he wonders if it's really alright for them to leave so far. Hylas notes that they try to avoid interacting with others, as they are retired. They make a conscious effort not to influence the family in any way. They are just advisors after all. Eventually, they arrive at the Silver Moon Chambers, but before they enter, Hylas tells him that there are 7 elders in total. It is rare for people to survive long enough to be considered one, but them surviving proves their worth. Luca asks if there were any against his adoption, so Hylas reveals that 2 refused, 1 supported it, and 4 kept silent. Even if he might think otherwise, keeping silent means that they will follow. They will follow the head of the family. That is when their decisions get approved, and the refusals are just raising concerns, so he needn't worry. Luca is surprised by how sturdy these stairs are, proving to him that this is a strange place. They walk down a dark corridor, where Hylas opens a door to reveal some kind of throne room, where tons of incense are burning. The elders greet him. One specifically calls him Hylas because he's his grandson, but he interrupts them and introduces Luca. They all agree that he looks good, and one beckons him closer. He does just so, but the elder tells him to approach further. He gets into reaching distance, and the elder puts his hand on his cheek. He should try to live as long as he can muster. In order to do that, he must swallow the chaos, even if it means letting it tear up his throat. Luca can't know what he's implying, probably things he cannot see yet. He agrees, and the elder lets him go. With that, they decide to get on with their business, but one of them suggests that Luca should leave before that. As he goes to do that, Hylas stops him and says it's fine for him to stay. Luca is confused. He knows of the danger he imposes as an outsider. So why let him stay? The elders find no error in his choice, so they continue. And after the meeting, Luca asks Hylas why he let him stay. He just smiles and says that he will have to figure that out himself. With that, the last day of his stay here draws closer. These 3 days he spent here were pretty weird, but he's glad to kiss this place goodbye. Before he can leave, a child walks up to his door with a loaded gun, as his dad said that people like him can dodge bullets, and he wants to see it. This is Nikolaos' son, Emilio, a brat who does not know of fear. Luca asks if he knows he's his uncle, which he does, but he also knows he's a low-blooded commoner. Luca tells him to put the gun down before he punts him, but Emilio doesn't believe he will do anything. Suddenly, Emilio actually shoots, but Luca doesn't move, making him angry. He didn't need to, because he knew the bullet wouldn't land. Before he can shoot again, Luca grabs his gun and punts him down the stairs, making him cry in utter horror. Now, he should go and tattle to his dad that his new uncle just tried to kill him. Nikolaos immediately arrives and comforts his child before demanding an explanation from Luca. He tells him exactly what happened, so he felt he had to teach him some manners and make sure that does not happen again. Nikolaos asks Emilio if he really did this, but he only lets out a few muffled cries, letting Nikolaos know of the situation. He tries to mediate the situation, but Luca accepts no buts. Someone could have died because of the foolishness of a kid. Nikolaos suggests they go talk about this privately, but upon entering his office, Nikolaos sits down with a smile, as now people will think that they are at odds with each other. Luca guesses that he used his son to prevent people from thinking that they are teaming up, which Nikolaos basically confirms by saying that he's smart. Luca notes that his son's life was at risk, but Nikolaos doesn't care. What's 17 more years? He can always make another kid. Luca clenches his fist as he hears this, and notes that he does not have any reason to talk further, but Nikolaos reveals he is already aware of the alliance he has with Giselle. Unfortunately, that child does not know the full truth. At this rate, the next family head will actually be Joel. If that happens, his own life might be in danger. Luca sits down with this proposition and tells him to keep talking. Even if it doesn't seem so, once the selection begins, a lot of people will suddenly express support for Joel. Once he becomes the successor, he will have to eliminate the last obstacle, his own brother. It would not be an issue if he had power like his father, but neither Joel nor he holds such amazing talent. Luca agrees with that, but Joel does not have what it takes to block him. So why does he think his victory is ensured? Nikolaos says it's complicated, but some wish strongly for the heir to have some military background, while some prefer his simpleton nature that is easy to control. There are also those against Hylas, who prefer to have a weaker overseer. Luca is surprised that they would push back against him. Does that mean what he knows of him is not how he acts usually? Luca asks what he wants him to do, but Nikolaos only needs him to act like he opposes him while improving his family standing and building some type of backing. Luca understands. The more following he gains, the weaker Joel loses. Nikolaos confirms as such. Those who wish for the military background would much rather have him, and those who dislike him will also come to his aid. If that happens, he can be the next patriarch, and Joel will be left in the dust. Luca is surprised he planned all of this in 2 short days. Giselle was right about him. He does resemble Hylas. Luca asks what would happen if he became powerful enough to be patriarch. Nikolaos knows that he wouldn't be asking that if he had such ambitions, and even if he did, he would need someone like him to run the family. Luca finds him amusing, but he was not sarcastic. When he was digging through garbage bins to survive, he thought of nobles as carefree creatures. Nikolaos tells him that everyone has issues, but if he needs anything, he will do his best, as he's a high-ranking official. Also, he should tell Giselle about this, if he cares about her loyalty. He makes a scene as he exits the room, letting Luca think on his words. As they go back, Luca looks at Hylas, who asks if he's interested in this work, but he denies that. The thing is, he has been working since they boarded. Does he do this every day? While staying at the Custoria residence, he tried his best to meet his expectations, but he's not sure if those things were really what he wanted. Hylas, the father and the patriarch, is much different than the chief centurion he knows of. Before he can wonder what is missing, something takes control of their vehicle, and it begins reversing suddenly. Hylas tells him not to panic. The aerial vehicle has just been hacked on schedule. Some bad fellows will be waiting for them at the crash point. Reinforcements will also arrive in 10 minutes, so they just need to hold out until then. He hands Luca a gun, who asks if he should prepare to jump, but Hylas tells him not to, as he will get blasted. They should try and land the vehicle. Luca is surprised that he is versed in hacking too, but soon realizes that's not true, as Hylas smashes the control panel. He shouldn't worry too much, as the absorption gel will deploy on impact. Before they land though, he wants to ask him a question. What does he think of this current situation? Luca guesses that he volunteered himself as bait, which he confirms. It's to ensure Barbara gains some trust in Nemesis. With that, they crash to the ground, and although they survive, Luca wonders if they can even last 5 minutes, let alone 10. Halis gets out and says that the bandits will be here soon, actually. He sees some of them right now. A tight-knit bunch, it seems. Thankfully, the weather is pretty nice today, allowing him a clear view. With his gun, he shoots directly at the enemy, making Luca realize something. It wasn't that he did not prepare. He let himself be bait, because he was confident in his abilities. After the bullet falls, Halis notes that he expected more to die from that. But no matter, they will be able to identify them in about 20-something seconds. He lets out another shot, and judging by the distance, they are outside their vision range. So how is Halis aiming dead on? He asks if he's using a satellite, which he confirms. He is Chief Centurion. He is allowed to use a military satellite. Utilizing such equipment requires tremendous computing power since he can do that on his own. He is literally a tactical weapon. Is this the power of the Chief Centurion? Suddenly, a bullet flies right next to Luca, and the rebels charge in. The dog of Krathia will die today. They will ignore the brat and focus only on him. A sniper takes aim and shoots at Halis, who just smiles and sidesteps it. He will handle the big-looking ones, while he just tries his best to survive. Luca doesn't feel confident about those orders, but Halis tells him if he wishes to reach new heights, then he will learn to produce great things from vague orders. He will be able to rise above the rest with that, because the world is full of fools. Luca begins blasting as he wonders what he means, supporting Halis, who has enough force to slash an armored soldier wide open. He charges into the rest, killing them easily with a bunch of hidden attacks, shocking Luca. While Halis told him to observe, this situation is making it hard to do so. These guys aren't even worried about friendly fire. They will shoot through their friends if it allows them victory. He dashes away from his target and uses his mechanical eye to detect the shooters. He takes one down as a melee warrior charges in. The other guy shoots, making Luca throw his gun away and move in for a powerful strike. This should leave the melee warrior open for the bullet, but he dodges without even looking at it. Now he understands why this is called the combat method of rebels. The fact that he can fight him with no cybernetics means that he can use the Archie's combat method, but they are different. He can try doing something else and take his chances, but there's no need. Such a fool is easily taken out by an elite soldier like him. He lost focus the moment he grabbed his arm. A skilled user would have cut their arm off immediately to avoid this. He looks at the body of the one he defeated, and back at Halis, who seems to be done. Luca asks if it's over, and Halis notes that Rick Kaiser was on standby just around the corner. He was planning to jump in if he sustained some type of injury. Luca wonders if they shouldn't just set a trap for him, and even though Halis agrees that they could kill him, this would not destroy Nemesis, and also put Barbara's life in danger, debilitating all of their efforts. Besides, he cannot have this operation planned by the higher-ups to fail, as he's considered disposable too. This hits Luca like a truck. Even the Chief Centurion is like this. He asks if there's anyone in the Empire who is not irreplaceable, and Halis only points above, as he already knows full well who he is. Luca understands when it comes to protecting His Majesty, it does not matter how many people like them die. If that is the case, what is the point in all of this struggle, if he will always be nothing more than a pawn in the Empire's games? After Luca returns, he realizes that the news of him becoming a Custoria has spread. Some are glad to see him rise, while others think that this was a miracle that pushed him up the ladder. However, Luca doesn't know what to think anymore. His motive to go under Halis's wing was that he would no longer be considered disposable, but now he realizes that this was a fool's errand. He even has this mission of investigating Inhuman. Soon, he will pay the price for joining this family. So for now, he must prepare. He begins training thoroughly, before mechanically enhancing his body even further, removing all resemblance of flesh from his hands. Now that his trainee days have subsided to a single year, it's time for him to head to the lower sector. After that, he will be able to make his wish of becoming an official Imperial Guard true. But honestly, is that really what he wants anymore? After he returns to the break room, he overhears two trainees talk about Ile, as he did not seem the type to do such a thing. Perhaps he was hiding his intentions with that smile. Luca asks them what happened, so they explain that Ile crippled his brother, making him the likely successor to the family. He should be taking a psych exam as they speak. Luca is naturally surprised, and waits for him at his dorm, wondering how he crippled his own brother. Was this the same guy that was so uninterested in the family succession? He likely can't forget the death of Lillian after all. He tried so desperately to save her, to no avail. He killed her with his own hands too. God knows what that did to his brain. Eventually, Ile arrives. He seems like a whole new man, but his eyes are the same. He didn't expect to see Luca here, or perhaps, should he call him Lucais now? Luca tells him to keep it simple, which Ile understands. They will talk after he drops his bag. Even if he doesn't say it, Luca is glad to see him. They go to a more secluded area, and Luca expresses his surprise at him beating up his brother. Ile notes that it was an official duel with all proper procedures. His brother's always been a simple guy, so he's weak to provocation. Luca really wants to know how he got him so mad, so Ile explains that he just hooked up with his girlfriend. Honestly, she jumped ship easily, probably because he has better looks. Luca can't believe his best friend is a piece of crap, and Ile asks about him. He knows a family so prestigious wouldn't let him in for free, especially the Custorias. Luca explains that his life was always one mistake away. Nothing has changed now. Ile notes that everyone stumbles from time to time, but even if it is so, Luca knows he cannot stop moving forward, no matter what. After a bit of pondering, Ile tells Luca that he has decided not to run away, not because of some woman, but it's more logical to become the next patriarch if he wants to fix the family. If he has issues with the Empire, then he just needs to climb up and fix them. Luca knows he's always been capable, so he's sure that he can do it if he really wants to. He has no desire to stop him, especially since he's in no opposition to advising anyone about life now. He welcomes Ile back. He will have to try twice as hard as he will if he wants to become the next family head, but Ile guesses that is true for him too. If that's the case, why don't they try 4 times as hard, together? Luca looks at his hand and says that he's right as he grabs it, since all that he can do now is live with his decisions and keep moving forward. Ile was a man of his word, as he immediately volunteered for the native animal cleansing mission on Novus, while Luca finally decided to take the plunge in the dark part of town, where he immediately decided to call Gabriel, while a bum tries to go behind him and steal his gun. Almost immediately, Luca destroys his arm, causing the bum to run away. Luca likes to see them scurrying away like this, but Gabriel does not seem to be picking up. He goes back to his last location and finds him extremely injured, but somehow, he's not dead just yet. Before coming to this place, Luca grabs some new weaponry from a masterful blacksmith, which was perfect for his prosthetics. Although the horsepower could be lessened, Luca was surprised that he saw his intentions of the design perfectly, as expected of a master craftsman. This certainly exceeded his expectations. The blacksmith named the blade Cruxus, which means something like calamity in the old tongue, and the handgun is named Ruina, which is destruction. They are both beautiful ladies, so he needs to treat them with respect. Luca promised to look after them, and with that, the blacksmith left him to his own devices. Luca geared up like this because he might have to fight people stronger than him. At the moment, he needs some kind of variable while using the Archie's combat. Even just once would suffice, and these 2 new toys will certainly do the trick. After he gets Gabriel to a hospital, he's diagnosed with 2 shots to the chest and stomach, meaning that whoever shot wasn't trying to kill him. He asks what happened, and Gabriel notes that it was like a warning. Something is happening in this place, as everyone is expanding their forces. Luca knows he's not a part of a gang, so why the hostility? Gabriel tells him that it doesn't make him exempt. When a turf war like this starts, anyone not on their side becomes an enemy. They just shot him and told him to leave, but he doesn't have a clue as to who those bastards are. Luca wonders why he doesn't join a gang. Looking at his state, he doubts he will last that long like this. Gabriel would rather die than work for that sort of trash. But what brought him here anyway? He hasn't seen him in months. Luca explains that he had some business to take care of, and he will visit around the same time tomorrow. He should take the strongest painkillers they got and stand by for his instruction. Gabriel tries to tell him that he just had surgery, but Luca doesn't listen, leaving him to scream alone. Luca saw the guards guarding the hospital, meaning that Gabriel will be safe. From what Inhuman told him, it seems that he is quite close to the Colosseum manager. If he can find out what Inhuman did in his time here, he might be able to get a clue. But just what could he have been doing in this place? There's no place for dreams here, no place to live. So what did he do? Suddenly, he sees that he walked to his hometown out of habit while he was thinking. So he goes to his old orphanage, only to see the director is still embezzling food. The younger ones seem happy, but the older kids know what the director is doing. But there is nothing the weak can do. The world will not change, even if he is to interfere. It will only make the kids feel full for a few months. After that, things will go back to the usual order. Still, Luca decides to approach. He has gotten soft, but something in him wants revenge. The buyer tries to pull a gun on him, but Luca simply catches the incoming bullet and crushes it. This causes the buyer to back out of the deal, and the director recognizes Luca, who punches him in the jaw almost immediately. He would really like to know why he's doing this crap, as he already made tons of money. The director explains that he was always nice to him. He even made sure to allocate him more food. Luca knows that is why he hasn't snapped his neck just yet. The director begins apologizing with tears in his eyes. He just wants to know what he did wrong so he can apologize properly. Luca explains that he's here to visit. The sight of him just pisses him off. He doesn't care about an apology. With this in mind, the director vows to never do this again. Nobody has even been there to punish him until now, but he'll change his ways. Luca looks at the kids and punches the director one last time, noting that he should feed them well tomorrow. The next day comes, and Luca is accompanied by Gabriel, who is still in pain, but Luca tells him to act his size even though he was shot. He probably would have kicked him now, but he can resist since he slept well. He has to admit, beating up someone he hated felt really good. Is this what Halis recommended? They go to the Colosseum, with the guard surprised to see Gabriel up so early, especially since he got shot, but he has no matches planned for today. Gabriel explains that they are here to see Aleph. More specifically, he's that good boy guy. He did a few matches back then. The guard recognizes him as the one who beat him. That was a pretty fun show. With this, they are sent to Aleph, who is glad to see Gabriel is doing fine. Luca is surprised everyone is so worried about him, but Gabriel notes that this is the reason he survived so long. Aleph also greets Luca and asks if his teacher is not here today. Luca explains that he just wants to talk, alone, without his men. Aleph notes that he's not that great at fighting and needs some safety measures as such. Luca tells him that those two goons behind him will not help. They are like target dummies. Aleph advises him not to act so tough because he knows how to fight. He respects his teacher, but that doesn't mean he will ignore this rudeness. Luca is just asking him to obey, causing Aleph to snap his cigarette and his men to aim their guns at him. Luca waits for this and tells Gabriel to shut the door. He immediately goes to do just that while deflecting the bullets, as Luca grabs the ceiling and smiles at the ones below him. Gabriel tells him to stop playing around, so he dashes below and makes the fearful guards shoot each other, enjoying their pain. Aleph admits that he was right about them not being of much use. He really needs new guards. Later they go to Gilda for a checkup, where Gabriel notes that his implants always ache while it rains. Gilda guesses that he's not up to date on his regular waterproofing treatments, but he doesn't even know what that is. Luca made a deal with Aleph, and it wasn't bad either. The Custoria name really holds its weight though. Aleph looked further into him and realized he was an Imperial Guard trainee, and the son of the chief centurion too, allowing him to take more risks. Luca wanted one simple thing from him: info about a man that his master told him about in the past, the previous Colosseum manager Tora. He wants every last detail about him. Aleph wanted to be appointed as his aide in return, as he receives that right once he becomes of age in a year. Until then, he said that he would prove his worth with the results, and it seems that he has delivered quickly, giving him one more step toward finding Kinuan's secrets. Before he can think more, he hears Gabriel screaming that his implants are already waterproof, but Gilda tells him that it will erode with time, especially if they are drenched in the acid rain from the outside. He should at least undergo waterproofing twice a year. Gabriel tells her it's too expensive. He's been fine without it. Luca can't relax with all the bickering going around him, so he hands Gilda a card and tells her to overhaul Gabriel's implants, including the waterproofing. Gilda is glad someone understands her, but Gabriel believes she's just scamming him. She hopes he likes those cookies, as she baked them herself, even though she used an industrial furnace. Luca won't say it, but he did quite enjoy them. Luca looks at the report Aleph gave him, and finds out that when he took over, Tora's main men were either killed or missing, with not much information about them. However, one of them survived, Ken Noma, who is now in a psychiatric hospital. As they go there though, they get attacked once again, with Luca not being surprised, but Gabriel sure is angry. Luca hopes he really isn't hiding anything from him. The guy who fired at them had gang-affiliated clothes. Is that not related to his wounds? Gabriel really hasn't a clue as to why they are out for him. How did he even pick that up? Luca guesses he would have realized if he was hiding something, but nobody should be aware of where they're going. Suddenly, one of the gangsters talks with Gabriel, noting that he decided to join Aleph. He ignored their previous warning. Gabriel denies such a thing, but they saw him go to Aleph's office immediately after he was shot. Does he think of them as dumb? Luca guessed this, but he just needs to find out why they are targeting him. He asks Gabriel for a spare, even if he has one of his own. His gun is not meant to keep people alive. Gabriel hands him one, and one of the guards slips up, noting that Big Sis told them to give him his regards. Luca shoots at the cover they are under to get a better idea of where to shoot, and relaxes, as one of them shoots a huge bullet. Luca destroys it with one of his own, and immediately incapacitates everyone. Gabriel seems to know about this Big Sis, and their chauffeur notes that the security personnel will arrive shortly, but Luca tells him the situation is already over. He really needs to hire new security personnel. Gabriel goes to the gangsters and asks if they are talking about Martine from La Vie en Rose. She's doing all this over him not joining. The gangster calls him a dumbass. It's obvious she likes him. This shocks both Luca and Gabriel, who don't get it, as she wanted to hire him as her executive bodyguard. The gangster says it's the same thing. And he told her he didn't want to be affiliated with anyone, so that's why she couldn't let it go when he went to join Aleph. In fact, she loves him a lot. Her whole plan was to get him injured and treat him to joining. Luca tells the gangster that Gabriel will visit soon, with Gabriel not knowing why he decided that for him. But Luca just doesn't want to deal with more attacks, as women do not let go of grudges easily. Luca certainly did not expect this turn of events, but he would be lying if he said he was not interested. Eventually, they arrive at the mental institution, where they find Ken Noma, a shell of his former self. They try to talk with him, but he can only repeat Luca's name and not really answer any questions. Luca guesses he was tortured badly. He was hoping they could talk, but he will not find a single thing about Inhuman if he's like this. Gabriel thinks the same. This guy is already dead, but Luca does not give up yet, as he can try the temporary nerve damage treatment used by the Imperial Guard. He read that this guy was good with close-range weapons, especially knives. With that in mind, he hands him a knife and strikes, only for Ken to block, activating something within him that frees his mind of the blockage he had before. He begins talking, noting that this feels like he just awoke from a long sleep, and it seems that he is here to interrogate him, right? Luca knows he must keep his brain active, so he attacks as he continues his questions, asking about someone close to Tora. Ken guesses who he's talking about, but why should he tell him anything? Luca promises to get him out of the hospital and notes that Gabriel has a spare room at his place. He doesn't want to become a babysitter, but Luca notes that it's only for a few days, and he should also find a secure hideout with trustworthy people in that time. From now on, they are going to start a gang, with him as the boss. Gabriel is naturally taken aback by this, and asks what he's talking about, but Luca gives him the option to not do it. He will just have to find someone else. They need people who can act as hands and feet on this lower sector. Gabriel alone is not enough anymore. They need an organized group, something which Inhuman likely did. Ken can already feel himself slipping, so he suggests they begin talking. After doing that, Luca thinks of himself as foolish. Ken said Tora had a longtime friend and benefactor. He was not involved in public affairs, so only someone as close as Ken knew of him. Just like how he's using Gabriel now, Inhuman also used Tora to form a gang. He gathered the local followers in the lower floors for off-the-book missions and created his own troops. Is he just retracing Inhuman's steps at this point? He still can't quite see the truth, though, which is strange. He goes to the database room, and it is as he thought. The timing of Inhuman becoming an instructor overlaps with Tora's defeat. However, the purpose and reasoning behind Inhuman's actions are not clear yet. He will need to focus on Ken's rehab. If he walks away after this mission, Gabriel will eventually fail because of the ever-growing gang, just like Tora, who was left to die. It's not like Inhuman did anything wrong, though. If anything, Tora's passive success was only thanks to Inhuman. He maintained a balance among their interests and secured personal safe zones for himself, one that allowed him to not fear expendability. He was the strongest and most cunning individual amongst everyone. Only by not losing one's path in this chaos can one survive. That is why he comes with this question directly to Inhuman. Just who is he? He congratulates Luca, who has now completed the basics of Archi's Victima. Luca now understands the person he always yearned to become was someone like Inhuman. They go to the physical training center, and as Inhuman drinks his tea, he tells Luca not to expect to get close to Mista so quickly. Luca doesn't know what that is, so Inhuman explains that it refers to someone who has reached a level of Archi's Victima where he can teach others. In the past, the hierarchy of this technique was divided into multiple tiers. Now, even the lineage has turned to dust, so distinction is meaningless. Luca guesses that he didn't call him here to watch him drink tea, but Inhuman knows he yearns to beat him up. Luca apologizes. He's got a bad temper after all. Inhuman actually likes that about him, and learning through experience is faster than through words. That's the golden rule. Luca knows no matter how skilled he may be in this technique, physical limitations still hold him back. His body is not battle-worthy, so there's no chance he can beat him. Unfortunately, Inhuman has upgraded too, and advises him to cover his head and torso. Luca is amazed. The handling and weight should feel completely different than a normal arm, but he still holds it the same. He can't believe he's using such a high-output body with a damaged neural system. He's risking himself here, and he will use this chance to really fight him. He gets into position, giving it his all, but even with that, he still loses. Even a fully powered strike was completely blocked with a single palm. Condition-wise, he had the advantage, but Inhuman still won. Luca seriously asks if he can see the future, but he notes that he wouldn't be going through this if he could. Archi's combat arts are something one steals and learns. Until now, he has learned to expand his perception and change how he sees the world, but his brain still is not using its full resources. He must learn to do so. They will continue the next session later. He can wait outside now. Luca sees his shaking, the same shaking that took over Ken's mind, and knows that if he can't learn it himself, then he's not qualified to learn it at all. It's harsh, but he still lends Inhuman a shoulder, which he gladly accepts. Luca finds it weird. The one who knows everything is right next to him, but he doesn't say a thing. But he probably wouldn't believe it anyway, since Inhuman and he both know that to maintain deep connections, emotional distance is necessary. As he carried him to his office, they exchanged in some meaningless chit-chat. They shared a fragile bond, one that Luca finds bitter, because one day they will have to cut each other off. Even if he is a soldier, even if he is basically a spy, he hopes that he will not have to carry the burden of ending Inhuman. After that, Luca goes to check on Gabriel to see how the recruiting is going, but only finds a bunch of drunks who are loading up on booze. He explains that these are the type of people who would do anything for money, but Luca thought he told him to bring in useful people, not drunks. Gabriel tried, but it's way too hard to find decent people in these parts. Even these bastards are decent compared to most. Luca lets it go and asks what he did about Ken Noma. So Gabriel explains that he got a room at the back of the second floor. He busted out all his cash to get him out of the hospital, among other things. Luca hands him a bunch more and tells him not to spend it all at once. Gabriel asks how he should introduce him to these guys, but Luca only wants to be recognized as a sponsor, besides obviously telling them to do their jobs. He goes to Ken, with Gabriel explaining that his name should still be on the hospital visit, and nobody will notice unless he's got a visitor, although the paid-off guards and nurses will not allow that. Luca is glad he's doing good, and injects Ken with something, making him shudder and coil. Luca throws a knife at him, and asks if he recognizes him. Ken simply gets up, and confirms as such, he is someone he can trust. Luca notes that it's time to begin his rehabilitation if that's the case, and they immediately engage in a knife battle, which they both enjoy. With Luca noticing his moves, he must have been something before he was crippled. Luca pushes him on the bed, and Ken asks what he did to him to make his head so clear. Luca notes it was just a cocktail of drugs, but putting that aside, he's trying to track down the man who sponsored Tora. He wants to know why he came down to the lower levels and the reason he supported Tora in the first place. Ken asks for a cig, but when he's denied, he asks for a drink at least. He sees Luca as the soldier type, but anyhow, what he can remember is Tora called that man Noel. Looking back, everything felt out of place. Tora was a good man, but he was not suited for taking over and running a coliseum. It must have been thanks to that other guy. Luca asks if there's anything else, and Ken reveals the profits from the coliseum were routed. Before he can tell to whom, he has a favor to ask about Aleph, which Luca knows. He cannot continue without getting his revenge, but Luca notes that he and Aleph are on cooperating terms. Ken is not asking for direct help, just for him to look the other way, but Luca doesn't know. He's currently under their protection. In order to get revenge, he would have to leave this place first. Ken notes that there's no need for threats. He keeps his promises, unlike that dog, Aleph. Luca has nothing to base that on, and whether he trusts someone or not is for him to judge. Suddenly Ken tells him about Roha's old logs. He should look for businesses that start with the letter B in Tora's old logs. Aleph should have it, and the money that flowed through there should have gone to Noel. Suddenly they all hear screaming from outside, and rush back, only to see a woman who has put all their men on the ground, noting to Gabriel that he should educate them better, especially to ladies from La Vie en Rose. Luca knows that name, but they are more impatient than expected. Do they want Gabriel that much? The woman told them not to be late, but Luca simply approaches and pushes her back, as he knows he was late. But she quite literally barged in here. Does she get how ironic it is to lecture someone on ethics? The woman admits that's on him, and Luca tells the guys who are conscious to guard the place, and not drink while on the job. He and Gabriel arrive at the La Vie en Rose territory, a gang created by women to protect themselves. Gabriel also knows that most members are born here, or don't have a place to go, and to gain the support of the members, the boss needs to be a female too. Luca notes that their boss, Martina, likes him. Have they met before? Gabriel tells him that he only saw her face a few times. He used to be a bouncer for them as a side hustle, but he's quite the man, so he gets why she would be interested. Luca knows that if this goes on, Gabriel will either be hired or killed by Martine, but that cannot happen, as Aleph will sell him out the moment he no longer deems him useful, so Gabriel is irreplaceable. They eventually arrive at the Clear Sea Pavilion, where they climb up a set of stairs, and their escort tells Gabriel not to deny their boss this time, or this will be the last time he can refuse something. As they enter, a heavy miasma enters their nostrils, and someone points a gun at Luca's head, but he immediately kills her, realizing that this mist is to dampen their senses. He advises them not to move a single muscle. If he detects any movement, he will kill them. One of the men flings his weapon forward, but Luca grabs the nearby gun and ends him immediately. Before he can kill anymore, Martina arrives, wondering who instructed them to be so rude to their guests. The woman who brought them here apologizes, as she's the one who did it. but Gabriel notes that this is more than rudeness. They tried to pop them. Luca tells him to relax, as they are here to talk. He knows Martina is shifting the blame to someone else when she clearly was the one who did this, but if he keeps pushing, it could jeopardize the mission. She apologizes for her underling's actions, but also wants to know his name. Luca introduces himself, and Martina notes that he doesn't seem to be from the lower sectors. Why is he interfering in their matters? Luca tells her that it's his business, but she tells him that this is not how the lower sector works, especially the La Vie en Rose. She will warn him now that he is not safe here, even if he's a noble. Luca just laughs. A couple of dirty rats huddle together and think they can achieve something. Martina hardens her gaze, but her assistant tells her something, and Martina finally tells them to follow. She is frank about what she wants. For Gabriel to become her lover, meaning that he will obviously join them. Luca knows that facial surgery is easy to get these days, but a woman of this caliber is after Gabriel? He defends himself, noting that he works for himself. But Martina is curious about this young man, if that's the case. Luca explains he's more of a sponsor, and Gabriel likes that he's not his boss. Luca tells him to hook up with her for a bit, as it doesn't seem to be intending on harming him. Gabriel is still unsure, as that woman is older than him, older than his dead grandma in fact. Luca tells him that it's the outside that counts, but Gabriel won't budge, leaving him to note that since Gabriel has his own organization, he cannot join theirs. Martina notes that he doesn't understand how things go around here, if he's planning on forming a new gang, and Luca agrees, but Aleph sure does. So they agreed to stay on friendly terms with them. It won't be hard for Gabriel's gang to take root, no? Martina tells him that she's never let a man she wanted go before, but Luca believes there's a first time for everything, and there's probably not a lot of new things she can discover since she's so old, right? Martina tells him that she could do more than he can imagine. Won't he stay with her? Gabriel looks away, leaving Martina to give up, but they should talk business. Since they are trying to form a gang, she has no intention of making an enemy out of someone with his skills and guts. Gabriel tells her to wait a moment. He thought she loved him, but Martina just explains that she has a thing for ugly men. In fact, she has some pretty dark fantasies about them that leave Gabriel and Luca speechless. He thinks that she's the type of person who is hard to comprehend since she's so old, but he would like to talk business, at least. After that, he goes to Aleph with the accounting book, and he's also impressed that he already finished his talk with La Vie en Rose. After talking business, Luca went to Aleph with her underling, and a rumor was spread that Gabriel's gang has the backing of two of the most powerful gangs out there. That's sure to keep bad apples away and potentially bring in some much-needed new talent. Luca orders Aleph to search Tora's old book for anything interesting and leaves, with Martina's assistant asking if he trusts Aleph. Luca doesn't, so she recommends that he join up with them, but Luca doesn't trust her boss either. She's fickle and unpredictable. This is evidenced by the fact that she sent her own assistant, Grace, a former Imperial Guard trainee, to keep track of him like this. Luca doesn't like this, but Grace is a valuable asset, much better than the crackheads Gabriel brought. She also offered a patrolling job in their territory, which is a good job for them. Grace asks if he's from a noble family of soldiers. She never expected to lose easily to someone who is not an adult. Luca is surprised she's so confident for an Imperial Guard reject, but she did not quit because of her capability. Luca asks what it was, but Grace doesn't think they are close enough to share personal stories. Luca agrees, so she can go home now, as they are done. Grace notes that she has orders to guard him until he gets to his office, but Luca tells her not to kid herself, so she apologizes and leaves. He goes to an alley and thinks on what he got. Ken said that he had to find a company that starts with B in Tora's book. The money flowing there would have gone to Noel or Kinuan. They've all been shut down a long time ago though, and he has no way of tracking down companies that close down. Databases on the lower sectors are often corrupted, and Kinuan would have spread false leads too, so he needs access to a more proper database. That's when he thinks of the Empire's upper network, so he calls Nikolaos, who immediately asks what he needs. Luca wants access to the Empire's central database, as he had a feeling he would have it. Nicholas does, as an official of the Empire, but can't give it to him. Luca wants him to look into a few ghost companies, but Nikolaos asks for him to assist in strengthening his position in the family, which Luca agrees with. Nikolaos then asks for the list, as he will finish in a couple of hours. Luca promises to repay the debt, but Nikolaos says they are brothers, so this much is fine. Luca knows he's capable, and that he will probably repay this favor back with interest, but he had to take care of it. As he goes back to his apartment, Luca thinks of all that he has brought together, but his brain is refusing to work anymore since he barely got any sleep these days, so he immediately falls into his bed and falls asleep, hoping that nobody bothers him. As he rests, Nikolaos' findings await him, advancing his research. Upon getting back to his usual routine, Luca looks at the trainee mission records, only to find Ile plastered everywhere. signaling that he's been on a lot of missions while he was gone. He even volunteered for non-mandatory ones, probably why they didn't run into each other at all. He thinks of him and guesses he could have visited by now, but he can always find him anyway, and since he's resting now, he might be free. Before he can think of it more, one of the trainees greets him and notes that Ile is running wild. Most say he might hit the record for most missions since becoming a trainee. They don't know why he's doing this, but at this rate, he will lose his top spot to Ile. Luca doesn't really care, but then the trainee wonders why he's so full of himself. Because he joined the Custoria family? Well, she would be really relaxed too if she were in the family of the chief centurion. Luca can't believe how clueless she is. It's much easier to just pull the trigger according to orders, not having to judge whom's on one's side or not. But he needs to do all that on his own, in a situation where he cannot know who to trust, and suppress his desire to just quit all of this. Sometimes he misses the past, but this angers him, as this is the path he picked. He cannot back down now. The moment he falters, that's when he'll die. Once he solves all these problems, he can become just like them, like Kinuan or Hylas. Seeing him so coiled, the trainee apologizes. She wasn't trying to talk him down. She knows better than most that his skills are deserving of his position, but he hasn't been around lately. That's all. Luca knows this apology comes from the power he now holds. Prestige and power, things he has always dreamed of. It all starts with this small perk of even children of nobility having to bow down to him. He taps her shoulder and notes that he just hasn't slept, as being a noble kid is not easy at all. He goes to the personal repair room and goes to Ile's room, where he's getting some much-needed repairs. It seems he's been through quite a lot. Luca notes that he's been going all out, but Ile feels like this is nothing compared to the old him. He needs to work hard if he wants to catch up like this. Luca has realized too that he may be weaker than the current Ile, but he hasn't been just doing nothing, although it's far from real combat. He should spend some time thinking about the next stage of the Archie's fighting method too. Ile thinks it's great that the great Luca made time to visit him. Being friends pays off, doesn't it? Luca tells him to buzz off, and Ile tells him to follow, as he will show him his spoils of war. They go deeper where he stored a mechanical beast, an animal discovered on planet Novus. It's made of pure metal and gears, and capturing one alive is quite tricky due to their electromagnetic field. Luca asks what these beasts have to do with arcane civilizations, with Ile noting that nothing's confirmed, but it's likely that they are related. Mechanical beasts just happen to be made of metal, but their structures are as complex as real organs. They still don't have a clue on how it works, but he heard they can even reproduce and grow. Luca sees how much Ile is glowing when explaining this, just like in the past, although they've both changed now. He asks one of the scientists if this can be tamed, and since she can't give a definitive answer, she can only say it's unprecedented. After that, they go back to the surface, and Luca asks what's going to happen to that beast. Ile tells him that this was probably the last chance they had to look at it. It's going to be transported to the research department directly operating under the palace, and Luca guesses it's going to stay there. Ile just smiles and gives him his second spoils of war, a knife given to commander-level equation warriors, Graken Boot. He heard it's made from the bone of a native animal on their home planet, and apparently, that animal is extinct, making this even rarer. Luca notes that it looks more ceremonial than combat-worthy. It's just made of bone after all. Ile tells him to hold it tight and strikes it hard, causing the knife to chip. But just as it chips, so does it recover with weird magics. Ile notes that this is his gift to him, a celebration of his rise to the Custoria family. Additionally, Grockenboot is a phrase from the equation tongue. It has something to do with immortality, although more specifically, it's called Forever White. Luca can't know if he's just messing with him or something, but he will cherish this gift and use it well. After going back to his place and taking a shower, Luca looks at his new blade, Forever White. All things come to an end though. In a universe that is destined to cease, their entire lives are a single speck, insignificant, but they still dream of eternity. This prestige, this life, and this relationship of theirs will continue to last forever. He's being more sentimental than usual, but it can't be helped, as this is his first sincere gift. After a bit of waiting, he checks the files Nikolaos sent him, and he's impressed. He even researched whether the owners of the ghost companies were real or not. Gathering something like this would have taken him years, probably. He also left a PS, stating that he can almost see where the funds are going, and that he will update it in a few days. He's probably working so hard because he knows he will pay him back in the future, as he keeps his promises. And if he were to somehow become the next family head, Nikolaos would be an amazing advisor, but he's getting ahead of himself. He can put this off until Nikolaos sends him more info, but just as he gets up, the sound caused by the rain seems to deafen him, as he reads a notice of death. Nikolaos Custoria is officially dead. His funeral happens to be on a rainy day. His son is still crying, but most stand silent. An aerial vehicle crashed on top of him as he was returning home. They are currently investigating how it happened, but it's clear as day that it was because of his request. The timing is too specific to be a coincidence. If he died because of him, he must have unearthed something he wasn't supposed to. Information that could cause even a high-ranked official to be killed off. The destination of the funds from the ghost companies, that's his only guess to all this. But how can such info be so dangerous? If he's wrong about this, then he can at least rid himself of this seething guilt. It was an unfortunate incident, perhaps, or something planned by Joel. As the rain continues to pour down, Luca walks away, looking at Halis at the same time. He knows that he has to report everything to him, as Nikolaos could have died because of his request, and if Inhuman had something to do with it, then Halis will definitely do something about it. Before he can think of anything else, Giselle grabs his hand. As they need to talk, they go under a tree, and she says that this doesn't make sense. Nikolaos shouldn't have died right now, and it probably wasn't Joel's doing either. Luca is kind of saddened that she's more curious than distraught, but Nikolaos was willing to use his own kid as a tool, so family doesn't mean much to them. He can also see that she's trying to tell his thoughts through his expression, but unfortunately for her, when it comes to hiding emotions, he's 2 steps ahead. He notes that he would have told her if he knew, but what's her plan from now on, as all her relatives are jumping ship to Joel? Giselle says he should be worried too, as he embarrassed Joel recently. Luca tells her that if Joel can screw him over with his skills, he deserves it, but shuts her up immediately when she tries to speak, as Joel wants in on the conversation they seem to be enjoying. Luca says it's not much, just asking about funeral matters since he's not versed in it. Joel agrees that he should ask them if he doesn't know something. They are eager to help, aren't they? He drops the facade and tells them that if they are plotting something funny, they should scrap it, as he's generous enough to forgive everything that's happened. Giselle tells him to shut it, as they are at their brother's funeral, but he finds it funny that she's saying that when they came here to plot. Luca also has something to say. Unlike his brother, he's a soldier, so if he wins, it's purely a matter of skills. Joel is about to jump him, and probably die in the process, but the family butler calls Luca over. As Hylas has summoned him, Joel is forced to let him go, but he will not forget what happened today. After he goes inside, Hylas tells him to not tease Joel too much, but Luca was ticked off. Did he call him here because he was worried about a fight or something? Hylas says it's not it, and urges him to close the door tight. The moment Luca does that, Hylas teleports next to him and asks why his son died. Luca's heart almost stops. He didn't even notice his approach. He doesn't know about this man, but if he lies, he will die. He tells him everything, about Torah, about him tracking his books and asking Nikolaos for help. Luca understands that he's mad. No matter how cold-blooded he is, he just lost his son, his eldest in fact. He died at the hands of someone he'd been suspicious about for a long time, but he can't say for sure who's right or wrong. He explains as such to Inhuman that he doesn't have enough proof of Inhuman being behind it, but Halis trusts his perspective here. He has no reason to not believe in his ability of following orders. Luca promises to keep the investigation going, but Hylas tells him that he will be killed just like Nikolaos. Luca believes he can hold out, but Halis reminds him that he's a mere soldier. That is why he's in trouble, as his enemy was able to see the official records of Nikolaos, an Empire official. Luca is surprised. Is there someone out there so infiltrated in the Empire? Halis notes that it happened in the past too. They've removed the rotten part each time, but there is no end. Luca doesn't understand. They weren't from the lower sector. They had everything they wanted, yet still rebelled? Hylas feels guilty for saying this, but Nikolaos' death means they are close. With his remaining records, they will reach the destination of Kinuan's funds, and then use it to eliminate any remaining traitor. Luca thought he would be indebted to Nikolaos forever, but this is just his way of paying him back. After the funeral ended, each of them returned to their lives, but Hylas did not confront Kinuan, instead choosing to continue his work. With that, he returned to the gang office, where he sees Gabriel roughing up his men because they are drinking. He throws one of them at Luca, who immediately kicks him away. Gabriel demands to know where he was, as he's been calling a ton, but Luca tells him that there was a death in the family, causing him to back down. Luca asks what happened, so Gabriel slowly tells him that since last night, Ken Noma has gone missing. Luca thought that they had guys watching him at all times, which Gabriel did too, but when he came back to check, he was nowhere to be seen, and that dumbass was spaced out, high as a kite on drugs. Luca gives him a stare and leaves him to quiver as he goes to Ken's room, where he finally seems to realize what just happened. These bottom feeders are even worse than he expected. They really could not keep their eyes on a dying man? Gabriel asks if he was kidnapped, but Luca doesn't believe so. There are no platforms to step on outside to get through this window. If he made it through the front door, There's no reason for him to leave through the window. Did he try to contact Baldy anyway? Gabriel did, but he did not pick up. So Luca tells him to contact Vi and Rose to send out people to find both of them, and also call Aleph. Gabriel doesn't believe Vi and Rose will listen to them, but Luca knows they will once he agrees to sleep with Martina. Although that hag has one hell of a mean streak with that sort of thing. Gabriel immediately rejects the idea, but Luca reminds him that he was the one who brought those dumbasses in. Taking responsibility with one lie is already way too cheap for the likes of him, no? Gabriel relents, and Luca pushes him further, making him agree, although he heavily dislikes the idea. As he goes to call Martina, Luca gets in contact with Aleph and tells him everything, with Aleph not wanting to blame him, but he should have contacted him in advance if he wanted to do stuff like this. Luca just tells him to contact him as soon as he finds Ken, and Aleph confirms he will, although that bastard probably thinks of him as his rival now. Luca warns him to not eliminate Ken of his own volition, and Aleph notes that he owes him. They close the call and go back down, where Ken's guard begs for mercy on his knees. Luca wasn't expecting this much, but gives this hog-nosed bastard one chance. Next time, things will not end with just one eye. He has laid the seed of hate in him, hate which he can then tame with fear. Gabriel informs Luca that Vi and Rose found Baldy, more specifically, his body. They go to the crime scene, where Grace points out that he only has slashes on his neck, hitting his jugular perfectly. This was definitely done by an expert. Gabriel wonders if it was Ken, and while he's good with a knife, Luca believes he has still not recovered, so it's not him. Grace points out the nearby cameras, and they can see who entered that alley. Sure enough, Ken was chased by Baldy there, proving that he actually did it. Luca uses his analysis skill to see what happened. A fight broke out, and Baldy tried to stop Ken, but he hit his jugular at that moment, ending his life in an instant. This man really did his best. He thought he was a bottom-feeding scum, but he never backed out of this mission. He judged this man solely on his small interaction with him. He has taken on another debt, just like the one he has to settle with Nikolaos, and he promises to Orgo that his deed will not go unnoticed. He tells Gabriel that if he had any lovers or family, to take good care of them and help them out with whatever. Gabriel agrees and is surprised by how well Ken is doing. To think he could get out and wield a knife like that. Luca knows that rehab doesn't recover someone to that extent, and since he appeared debilitated, he was definitely hiding something. It seems that they also found the body of a drug dealer, with the exact same wound, proving that Ken did it. Before Luca can think about the intricacies, Aleph calls him and tells him to get here as Ken has appeared. Luca wonders if he's alone or has a few men, but he has had enough of this charade. He summons a taxi right to his feet, as they are going to find out what Ken is hiding from that dog's mouth of his. The taxi tears through the homes of people without a second thought, smashing anything that would get in the way of arriving at its destination, which it does at record speed. Gabriel and Grace were shaken by this, but Luca expected it. Black taxi drivers make a ton of enemies. The doors of the taxi don't even open until you provide payment, and nobody knows what happens if you don't. Gabriel busts the Coliseum door down, only to be met by 2 dead guards, which Luca analyzes, only to find the same jugular injury. He will go first, and Grace will not fight, as this isn't her business. She explains that her boss told her to help as much as possible, more specifically, to protect Gabriel, who would rather take a bullet now. As they walk through the hallway, which has now become a pool of blood from the countless dead, Luca finally understands why he killed that drug dealer. He plans on overdosing himself, but even if he takes this many combat stimulants, it will bring him back up to his prime at best, which is probably his current level, although he's a lot more proficient than what a lower sector gang member should be. Gabriel tells him to be careful, but Luca ignores him and sees that he did not take their guns. He's sticking to his knife, bringing him above a first-year Imperial Guard trainee with ease, meaning that Aleph is probably dead already. That's when they hear his scream, and Luca dashes through the halls, finally ending up in Aleph's office, where Ken is torturing him slowly. He gets up upon sensing Luca, as he expected him. Luca notes that he broke their promise, but Ken didn't care. He no longer needed the protection of his gang. He doesn't need any sort of help for that matter. He's here to accomplish one goal, his revenge. Luca is surprised that his mental state recovered so much, but whatever. He can't kill him if he wants his answers, so he must capture him alive. As the others come in, Luca notes that they are taking this guy in live, and that they should back away to not distract him. Gabriel tries to deny this, but Grace just hits him in his chest and tells Luca that he will guard him. Ken warns him, for his own sake, that he had better not think of capturing him alive again, as he's not the weakling from before, and rather venomous. Luca finds that to be a good thing, as he has a hyper-compressed density weapon made just for him. It's time to take Cruxus for a test run. He analyzes the area with Archies, and judging by his stance, Ken must have been really skilled before injury. Although he has his mouth open now, he's unsure of why he's doing this, but his specs are far lower than his, so he throws a piece of furniture at him and tries to strike through. Ken expected that though, so he cuts through the furniture first, and then pushes Luca back, with him realizing that he's an Archies user too. Ken is surprised he has Archies too, but Luca has finally connected the dots. He's the real old boss of the Colosseum. Tora was just a front. Ken notes that the past is whatever to him. He's only honest to his desires these days. So that's why he wants to cut him a deal. He wants an hour alone with Aleph. He can settle for that. Luca agrees if Aleph agrees, which he clearly doesn't. Ken notes that he's quite a feisty little piggy, but that's certainly more fun, isn't it? He turns back to Luca and says that it can't be helped. He still has unfinished business with this guy after all. Luca stares Ken down. He does not disagree with his claims, and it's as he thought. Inhuman was his sponsor, and Tora was a font. Now, in case Ken has direct connections to Inhuman, it's not a good idea to kill him, so he has to try hard and capture him alive. Luca charges in, but Ken notices his plan and retaliates, as he's aware that any contact with Luca's blade will shatter his. Probably figured it out when he cut straight through the metal desk. This is a deadly blade, not exactly suited for capturing people alive, but he has to try. When Ken gets close to his neck, Luca wonders if he should just kill him, letting out his aura, giving him enough time to clap back. He tries to calm himself, as he cannot let this opportunity slip. In order to take Ken alive, he needs to see further, wider, and read the full flow. Inhuman said he still had some leftover mental resources, information besides the visual signals he has no trouble seeing, but at the same time, it needs to be something that won't impact combat calculations. With that in mind, he tries to create another process of thought, which will assist his primary process, and focus on getting a wider view. First, he will simulate a three-dimensional area in his brain, then run simulations of the enemy and himself to predict his actions. If he can constantly update the parameters in the simulation to reflect real-time information, he can calculate even more possibilities faster than before. Due to this, Ken manages to nick him and even mocks him, as he didn't think he would take his eyes off his opponent. Luca hates how rusty he's gotten, but at least he's optimized his thought process. The original one will take care of the combat happening in front of him, an immediate combat calculation, thinking about the next moves. His new second process will take care of strategy, offloading the calculations needed to the combat process and getting a bigger picture. This can lead to several seconds of foresight, meaning he can capture this bastard alive. Luca tries to grab his blade, forcing Ken to dodge and allowing Luca to charge in with his blade, but Ken does the same, which Luca predicted. That move is a good choice when someone stronger than him is attempting to take him in alive, but his combat experience is much better, so he simply lets go of his sword and jumps behind Ken, who tries one final attack, but Luca easily apprehends and incapacitates him. Gabriel comes in, and Luca tells him to bring Aleph and Ken to the medical bay. Grace congratulates him on a good fight. His skills are much better than imagined. Is he perhaps an Imperial Guard trainee? Luca tells her that it isn't her business. He was guessing she was watching the fight, and it's normal to suspect such a thing. Grace promises to not report this to the boss, as this is dangerous info. Luca would be the happiest man around if he had a few subordinates like her, but lets that go and asks if Via and Rose could handle the Colosseum operations. Grace explains that it would cause dissent within, as they are gangs, but still have strict traditions and rules. The moment they step into this business, other gangs will sniff them out. Luca knows Gabriel lacks the brains to operate such a thing, and so does he. Aleph will not be able to do much either in his state, for a while at least. The Colosseum is none of his business, but he caused all of this chaos, so it's his duty to rectify it. He tells Grace to go look after Gabriel, and looks at Ken's blade. Inhuman definitely taught him Archies. They trained under the same master, and if they had the same cybernetics, this would have been a harder fight, making him want to fight him again someday, but that will not be possible. Luca grabs his sword and destroys Ken's blade, avenging Orgo's now rested soul. Afterwards, Luca sent Ken Noma to the hospital and placed him under restrained care, due to things like his overdose, lack of limbs, and his various attempts at his own life. He was not able to get information about Inhuman for now. Aleph's surgery was also a success, but the Colosseum had split into two factions between surviving high-ranking members. A gang is a group of beasts, after all, where a weak leader is exiled from the group. The remaining members will regroup and fight to be the next overseer of the Colosseum, but that is no longer his business. 3 days passed since the Ken Noma incident. Luca goes to the bar in their hideout with Gabriel, who keeps drinking his sorrows away, asking Luca if he knows what that Martina did to him. Does he even understand what it's like being that used? Gabriel slumps in his own seat, completely defeated. But Luca is just glad this juice is flavored like an apple, though he's never eaten a real one in the first place. Last night, Gabriel was dragged off by Grace like a pig being taken to the slaughter. After that, Gabriel and the boss of La Vie en Rose did you know what, making Luca not feel like he wants to finish this juice anymore. He just sweats a little, and tells him that he did some good work, and Gabriel notes he owes him big time for this. He knows he's not doing all of this just for the money, right? Luca just tells him he is actually grateful for his help, but he could show at least a little more compassion. He's freezing over here in more ways than one. Luca sighs. It feels cringy to even think about it, but what Gabriel wishes from him is friendship. He cannot do such a thing, though he needs to always be prepared to expend him, just like Inhuman did to Tora and Ken. If he grows any fonder of this guy, he will not be able to use him as a tool. Suddenly, someone approaches, with Luca knowing they don't have any guests scheduled to visit, and he sees a woman in the doorway who is none other than Giselle. She takes off her breathing mask and her cloak, noting that it smells pretty terrible in here. Luca tells her that Gabriel farted, and Gabriel asks who this woman is. She introduces herself as Luca's little sister, and Gabriel is surprised that she even has one. Why didn't he ever tell him? Luca wonders why he would need to tell him that, and Gabriel notes that he thought they were close enough for such things. Luca pushes him away and tells him to give them some time alone. Since she came all the way here, it must be something important. Gabriel leaves, going up with a barrel full of alcohol, and Giselle wonders if that guy won't eavesdrop on their conversation. Luca tells her that he's not the kind of guy to do such a thing. It's not like his hearing is good anyway. Giselle is surprised that he trusts him quite a bit, and puts something on the table. It's what father wanted him to have. She does not know what it is inside. Luca, however, does. This is the destination where the funds of the ghost companies were headed. If the enemy is a high-ranking official, even the Empire's network is not safe, seeing as how he sent his own daughter to deliver this thing. Hylas is being as cautious as he possibly can. Luca asks how things are back home, and Giselle stretches, telling him that since he's been gone, it's basically Joel's world right now. Luca sees her reaching for a bottle, and tells her that it's alcohol, and she knows, pulling her hand away. She's not going to drink juice while she's talking about something like this. She is not a kid after all, looking at his own carton of juice as she pours herself one. Luca tells her that Imperial Guard trainees are not allowed to drink alcohol, and she just scoffs. She sees how awful it is. Do lower sector people really drink stuff like this? She explains that Joel is spending all of his time at the manor, with him and father gone for so long, and everyone is moving towards him. Luca wonders what he can do about this. Unlike Joel, who is essentially an unemployed bum, he has a mission to complete. If he has problems with him, he should try to fight him himself. Giselle wishes she could, but she does not have that power. She needs to officially become an adult before she can get anything done in the first place. Then, she will be able to take people in as aides and do some of her own business. Luca thinks that this sounds an awful lot like an excuse, and Giselle notes he has a pretty massive ego, but he should stop acting like a know-it-all all the damn time. What she is trying to do isn't something one can just half-ass. She needs the legal rights of an adult. Despite Giselle drinking and laughing freely, it does put a smile on his face. She explains what she wants to do. The neural patterns will be compressed and sent to the transmitter, where it would reconstruct the original signal. It wouldn't match physical connections, but it will be much better than the shitty wireless system they have now. She tries to get up, but she slips, and Luca immediately catches her, making her blush. Not because of the alcohol this time. She pushes away, noting that she can stand up by herself, but Luca wants to walk her up to the drone patrol area. This place gets more dangerous at night after all. Giselle pulls out a handgun, telling him that she's fine. She gets high marks on her firearm classes. After all, if anyone suspicious walks up, she'll just shoot them. Luca immediately disarms her, taking out the clip from her gun, and tells her to not be stupid. One gun cannot guarantee her safety, and he cannot have something bad happen to her. With that, they exit the hideout. Giselle puts her cloak back on and she apologizes. She was planning just to deliver the chip and go right back home, but she got a little too excited, and by that she meant that she was excited to leave the house. It's her first time coming to the lower sector alone. Luca tells her that she does not need to explain herself to him. Giselle looks around left and right, almost seeing eyes in the dark alleyways, and pulls closer to Luca, clutching his arm, wondering if he really grew up in a place like this. Luca tells her that he would not go out when it was dark either. Plenty of kids never came home doing such things, and that's precisely why he is so scared. It's like a bottomless pit, and he will fall into it if he loses his grip, as he is not a real noble after all. After they get to the drone area, Luca pulls back and notes that they will see each other later. Giselle turns around a final time, wondering if she can come to hang out again sometime, with a hopeful glint in her eye, but Luca is having none of it. She should get a grip. This is not a place where she can mess around. Giselle bites her lower lip, stifling some tears, and notes that she was joking with a trembly voice. She is never going to visit this filthy place again, unless she absolutely has to. Luca lets her walk away, being well aware of her affection towards him. With how obvious her emotions are, who would not be able to tell? But he is a member of the Custoria family, at a time when the smallest mistake could threaten his position. A relationship that could cloud his judgment is unnecessary. He's seen people as smart as Ile make the wrong choices over a woman, so he can never allow himself to deepen their relationship no matter what. Just say you like guys, bro. We get it. The next day, Luca goes somewhere else, at the Akbaran outskirts in the ruined zone. Apparently, it's supposed to be somewhere around here, or that's what the info is telling him anyway, according to the data that Hylas sent him. The destination of the funds is somewhere around here, from a security operation that used to exist here before this entire area became ruined, called Dead Ronin. They often took payments in the form of relics or art besides just credits, so they offered a premium guarding service to VIPs, who prefer the untraceable nature of those alternative payment methods. The Ghost Corporation associated with the Colosseum would convert these credits into untraceable assets and do business with Dead Ronin. Sometimes they would even stick another intermediary between them to secure the trade even further, so anyone not a high-ranking official of the Empire would have had trouble recognizing that flow of money. That must be why Nikolaos wanted to do additional research. He sees a few people around stalking him, and eventually a granny approaches him too, not knowing what he is looking for, but she can definitely help with directions, of course, if he gives her sufficient payment. She tries to reach for him. Luca's eyes immediately lock on her, and he kicks her away with a bunch of thread tendrils coming from her back, revealing her true colors. She just scrambles away. Judging by her reaction speed, she must have had a ridiculous amount of illegal modifications. He intended to leave her crippled with that kick, but at least nobody will try to pick a fight with him after that. Luca continues his journey through the ruined zone, and eventually arrives at a point where Dead Ronin's office was in the past, but now it's just a gigantic hole in the ground. He looks around for a bit and curses himself before jumping into the ravine. He continues walking through it, and eventually finds a larger building than most, probably Dead Ronin's offices. He gets into it and sees something, a floor placard showing which floor it was, with it being the 9th floor. According to that sign, Dead Ronin's office should be on this floor, so he should climb up as fast as he can. He does so, and if he's honest, he doesn't expect much out of investigating their office. If an organization capable of assassinating Nikolaos were behind the Dead Ronin, they would not leave a physical trace behind unless they made a huge blunder. He will not be getting any leads, but the enemy interfering with his search is cautious as well. He arrives at the Dead Ronin doors, which are now suspended in the air, and he rips them open, thinking that this is why they wanted to erase their tracks completely. He gets into their office and looks around, taking any remaining files just in case. Eventually, though, he arrives at where the main office should be, thinking, how exactly will they stop this investigation and erase their tracks? They will kill the guy still sniffing after them. That is the most efficient way. That explains why the dust here is carrying energy particles. There is no reason they would not try to kill him when they kill Nikolaos, right? He charges up, knowing full well that the enemy will come right here to try and kill him. Suddenly, a familiar voice speaks from above, noting that it is quite nice to see him again, with Luca recognizing him immediately. That is the man who snapped his neck, who crippled Felix, Rick Kaiser. Luca's special armaments were created specifically for him. He got it from a pretty expensive crafter who told him that the gun needed to warm up before the first shot, and without coolant shells, it would overheat and be unable to fire consecutive shots. Its range is also short, but the reason it still has its merits is that it packs extreme firepower and outclasses all personal carry weapons. He unleashes a blast of this towards Rick, who naturally dodges, but this is where Luca's calculations come in. He swings his blade around behind him, grazing Rick's armor lightly, who backs away even further. It seems that he has acquired some interesting weapons. He's grown so much stronger in a short time that he is able to even break his armor. Now he is truly a genius, right? Luca thinks that, despite being his enemy, feeling complimented by this guy does not feel that bad, but he thinks he would feel even better after he kills him with his own 2 hands. Another blast is fired so hard that it can be seen even outside of the office. Luca notes that Rick's combat suit cannot handle this weapon's shock rounds, so he has no choice but to evade the blasts. Even one less option for him makes it significantly easier for him to predict his movements, however. So even if he cannot use this gun to shoot, he can at least predict where he goes. Even if he fails, Rick will not have a chance to counterattack. He must think faster. Every time the neurons carry new information to the brain, all sorts of chemicals and hormones follow. He feels his unnecessary emotions get flattened. He does not feel an ounce of mercy or fear, only the aggressiveness and desire for combat that runs through him, turning him into a machine. On top of that, His second thought process is stored with pure battle sense and logic, so it is a perfectly maintained state where he does not feel out of place. He is at his peak condition and basically thinks that this hunk of metal feels like his own flesh. Even if it's not, it's natural. This is the day when he will be going all out, no matter what. He unleashes blast after blast on Rick, forcing him to dodge, and actually manages to land his blade on him, telling him to die, as this one is for Felix. He unleashes a mighty strike right onto Rick's arm that shakes the very foundations of this already shaky building, making a hole through the wall. Rick's hand is completely and utterly cut off. Luca cannot believe how exhilarating this is. No existing drug in this world can top that one. He wonders how good it would feel if it was Rick's neck and not his arm. His brain would just melt from the accomplishment, though he is still bothered by one thing. Why is this guy not using a weapon? He does not seem like he's hiding one either. Even now, he does not pull out any weapon when he has lost his arm. That means something is going on, and sure enough, Rick tells him that he is going to show him one of his tricks as a gift for his achievements. Suddenly, without Luca's extreme eyes being able to track him, he simply disappears out of view. Luca notes he's not just moving too fast. It's like his physical form just vanished. Rick appears behind him, telling him that he will not waste words on him, saying stuff like how the Empire is not worthy of his loyalty, or how the masses cry out, or bullshit like that. He is quite a selfish person from what he's seen. Luca tries to strike, but he disappears again, knowing this feeling of unease. This is force. That's what he's using. Rick wonders, now that he's seen this, does he know he cannot let him return? He should not expect a miracle this time, as he won't let things play out as before. He is going to die this time, as he will be crushing his brain. Luca thinks that this is pretty bad. He cannot find a way out in all of the scenarios he is currently in. With him being able to teleport, he has absolutely no chance of winning. However, Rick extends his hand, wanting to give him one final choice. Will he leave as a machine or as a man? This is his final chance at redemption. Luca doesn't really know what he's talking about. All he knows is that his chances of winning are slim, and that Rick will kill him if he refuses. His loyalty towards the Empire was absolute in the past, like it was like an innocent child who believed in their parents one-sidedly. However, he has come to realize things, that the Empire isn't always right, and that there's plenty of evil within it too. Even so, the Empire accepted him. Halos accepted him. Eli is his friend, and Giselle is his family. Now there's Gabriel and Grace as well. No matter how he puts it, he is an Imperial. So with a soft, wistful smile, he forms a cross with his blade and gun. His name is Lucius Castoria, the sword and shield of the Grand Empire. Rick wonders if he will really live his life doing dirty work until he's thrown away like some kind of junk. And Luca agrees, if that is what the Empire wishes for him. Rick scratches the back of his head, letting out a sigh of disappointment, and tells Kinuan that there's his response. He knows he likes him and stuff, but this really is hopeless. Luca is shocked to see Kinuan standing above them. He already knew that he would have to face him as an enemy someday, but he hoped it would not be so soon. Kinuan lands back down, and Luca asks if he was an enemy of the Empire as well. Then is he an enemy or an ally? He does not need to know anything else from him. Kinuan does not say anything for a long time before saying that he wishes to be on his side, which is an ambiguous answer. Rick just doesn't understand why he's chosen him. Wouldn't Ilay be better with his doubts about the Empire? Kinuan tells him that Ilay is excellent, but he is not suitable for Arceus Victima. Rick wonders if that's so important, and Kinuan tells him a double agent requires the right mindset for that to be successful. Someone as suitable as Luca does not come often. He pulls out a pretty dusty armchair and sits in it, telling Luca that they should talk a lot more. He thinks they could arrive at a different conclusion than this, and Luca notes that no matter what, he will receive his answer from Kinuan today. Rick wonders if he has already made up his mind, so do they really have to? Kinuan tells him that he is going to talk with him a bit more, so he should do him a favor as a friend. Rick just coughs and steps aside for a moment. Kinuan wants to keep it short, as he needs someone to inherit his role. He does not have much time left after all. Luca tells him that he has no intention of betraying the Empire. Kinuan already knows so. Kinuan is also well aware that he is constantly in doubt about the way things are. He will become an Imperial Guard, a glorious soldier of the Empire. He will not lack prestige, power, or wealth, but in return, he will just have to become a gear in the machine. Luca tells him that it's just a matter of perspective. He won't be becoming a part of the Legion. He will be making use of it just like they would with any other cybernetics. Rick coughs, almost laughing, but Kinuan stares at him, and then tells Luca that there is no perspective to this. The Legion cannot be operated with a human brain, as all Imperial Guards in training have their humanity wiped and end up as living weapons with only logic. All of them are reborn as organic computers, one of the key parts of the Legion. He is smart, so he is sure he knows what he means, right? Luca remembers Hylas's words that he needs to remove impurities in him if he wants to last long. Luca wonders, let's say that is the case, but it is still no reason to betray the Empire, and he just needs to ensure he is not devoured by the Legion. Rick says that this is enough. Pushing himself off the wall, he notes that this guy has made up his mind, so they should wrap it up. Kinuan gets up and thinks that this is pretty unfortunate. It is a real shame. He begins walking away, passing right next to Rick, noting that it is a shame he needs to kill him right here. Putting a blade through his head and neck, he is quite disappointed. Luca is shocked, unable to hide it. As Rick's body falls down, he asks what's going on, and Kinuan explains that he can very well see that he just killed an enemy of the Empire. Luca notes he knows them well. That's not what he's asking. Kinuan takes off the faceplate of Rick's helmet and begins digging into his eye, noting that he really must have prized this treasure. Did he intend to take it with him to the grave, perhaps? Luca recognizes it as an arcane relic, and Kinuan continues. If he had accepted Rick's offer, he would have just had to kill him. He wouldn't have had to kill him himself. Instead, he would have just added him to the list of people to survey and report on him periodically. Luca wonders what is going on. Is he a double agent? He doesn't know what to trust from him, and Kinuan says that's great. It is proof that he is doing his job as a double agent pretty well. Luca wonders if it was all an act, but Kinuan asks, can he really trick someone like him and Rick with a mere act? The Empire is not perfect, and he really does believe in his criticisms, but the Empire may not be allowed to fall. It's nonsense to suggest toppling a wall for the reason that it is not perfect. Luca swallows dryly and clutches his blade, asking just who he is. Kinuan gets up and notes that there is something he needs to say first before he answers that he walked a narrow path in a world where right and wrong are obscured. He's waded through the sea of chaos, even faced death multiple times, and in a time of despair, when all hope is gone, he did not lose his internal compass. It is precisely because of that he understands the uncertainty he has experienced, and he applauds him for doing so. Even after everything, he decided to stand with the Empire. He is well aware that the Empire is not perfect, and that the world is never just black and white, but he made a choice with his own free will, and whatever he's experienced so far. Luca tries to tell him that it was not anything impressive. But Kinuan stops him, putting a hand on his head. He praises Denokratia, the guardian of many in humanity, the progenitor of the nation, and the first emperor of the Empire. He is the aide of the current emperor Eurykratia. He is the emperor's eye, his observer, and has been bestowed the rank of Arceus Domini. His words carry the order of His Majesty himself, so he should kneel right this second. Luca still doesn't know what's wrong and what's right. The upper and lower sectors, the privileged and the poor. He sees nothing but inequality everywhere he looks. However, he is sure that it is not only the Empire where things are like this. It must be an inevitability of this world, of humanity, of this entire damned universe. Kinuan puts a hand over his bowed head, noting that he was born as Luca, and now has become Lucaeus of the Castorians. In the name of the absolute imperative, he will perform the duties of the Arceus Domini. They exist nowhere yet everywhere at the same time, and Luca repeats such. With this, Kinuan tells him to arise, as he is now a young observer. The eye of the Emperor and his watchers are Arceus Domini. Their rank and existence are not left in the records. Even the Empire would never admit their existence. Luca does not know how many Arceus Domini there are, but there cannot be many. It would be tough to retain a secret if there were thousands. Maybe it's just Kinuan and him who know. Kinuan sits as the Empire has learned from the experiences of its past. A constricted society and an iron rule lead to dissent, and attempting to crush that dissent can cause things to overturn completely. Parties like Nemesis and Rick are allowed to roam free to an extent, while having their size controlled just enough so they will not harm the Empire's authority. That allows for most of the dissent to vent out. There aren't too many people who genuinely want to overthrow the Empire, though. Luca understands that all that was just to perform surveillance. It's not that the Empire is not able to deal with its internal enemies. They were just venting out the pressure before the whole barrel burst. As Luca wonders just what the extent of the Empire's power is, Kinuan tells him to remember. If people believe that things are changing for the better, their anger naturally subsides. The human brain lives off hope, not despair, a hope that things are going to get better, which allows them to push through hardship and suffering. He takes a sip of the green tea, looking down at Rick's head, noting that it may even allow them to wade through the horrors of reality. Luca now understands, so even his dangerous ideals were a part of his loyalty as an observer to the Empire. Did Rick truly hope to overrun the Empire in the first place? Kinuan tells him he should continue to pretend like he is investigating him. He should bring back Rick's corpse, which should help him with a future promotion. He'd be the Imperial Guard who has accumulated the most achievements as a trainee. Luca gets up and notes that even the chief centurion does not know about the observers. Kinuan tells him that Hylas is loyal but to a fault. Being a bit more relaxed would have made things far easier for him. Did you know that Nikolaos was going to die? Because he did. The death of Nikolaos, the eldest son of the chief centurion and a high-ranking official of the empire, was a great appeasement to the dissident parties. It basically tricked them into thinking that they really accomplished something when such a figure was assassinated. In reality, they are extremely replaceable. Either way, every one of them should be quiet for some time after his death. Luca understands, so they let Nikolaos be assassinated because it was the efficient thing to do. Was it Rick who ordered the assassination? Kinuan tells him that he is still just an apprentice observer. He cannot get every answer from him. He still stands on the boundary and could be eliminated at any point, so he should be aware of where he stands. He's grown attached to Nikolaos, but he still feels responsible. If things are convoluted, who can he really blame? Kinuan? The terrorists? Rick? Or perhaps the Empire itself? Something that he has just started to fathom. Kinuan tells him that, when the time comes, His Majesty will be calling on him. Until then, he may experience countless questions and uncertainties, but he should keep them under control and to himself. Luca is left with too much vague information. The Arceus Domini. What does this role have in connection with Arceus Victima? Perhaps its creator was Noel Mulzica, who led the first rebellion. A traitor? Is it possible that he was working for the Empire all this time? It seems that he left the underground chamber for a place where he could establish a connection, and he reported his current situation, noting that he has eliminated Rick. He encountered him while investigating the dead Ronin. As he does that, Kinuan has long left the scene. As Luca waits, he thinks about it. The observer of the Emperor, and the phantom of the Empire. He knows that he can never reveal that Kinuan was here on this day, lest his head roll off the ground. A bunch of knights gather around Rick's body as others search the entire area, but Luca is shocked at something as his information access authority is updated with the Empire's upper network being accessible to him. The knight in front of him, Ran Volteza, congratulates him on completing the mission, but Luca can see a lot more than his name, his years of service, his rank, and even further notes. Now he can view the information of every single Imperial Guard. For him to be able to see this info despite the rank being higher, means that the Watchers truly are the eye of the Emperor. The knights wonder what is wrong, but one of them notes that it is probably his adrenaline running out. His nerves must be fried right now. Luca apologizes for looking so out of it, and thinks that seeing so much foreign information is making his head spin, so he lowers the information exposure level, at least for now. He wakes up a lot later in his own bed, having slept for 16 hours straight. Understandably, considering what he went through, though he didn't think he would end up snoring in front of his superiors, who just let him sleep. However, everything just still does not feel real. Kinuan, who deceived Hylas, the chief centurion, and his friend Rick, the Empire, which controls everything through Kinuan, and the one who knows everything that's going on amidst the chaos, is the Emperor himself. It sends a shiver coursing through his body just thinking about it. If Hylas, who infiltrated Barbara into Nemesis, had no clue that Kinuan was a watcher under orders from the Emperor, just what the hell is going on? He suddenly gets a message from Hylas, assuming that he's up by now, that he should come to his office. Luca leaves for the office after preparations. Luca makes his way through the main hall, his eyes unknowingly scanning everyone. This is the world Kinuan has been seeing all of this time. Kinuan said that the Emperor would call upon him soon. Until then, he advised him to keep any questions or emotions hidden deep within him. He assured that he's advanced to a more secure position from this ordeal. But if so, just when will the time come where he can afford to stop balancing on the rope of this dangerous game? Will that ever happen at this point? He stops at Hylas's office door, and Hylas tells him to come inside. After doing so, Luca sees that his access to Hylas is denied, and Hylas tells him to sit down, as they have much to talk about. Luca guessed he couldn't access his info. That's what makes him the chief centurion after all. After he sits down, Hylas closes his monitor and wants to hear his report. After doing so, he asks if he really encountered Rick alone. Luca confirms as such. He attempted to persuade him to betray the Empire, but he refused, so they fought each other right afterward. Hylas sighs. Rick Sylvanus was a top criminal that the Empire has not managed to capture up until now. He was also an excellent Imperial Guard in the past. Luca knows what he means, but it was all thanks to Arceus combat. It was still close. If he had not learned under Kinuan all of this time, he would not have survived. Hylas wonders if he has any information about Kinuan, and Luca notes he was not able to procure anything else. Not even evidence to prove that Noel, Tora's sponsor, was actually Kinuan. Hylas understands, but as he may know, his accomplishment is undoubtedly an unexpected fortune. It is on such a level that it feels strange. Luca sweats a bit, knowing he is trying to dig into him. but he should never feel guilty for deceiving him. He would understand if he knew the truth. It's all for the sake of the Empire. Halas would also sacrifice him if it was for the future of the Empire, like he has done to so many people beforehand. As he said earlier, his victory was thanks to Arceus combat and his training as a soldier. A feat of war is not an accident that should be reprimanded, right? Hylas understands and remains silent for a moment before speaking again. As he knows, a 4th rank cross-sword medal being bestowed on a trainee is out of the ordinary, unprecedented even, though since his accomplishments say otherwise, he is sure the committee will approve it without objection. It is a boost of prestige for their family too, so they will be hosting a celebration reception. He hopes he learns how to dance back at Kradia Academy, since he will be the star of it. Soon afterward, he receives the 4th rank cross-sword medal of honor. In return for undergoing some annoying processes, he's added quite a line to his records. He also invited Ilay and the others to the reception. Most of them agreed, probably because they wouldn't want to miss out on a chance to hit on girls, and so the grand feast celebrating his accomplishments began in the capital, at the royal reception chamber. Before entering, Giselle adjusts Luca's suit, wondering if he has memorized all the names of officials and officers coming to this event. Luca tells her there's no issue with that. Giselle guesses that Joel is probably pretty anxious right now. He would have never expected a trainee to receive a 4th rank cross-sword medal. She hasn't either, if she's honest. They look at each other for a bit, and Luca notes he was just lucky, with Giselle not having taken him for a humble guy. Joel will probably bring out all of his connections and influences today, anything he can scrounge together to try and avoid being squashed out by his accomplishments, so it will certainly be a sight to see. Luca agrees in his own mind that Joel wasn't able to accomplish anything despite being in a privileged environment. He saw him pacing around anxiously earlier. A noble of the Empire can't be just average after all, especially if they have a father that is so great. Giselle looks at him as she pulls back, noting that he's not bad at all. He really looks like a rich noble kid now. Luca wondered if he hadn't always looked like that. Everyone calls him Sir when he's down at lower sectors. Giselle tells him that this is just how it is to be stuck in the middle, and Luca thanks her for what seemed to be advice. Before they can continue their conversation, Helis comes into the room, and Giselle makes her way out, only greeting each other with small bows of the head. He goes to Luca, claiming that Giselle is quite the intelligent girl, if only she had the talent to become a soldier. Luca notes that she seems to want to succeed him as head of the family, and Hylas tells him that it will be tough. She is not a soldier after all. Traditions are far more powerful than he thinks. The older the family is, the stronger they are. Even Nikolaos had trouble because of them. Luca thinks that it is better for Giselle than Joel. Joel is a soldier without a single medal at his age. Hylas tells him that he may never know what might happen. Today is a day to celebrate his accomplishments, so there is no need to be so on edge, though that alertness of his is his greatest strength after all. Before they leave though, Luca has one question. Joel and he will probably collide in the future. Regardless of what he believes, he considers him his competitor. If he wishes for his biological son to inherit his place, he should be saying it now. He should tell him that he should let Joel win. Hylas puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him that the head of the household is the one who will lead their kin and protect the family. If he has what it takes to do so, then it does not matter who he is. But neither Joel nor he quite have what it takes just yet. After all, he would give up his own life for the Custodians, right? He should try not to think of the position so casually. With that, he leaves the room, and Luca thinks that he is right, extremely so. He still considers himself an outsider. How could he make a claim to inherit his position? On the contrary, Hylas has viewed him just as he would his other children. He has assessed his ability objectively and kept him close by. Now he feels like he is the asshole for some reason. This is truly a chaotic and unpleasant night, and it hasn't even started yet. Inside the hall, chatter is naturally spread throughout. Butlers and maids are doing their best to serve everyone with absolute certainty. Luca himself is speaking with guests, but he feels himself getting more than a little bored and annoyed by their incessant talk with him, and his mouth won't stop quivering. However, Hylas puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him to withstand it, as today he is the face of the Custodians after all. With that, Hylas takes charge of the talk, with Luca wondering if he needs to endure these sorts of situations every time he wants to be a part of this family. The Hylas he saw on that battlefield seemed like a man who was ready to die for the sake of a fight, but he's been forcing himself to perform these duties in order to carry out the duty of the family head. If he wishes to be a part of this family, it seems that he must also do the same. They eventually excuse themselves out of the main hall and go to the balcony for a bit, where someone is waiting for them. Hylas introduces Luca, his son, to director Jingao, who recognizes him as the star of the reception and begins showing Hylas something. Luca looks at Jingao, the director of the 4th laboratory. He's got royal family backing him. He's one of the most important people in the entire empire. He does not have any children and has spent his entire life on research. He thinks that it is quite nice to see someone who isn't vain for once. Jingao wonders if this is not amazing. A holy stone the size of his palm can emit enough energy to power an entire spaceship for eons, maybe. Hylas shakes his head with a soft sigh. It is quite dangerous to carry around ores that are not in energy-sealing containers. But Jingao tells him not to worry. He coated it with a light energy sealant he developed. It is in liquid form, so it's pretty easy to use and versatile, though he's still working on it. So there is naturally some leakage, but a short moment of exposure will not cause any problems. Hearing this, the guests around immediately run away, and Hylas wonders, did he really bring a prototype from the lab to this place? Isn't that a national secret? If this reception were to have spies from Balato or Korra, Jingao laughs, telling him that he's far too stuck up for his age. If they can just extract energy consistently from these ores, it will basically change everything. Research will be co-developed by all 3 nations. After all, no matter what it takes, if he wants to know why, it is because he wants to see those results before he dies. He continues laughing as the fireworks blast behind him, and Luca smiles. To have such a carefree attitude, despite his importance, makes this man really strange, but not really unsightly. Hylas tells him that, seeing how full of energy he is, he will basically live another century, and Jingao coughs. He barely even has half that left. If anyone knows his body well, his brain is not like before either. Hylas knows what he means. His body isn't as good as it was in its prime every morning. Jingao understands that, but it's not exactly what he meant. He is being corrupted anyway. It was nice seeing both of them though, and suddenly a woman approaches, calling Jingao dear, and noting that she's back. The bathroom here had quite the amazing self-cleaning system, so she's sure he will love it later. Luca is shocked to see who he is seeing. Martina, the diva of La Vie en Rose. She is shocked as well. Jingao pushes past Luca and tells her not to do something so stupid ever again. He prefers it to be a little smelly rather than clean. What the fuck did I just read? Absolute freakazoid. He introduces Martina to the others, noting that she is his girlfriend. I'm not even going to say anything about where he's touching. Luca puts his drink down afterwards on a butler's plate, completely and utterly shocked. Hylas told him that he is free to do whatever he wants now, but that certainly doesn't work. How is Martina, the diva of La Vie en Rose, here? Even after using his Eye of the Watcher, he can see that she is not noble. Her age is also a lot more than he expected. But is there a reason she is playing the role of girlfriend for such an eccentric noble? People like Jingao have enough authority to bring someone from the lower sector to a party of nobles, it seems. Imagine being so skilled at his strange actions are forgiven by others. Jingao immediately walks onto the balcony, noting that he can fly, and Luca looks at it with one eye. He sees that the other partygoers are not that surprised about what he's doing, as he does that whenever he's drunk. Ile approaches him and asks how the star of the party is. Luca tells him that he is losing his shine, and Ile tells him to not be so prickly and just keep smiling. Does he know how many girls wanted to talk to him but couldn't because of his scary face? They tip glasses, and Luca asks Ile if he knows anything about Jingao. Ile naturally does. He's one of the most established experts when it comes to studying the arcane civilizations. Luca wonders if he does not have any questions to ask him, and Ile tells him that it's far too late for that. He is harder to get hold of than one might think, and he gets senselessly drunk rather quickly. Luca notes that with enough results, one can be forgiven for acting like that, and Ile tells him that he is special. Does he know something? He is allowed entry into Balato as well. Even if they are a potential enemy, he must continue to visit that place. If 2 nations collude and share the technology, it will put the other nation behind, not to mention in terms of civilian-level relations. There are plenty who visit Balato in secret, especially at the border cities. Suddenly the speakers start playing music, and Ile notes that it's time to dance, so he should find himself a pretty lady and go ahead. Luca looks around, seeing that Giselle is immediately refusing any sort of dance, and Ile has just found a random girl to dance with, leaving Luca alone. How many more receptions, he wonders, will he need to participate in to be as comfortable as they are? For now, he definitely likes a place like that, a small place, a lot more. Giselle pokes at his shoulder and notes that he can't just stand there and stare. He needs to dance too. Luca shrugs. He sucks at dancing after all. He will probably just trip over whoever he's dancing with, but Giselle tells him that it will be viewed rather negatively if the star of the reception does not dance. It would be improper manners. Luca wonders what she is implying, and rather sheepishly, she attempts to ask him for a dance. But then Martina comes around and notes that he has nobody to dance with, it seems. Would he be interested in dancing with her? Then Luca looks at her, and then at Giselle, being caught at a crossroads. "Brother, do not fumble this." The music continues playing, and Luca says nothing for a little while. He feels bad for Giselle, he really does, but he needs to talk with Martina right now. Before he can apologize, Giselle excuses herself, noting that this is great. She was going to pair him up with someone if he did not have a partner. It's good that he was able to find someone nice. Clutching her dress, she immediately walks away, not wanting to look back at all. Martina tells Luca that she had her suspicions when she heard the name of the host, but it seems that he is an even bigger fish than anticipated. Luca takes her hand and asks how she's here in the first place, and more importantly, what her relationship is with Jing Gao. Martina tells him that there is no need to try and pry it from her, and she begins dragging him away, noting that she will tell him everything. As they dance, Martina explains that the diva of La Vie en Rose has traditionally served as the romantic interest of important figures of the empire several times. To be a romantic partner of a person of political power in the empire is one of the hidden requirements to become a diva. There is a legend that the very first diva served the emperor himself too, but of course, there is no way to be sure. Luca now understands why she continued to attack him, despite knowing that he was a noble. By having ties with someone like Jing Gao, there's no need for her to fear low-ranked nobles. Incidents in the lower sector are easily covered up. She asks if that suffices as an answer, and Luca agrees, thinking that La Vie en Rose is also trying to change the twisted power structure of the lower sectors. Martina notes that since she satisfied some of his curiosities, he's supposed to satisfy some of hers. He's supposed to give a return gift for the present he received, but Luca says if it's something he can answer, then he will. Martina wonders why a man as important as the son of the chief centurion is playing around in the lower sectors. Is that some hobby of his? Luca tells her honestly that it is not hard for him to answer, but once she hears that answer, she will no longer belong to the world of the living. Jing Gao will not be able to protect her either. Plus, La Vie en Rose itself might not be safe anymore. With the wisdom she has accumulated from all these years of being alive, he is sure that what he said made some sense to her. Martina's expression darkens slightly, and she presses on his boot, noting that he should not tease women like that, though she does understand what he means. With that, they part, and he looks at her walking away, noting that the continuation of La Vie en Rose has always been her main purpose, and it always will. Luca sees this, and he smiles, noting that this is a sight to see. It's probably only possible because they are both people who would gladly give up their lives for the sake of their gang and family, respectively. Some time passes, and Luca guesses that he can consider leaving now, but before he can, he sees Giselle, who seems not to have danced at all. Her expression is rather melancholy. Before Luca can go to her, however, he sees Joel talking animatedly to Ailey, who mouths for him to help him out. Luca takes a sharp intake of breath, wondering what he should do. He looks at Giselle, who turns her eyes away and begins walking away too. Luca damns it all. He definitely must have a chat with her later, and then go to Ailey. Eventually, Luca gets out of that situation and goes to the royal ballroom hallway, noting that this feels extremely uncomfortable. Until he helped Ailey escape Joel and finish reporting back to Hylas, he felt fine, but his senses are getting more and more distorted. Why the hell do people even drink? Why would someone intentionally debilitate the function of their brain and body with that poison? As he walks the halls, he sees something. A portrait of Yuri Kratia, the current emperor. He is the only one who knows everything, and the one he must serve as a watcher. He wonders what missions he will be tasked with besides deceiving Hylas. Suddenly, a woman arrives. A girl who notes that he must be the star of this reception, right? Luca looks at her, but his access is denied, and sweat starts to appear on his brow that has nothing to do with the drink. From the looks of it alone, she appears to be his age, but he cannot access any information at all. The only currently known royalty to the public is Francesc Kratia, the Prince of the Crimson. Who is this figure whose information is unable to be accessed even by a watcher? Going off by instinct and instinct alone, Luca bows down and greets the descendant of the great forefather. She is pleased that he seems to be so quick-witted. No wonder he received the Medal of Honor despite being a trainee. Luca knows he has to focus. He could lose his head at any moment if he messes up anything, and he is to ask no questions until she tells him something first. She tells him to stand, as she wants to show him the garden. Luca immediately gets up, gulps, and begins following after her. They continue walking through the hallway, and Luca looks around. It has not been long since the reception officially ended, but they have not run into anyone since. They always do say, though, that it's hard to see the face of the imperial family even by coincidence. So he continues staring forward and thinks that it makes a whole lot of sense now. They go into the garden, and the girl notes that she wished to talk with the star of all the gossip. She hopes he can indulge her. She kicks off her shoes and walks right into the koi pond, noting that all of them are fools. They rush to her empty hand, thinking that she is about to feed them. The ones in the back do not even realize what is going on, yet they continue to gather about hopelessly. They merely live their lives just by following others. They have no interest in the truth, and he may speak if he wishes to do so. Luca tells her that they gather because they've experienced receiving food that way beforehand, right? They've learned from experience. She agrees. If she stopped feeding them completely, they would stop gathering at her hand. So she does feed them on occasion to deceive them into thinking that they put in a meaningful effort, so that they will follow her hand to the fullest. Luca notes that even if the rewards are the results of her whim, the ones who give up will not be able to receive those sparse rewards. She smiles a little, and notes that he is right. She made the right choice talking to him, it seems. Since he's here, he should get a good look at the garden. They are all the original species that existed back on Earth. They are not equipped with even a single modification that would help them adapt to the environment. This entire garden is like a piece of Earth in itself. The girl asks how it is, and Luca notes that they're all a little cute, if he had to say. Seeing him say this, though, the girl has an order for him, to kill every single last one of them. Luca's expression darkens, but then he resigns to what he was ordered to do, and grabs one of the koi fish, and starts to kill them one by one, as the girl continues to watch, completely and utterly attentive to what he is doing. She approaches after he is done, noting that he did some good work, and grabs one of the koi fish before biting into it completely raw. She wonders if he would like to eat as well, and Luca notes that if it is an order, he will do so. The girl guesses that he does not want to, and notes that he may leave. They will certainly meet again. Luca immediately gets out of the pond with slow steps and continues walking almost aimlessly through the empty halls, but without even as much as a warning. The hall is lit up, and people are all around. He wonders when they came, and he sees that his footsteps aren't complete. They've only started appearing halfway through the hall. He decides not to think about it. Not anymore, at least, as it will only bring trouble. He is tired, and he almost felt like he was spirited away. He doesn't want to do anything anymore, completely forgetting about Giselle. A week later, after that incident, Luca visits the lower sector, still thinking about the Imperial girl he met. He learned from Nikolaus's incident that the network is not entirely secure. Halas was well aware of that. That is why he delivered information to him through Giselle. As long as Watchers exist in the Empire, no secure network can be trusted. As he stands at the border between the Imperial City and the lower sector, Gabriel comes around and asks why he told him to come all the way here. Everyone is staring, and the drones keep tracking him. He knows he's allergic to this type of shit. He feels like his neck is closing up already, and Luca smiles and tells him to cut the crap and give him the report already. Gabriel gives his report and thinks that he really does not have any reason to care about the lower sectors anymore. He has no reason to continue digging after Inhuman, but he'd prefer if Gabriel continued to maintain the gang. The gang needs to be solidified from the bottom up, just like La Vie en Rose. Luca looks at the application he was given, which Gabriel was given by Ulick, who offered to outsource some security jobs to them, and then rips them apart, telling him to keep watch for now, and call him if the situation becomes something he cannot handle. Gabriel wonders if that's all, and Luca also tells him to ditch Bayan, as he is far too smart. Gabriel thought that was a good thing. It's tough running a gang full of numbskulls like right now. Luca notes that they are in the early stages of the gang's formation. If someone smarter than him joins, he will take over the entire thing. If he understands, then he should go, as they need to see Ken Noma's state to decide what to do with him. Gabriel follows after him, scratching the back of his head, thinking that he doesn't think he is that stupid. Luca goes to the hospital with Gabriel. Ken Noma continues lying unconscious. He has been fitted with prosthetics, naturally. It is a proper hospital, so the medical bills are hefty. If Luca determines Ken Noma is useless, though, he intends to send him back to that shithole of a hospital. However, before he opens the door, he feels someone else's presence. The hospital never contacted him about visitors, nor does the signal on the door have any entry logs, but he senses more than one person within. He tells Gabriel that he is going in by himself, and to prevent anyone else from going inside, he opens the door and finds Kinuan sitting there calmly, and tells him to sit down too. He does, and Luca knew he was Tora, and Ken's sponsor as well. Indeed, he taught him Arceus Victima, and Kinuan tells him that it was done to fund the operations of Nemesis. Ken and Tora did quite well running the gang. Thanks to that, Rick was able to rise in the ranks within Nemesis quite quickly. At the time, Rick and he were on covert ops entering Nemesis as spies. One day though, Rick told him this: to topple the Empire with him. Rick would do so from the outside, and he would do so from within, but naturally, he had no intention of doing something like that. Luca thinks that Rick really did go rogue mid-mission. Perhaps at the time, or even earlier, Kinuan was likely already the Watcher. After all, there was even the case of Barbara, who infiltrated Nemesis not long ago with the resources of the Empire and Imperial family. Such a move is certainly possible. He wonders, though, why he chose Ken over Tora. Was it because he had a combat talent fitting of Arceus Victima? Kinuan confirms as such. He admired the decision to put Tora out front as boss to spread the risks. He really did cherish Ken, Luca wonders. So why did he abandon his side even while knowing he was heading to ruin? Kinuan agrees, but it was because Rick's betrayal meant his mission was over. The higher-ups feared he might defect too, so they quickly ordered his return. Ever since then, he's lived under constant suspicion. Now Luca understands. Kinuan endured all the suspicions and accusations poured onto him, even while walking the tightrope. One wrong move could mean death. He still remained calm, though he had to understand that today he intends to kill Ken, because if he were to intervene, there's a chance he might regain his sanity, right? Kinuan nods. As he knows, Watchers must not leave a trace, and Luca guesses it is probably because he was the one who pulled Ken Noma from the abyss. Kinuan senses his thoughts, and tells him that he does not need to feel responsible. After all, there was a time when Ken roamed the outside in a clear state of mind. Even if he dies, he would have chosen that path himself. Luca turns his head and thinks that it all makes sense now. The reason Kinuan let Ken leave, even when he became broken, and the reason he didn't kill him, though he knew Ken could be a threat, is because, unlike him, Kinuan never formed false bonds. He completed his missions, suppressing his own emotions, that is, his conscience. Luca turns to him and notes that he will take care of Ken himself. Kinuan tells him that this is his responsibility in his role, but Luca notes that, no matter how long he has been performing his duties, killing more than one friend is not something he should be comfortable with. It would not be good for his mental health either. Kinuan smiles as he always says he is a fine student. He teaches him one thing, and then he understands. He pats him on the head, noting that his rapid growth is truly frightening. With that, he leaves. Luca twists his arm slightly before putting it around Ken's neck, and tells him that, for the peace of the Empire, he will have to dispose of him. With that done, the heart monitor flatlines, signaling the end of that entire era. A day or two later, Luca gets out of his stupor while remembering this, seeing Grace put one of the gang members on the ground. Recently, she has been staying at their gang office. As security work became their main focus, the gang began to smoothly grow because it is necessary to systematically check the state of the organization, but they are all still far from ready. Gabriel is undoubtedly a higher-tier fighter, one difficult for an ordinary gang to ignore. Still, there are many gangs in the lower sector with abilities similar to Gabriel's. Until the gang grows into its full strength, someone must watch his back. Someone who, even without him, has both the ability and motivation to look after Gabriel. So he calls over Grace and tells her to arrange a meeting with the diva. As they walk that night through the streets of the lower sector, Grace wonders if he had any contact with Diva recently. He thinks that in the lower sectors he has no reason to seek out Martina. She must have thought that he and the diva had crossed paths, and indeed they did in quite an unexpected place. He notes that it was true that her academic results during her cadet days were at the top ranks, and naturally she found no reason to lie about such a thing. Luca understands. Then they will enjoy a little diversion. If she tells him why, and how she quit being an Imperial cadet, he will tell her about his meeting with the diva. Before they met, she was a lower sector irregular, who became an Imperial Guard cadet, not even from a single-digit orphanage rank either. She had seized a rare chance at an extraordinary promotion. Such an opportunity does not come often, and she was far more desperate than the other cadets too. Luca understands because she had no place to return to. That's why irregulars are chosen as Imperial Guard cadets. That's what it means to be selected during the screening. He wonders why she quit then, and explains that there was one irregular a year ahead of her. Since it's extremely rare to have irregulars in successive years, they quickly became as close as siblings, so close that she could have died for him without hesitation. Even after he became an official Imperial Guard, he often visited her. He was recognized for his abilities, and was given the full armor system, the Legion, whenever there was an important mission or battle. Before she can finish, though, Luca tells her that she should not beat around the bush any longer. He does not have time to report some petty gangs as rebels. Grace notes that, from what she sees, he does not seem to be the overtly loyal type, and Luca notes that he has never been called obedient. Ironically, though, that's probably why he became a Watcher. Grace puts her hands behind her, and notes that, before she can answer, could she have a request granted? She won't ask any more about the diva. Instead, she wants to know what happened to that senior afterward, because for her, it is nearly impossible to find out internal information. His name was Rosen. Luca thinks that, like him, he was an irregular, and also an Imperial Guard who used the Legion. If that is the case, it does interest him as well. so he promises that if he meets Rosen or hears news of him, he will tell her. Grace breathes a sigh of relief and notes that he was recognized for his talent and often went into battle wearing the Legion, and with each deployment, his personality slowly began to crumble. To be precise, his humanity was crumbling. The last time she saw him, he was crying as he confessed to her that he was terrified that if things continued, he would lose himself. Luca notes this means he was not a special irregular after all. Even Hylas has donned the Legion countless times and never lost his personality. He tells her that the Legion is not a weapon one can endure with ordinary willpower. He simply lacked that quality. They do not have much time until the appointment, so they should continue the smaller stories as they go. The diva must be waiting, thinking that if it were him though, he could endure it. They go to Martina, and on the way, Luca has heard from Grace about how she came to join La Vie en Rose. Grace was one of the diva's regulars who often came to higher sectors. In the diva's embrace, she confessed her inner emotions. She said she was scared that she might lose herself like Rosen. After hearing that, the diva got her out of the Imperial Guard. Perhaps they even shared a bed. Just thinking about it makes her rather jealous. Luca coughs, noting that maybe she slept with Gabriel too, but Martina left that guy. He let her down quite a lot. She thought he'd be a real stallion. Luca tells her to give him some slack. After all, he was offered to do it with a granny, and Martina looks at him before telling him that he should not tease women that way. Luca sighs and notes that he's here for one thing. He wants her to take care of Gabriel even after he's gone. If she must, then she should even put Gabriel's gang under hers with her skills. He's sure it's manageable. Martina is surprised. Is he worried about him? Luca tells her to think of it however she wants, but is she going to do it or not? Martina wonders what she will gain from all of this, and Luca notes that it will be her friendship. Martina is surprised that he is confident, and Luca agrees that he is. After a bit of silence, Martina thinks that she's still getting the short end of the stick, but she'll think of it as an investment. Even when he is not here, Grace will look after Gabriel's gang. Luca sighs, glad that that's over with, and then gets a message. A personal one. He goes to the Imperial Guard training room and sees someone immediately get thrown into the wall as he enters. Someone from the 1st Centuria, the most elite members of the Imperial Guard, and it seems that Hylas is taking them all on by himself with just one stick. Even against so many elite warriors, he completely wipes the floor with them. Luca wonders if this is the full extent of his power. He was not able to tell from that aerial car crash. No wonder he is called a one-man army. Even without having the Legion on him, he does feel somewhat menacing. He turns to Luca, noting that this is some good timing. He should come on up and have a quick sparring match with him. He can use his personal weapons as well, as he should be able to see his skills then, right? Luca thinks that all he has is a spear that would shatter the moment it touches his sword. So why does he say that? He feels so ominous. Luca understands, puts his head down, and thanks him for the lesson. After that, they take a personal flying car, and Luca looks around a bit as they fly, looking back at Hylas, and wondering why they are not going back home. Hylas is surprised he caught it. He must have familiarized himself with the way there, it seems. Luca also wonders why they are using a car of the Custoria family. Hylas tells him to listen well. They are going to be doing some family stuff, not as members of the guard, but as men of the Custoria family. He hands him a mask, and Luca puts it on, wondering if it has something to do with why he was doing combat training all day. He puts on his own mask and notes that, to be exact, it has something to do with Nikolaus's death. They are heading to a place where a contact of Nemesis is located. There are records of him doing things the day Nikolaus died, things that line up with his son's death, or are close to it at least. He does not know when they will get another chance, if they lose this, so failure is not an option. Luca looks at him, surprised that he was still investigating and thought that, on the day of Nikolaus's funeral, Hylas had buried his emotions. He believed he was a man who was willing to give up his own son if it was for the Empire. If it were for the Empire, he thought he would sacrifice him as well, but the Hylas he saw in that training room was someone else. This matter is one of the Custoria family, so they need to handle it internally. Luca wonders if they should not get Joel as well, and Hylas tells him that he is not suited for covert ops. He is much more suited for matters that require him to be in the light. Luca notes that if he was Joel, he would want to know about this, thinking that leaving the path he took to survive is no longer an option. He must report everything to Inhuman after this. Hylas has also not forgotten that he vowed to pay Nikolaus back the favor he owed. It would not be right if that opportunity were to be taken from him. Luca looks down, thinking that he should not feel guilty like this. They arrive in an empty port. The car drops them off and immediately leaves. As they walk, Hylas notes that these are matters that stay in the family. If he has something to say, he better speak it now, and Luca disagrees. Suddenly, someone approaches, and Luca immediately gets ready for battle, but Hylas tells him to stand down. The man who approaches them calls Hylas master and welcomes him back. He wonders who that young man beside him is. Is he perhaps the adopted child? Hylas confirms as such, and the man bows down, noting that it is finally nice to meet him. His name is Pygon. He should think of him as an extra pair of Hylas's eyes and ears. There are too many onlookers nearby, so they should follow after him. They go to a nearby pretty stinky spot. Pygon tells them to please wait for a while he opens the entrance. As he does, Hylas turns to Luca, both putting on caps, and tells him that this will be something short. This mission requires speed. Their enemy will take his own life if they realize they have no way out, so they need to take them alive at all costs. Pygon opens the entrance, making it stink even more, and notes that they should go. This is the only way through where they want to go after all. As they walk through the sewers, Luca now understands why Hylas said Joel would not be suited for this mission, and Hylas guesses it's not easy for him either, with Luca hesitantly agreeing. Pygon tells him that some bugs will try to crawl on him, but he should just get used to it. If he wastes his time freaking out, they will be there a while. Luca just kind of stops to throw up a bit, with Pygon understanding it somewhat. After that, they continue walking, with Hylas noting that his body is mostly organic still, so he cannot help his biological reflexes. He should not worry too much about it. Luca agrees he is not weak, but perhaps he should look into some other implants besides just his limbs. Pygon looks at the map. He claims they have arrived right under another sewage door. What he is showing them right now is the movement pattern and height of the target. He changes his face constantly, so they should keep it in mind when attempting to locate him. If they head to those two entrances up there, each will lead to the waste treatment facility at the front door and the boiler room at the back door. Then they can lock down all of the exits of the living area. If they want to time things personally, Luca should head in 5 seconds after Hylas. After searching the 3 floors, they will capture the target alive and bring him here. He'll go to the right, and Luca to the left. He'll keep watch of things from the roof. Luca takes the gun Hylas gave him, and thinks that they are kidnapping a contact of Nemesis to interrogate him for information. It appears that Rick's death is not sufficient to repay the price of killing the eldest son of the Custorians. Hylas intends to see this to the end, so that they will never be able to mess with the Custoria family ever again. Hylas notes that they are going in, and they do so, with Pygon stopping there and continuing to climb upwards. He tells Luca that he needs to go 5 seconds after. He should remember that. Luca counts for 5 seconds and then immediately opens the door to the living area. He shoots a tranq dart into someone who was standing around. He sees a bunch of doors that he can easily open with his authority. He opens the first one, revealing a guy who was listening very intently to what was going on behind the wall next to him, where 2 people were rather enjoying themselves. The next guy is a literal pig taking a shit, which Luca takes down for some reason. He continues moving, seeing that some doors are already broken or entered. Hylas has already finished and headed up. He needs to get to the 2nd floor quickly as well. Suddenly, however, an explosion appears behind him, one of dust and sewage smoke. He guesses that the guy is the contact. Whoever it is, he will have to knock them out first. He sees him breathing in and recognizes the Arceus combat method. This guy is the contact of Nemesis. Luca tries to go after him, but he unleashes another stink bomb and even tries to shoot Luca, who defends himself. He is adjusting his visible spectrum rapidly, which makes him want to puke. He could blast all of this away if he could just have one shot of Ruina, but he did not bring that weapon with him. After the dust clears, he sees that the contact probably already reached the exit. He needs something that can restrain him, however. If only he had something that could attack a wide area without being lethal. That's when he sees a pillar of concrete, and he immediately kicks it away, creating an entire burst of buckshot-like projectiles that crash into the contact's back, allowing Luca to move in and put 2 tranq darts in his neck, effectively taking him out. At the same time, Hylas also descends from upstairs, carrying someone else. Luca breathes a sigh of relief and asks who the contact is. Hylas notes that it will be either of them for sure. Luca wonders what happens if neither of them is the target, and Hylas guesses that they would not be so incapable. People gather and ask what happened, and they all go back to the sewers. Pygon explains that he has cleaned up their tracks, and nothing will be recorded on the cameras either. Hylas congratulates him and Luca for the good work. This should be a good end to the family mission. Luca notes that it is probably not easy to question this man, but Hylas tells him that he does not need to worry about it. Pygon will take good care of him. Luca also thinks that maybe it would be a good ending if he was not a watcher of the Empire, but the Empire will definitely know what happened today. Before he leaves, Hylas stops Pygon for one last thing, as Luca will be visiting instead of him. Luca is shocked. He's not going himself to visit a secret AIDS office. Just what is he plotting? What could he possibly gain from this? As they walk out of the sewer, Pygon turns to Luca, noting that Lord Hylas cherishes him quite a bit since he revealed his existence in such a manner. Luca looks at Hylas and notes that it's perhaps because he can silence him anytime he wishes. Pygon laughs. That is a brilliant answer. That is what makes him a true soldier of Custoria. He is different from the young nobles of these days who think the world will bend to their will and whims. He reminds him of Hylas in his younger days. Speaking of that, back then, he even once asked him to investigate a lady. That's enough idle chatter. He's grown old and chatty, it seems. As they continue bickering lightly, Luca is surprised that even as a secret retainer, he dares to speak so lightly to the patriarch. It seems Hylas values Pygon quite highly. As Pygon takes his leave, letting Luca follow at his own whim, Luca notes that he wonders if he can investigate Kinuan's background further using Pygon. He seems capable in quite a few areas. Hylas tells him that the only reason he is still alive is that Kinuan finds him useful. Even Pygon would die if he pried into Kinuan's affairs without permission. And besides that, Pygon is not to be used for affairs outside of the family. That is the rule they must follow. Luca nods and thinks that the Custoria family's mission has already been secretly completed. That's probably what Hylas thinks anyway. But he is a watcher of the Empire now. They get out of the sewer, with Luca knowing one thing. He has no choice but to report today's incident to the Empire. 3 days after the secret mission had ended, Luca went to the rendezvous point to retrieve an item from Pygon and saw what became of the informant they had captured, who was now just a brain. Pygon explains that this is a brain in a container. The processing is pretty complex, but the method can extract even subconscious memories and information. Luca wonders if something like this can be called alive. How many humans had to end up like this before interrogation became this advanced? He notes that it's efficient with a clipped tone, and Pygon apologizes for showing it to him. He's already used to such sights, so he thought he was too. Anyway, he should deliver this to Lord Hylas, handing Luca a chip. He further explains that they've reconstructed a compatible AI personality to fill in the fragmented memories, but verifying them may be quite exhausting. He will understand it better once he sees it himself. Luca thinks that all of this is for Nikolaus's revenge, yet this sense of disgust will not fade. To think that an entire person's memories can fit into a chip so small. Was this truly the best method? He wonders. After he delivers it to Hylas, he drops it in a vial of liquid. The noble families seal their secrets by encrypting the data, analog security, on digital storage. Custoria's method involves containing the memory chips with special chemicals, so if he tried to access it first, by now he would be dead. After Hylas is done with the encryption, he takes it out and rubs the chip gently, Luca wondering if he was withholding this information from him as a sign of trust or another test. He bows his head, noting that he will be taking his leave now, but Hylas refuses. He has earned the right to see it. He locks the office down and notes that, since he was involved in the mission, from here on, this is a family business he must attend to as well. They play the video, and a bunch of screens appear. With all of the memories of the informant, Luca can see that this is what was extracted from the brain. To think that the man was dismantled for such crude scraps of information. Hylas, however, just finds it complicated, as this man seems to have had dementia. Luca asks what it is, so Hylas explains that it's what they call humans with severely impaired long-term memory. They retain only fragments of their past, and their current memory lasts minutes to days. They are perfect couriers for classified information. Luca is a little surprised they broke people deliberately to use as tools, and asks if this was all meaningless. Then Hylas denies this. Even computers struggle to delete data completely. There will be traces that they can use naturally. He should focus, as they will be speeding up the playback. They do so, with the man's memories flashing again and again and again in different screens, until suddenly one of them catches Luca's eye. It was someone familiar to him, maybe talking about something important about the Custorians and about Hylas, making Luca feel a strange sensation. For hours, they could not make it make sense. He even requested that segment to be transmitted to his terminal, but it felt like it was just something beyond his reach. Hylas told him that if he ever figured something out, he should come to him with no prior approval. This isn't a matter of the Imperial Guard anymore. It is family business. Luca wonders if that is so, though not even he has mastered Arceus Victima, as if he could detect something Hylas himself has missed. So why is he so drawn to this segment? Maybe it's just instinct, something beyond what can be explained. An instinct is not a superpower. He goes to his room and begins meditating, watching that replay again and again. This is something he knows, and Hylas doesn't. It must be something buried in his experiences, his memories, his very knowledge. Something caught his attention for one reason. So then, which part was it? Slowly but surely, his mind catalogs everything. Then, sure enough, he can see who it was, and goes to Hylas, telling him that it was Barbara. He stays silent for a moment longer, and Luca expected as such, but he has never met Barbara in person. If he had, He would have noticed it immediately when he saw the footage. The only way to uncover the truth behind Nikolaus's death is through her, but since she only recently went on infiltration, even a slight suspicion could lead to her disposal too. Would Hylas really use Imperial resources for something so personal? Hylas clutches his head, sighing, and tells Luca that this is where it ends. Until further evidence surfaces, he should focus on his duty as an Imperial guard. Luca knows that, if he speaks any further, it may go against the role of the Watcher. Besides, if he takes this approach, what he had maybe wanted to build could never come again. But at the same time, an urge overtakes him, and he tells Hylas that there might be a way to contact Barbara naturally. Hylas asks what it is, and Luca tells him that it's to send Giselle out of Akbaran. Hylas asks what he means, and Luca goes further. Barbara is excessively fixated on Giselle. It was Barbara's request that sent Nemesis to kidnap Giselle in the first place. It is highly likely that Barbara will make contact first. Hylas tells him that this could go extremely badly for Giselle. Does he want to put that child in danger? Luca tells him how it is. He himself has put Giselle as bait in the academy before. Giselle will gladly accept the role of the bait without even knowing she is being tricked. He grips his own hand, though his voice is steady, noting that it is for the family after all. She should have enough sense of duty to do that much. Hylas tells him to give him some time to think, and after a while, after they make preparations, Hylas agrees to go along with his plan. Giselle is summoned to the office where Hylas and Luca are waiting for her. Hylas does not turn around as she enters, and Luca tells her to sit down. She whispers to him, asking what's going on, as the atmosphere is making her think it's something serious. Luca tells her to sit, as this is family business. She asks if it's about Nikolaus, and he gives a curt nod. Hylas speaks, noting that he and Luca are looking for the one who ordered the hit on Nikolaus. They are getting quite close already. Giselle wonders if it wasn't Nemesis who did all of this. She heard that even the Empire is having trouble since they are so compartmentalized. Hylas turns around, noting that this is about the honor of the family. There is a need for a show of strength, so that they never mess with their house ever again. Giselle doesn't understand. Wasn't it Rick Sylvanus who ordered the hit, and didn't Luca kill him? Hylas explains that Rick is of Nemesis, sure, but he still receives orders from above. He isn't the one planning and ordering. Luca agrees, because if Rick was truly the one ordering everything, he wouldn't have been seen so much. Giselle shakes a bit, as she knows there is a role for her to play, right? Hylas stays silent for a bit longer, and notes that they are going to bring out Barbara of Nemesis, the girl who attended the Kratia Academy with her. Seeing her quiver, Luca puts a hand on her shoulder, and Hylas explains that, according to Luca, she can play as bait to lure her out. Does she agree? Luca looks at her to see her reaction, and even though he expected it, it still makes his heart clench, seeing the hurt in her eyes. She removes her shoulder from his arm and sighs, noting that the girl was obsessed with her. She doesn't know if she will show herself because of her, but Luca is probably right. Hylas notes that they need to make contact with her, and Giselle agrees. She will get ready once they have more details. That night, Giselle sits in her room, saying nothing, clutching her legs to her chest, as she tries to compartmentalize what she has to do. Luca remains in Hylas's office, who notes that if he leaves Akbaran as Giselle's bodyguard, they'll definitely go after him, since he killed Rick and all. According to the investigation, Rick seems to have had quite a lot of friends. They certainly must want revenge. Luca also notes, though, that they cannot send out Giselle without a proper bodyguard either. Hylas wonders if Ilay Cardia would be enough. That much he can decide by himself without further meetings, right? It won't raise many eyebrows either. Before Luca can say otherwise, Hylas wonders if Ilay doesn't owe him quite a lot. He's sure to keep a few secrets, and he will not say any more. Luca notes that he knows far too much, and agrees he will leave some distance and follow Giselle and Ilay. Hylas, however, tells him that will not do. This will require quick action from him. He has prepared another identity for him too. Luca gets a certain feeling like what he felt back at the academy, and as he sees what Hylas has prepared for him, he asks if he's serious. Hylas tells him that he does not joke around with family matters, and Luca wonders what kind of cocked-up plan this is, saying it without even thinking, something that would have had him executed instantly 3 years ago. Hylas tells him that it's not cocked up, but cockless. This is the best way to disguise himself after all. Luca is naturally shocked, and Hylas just laughs, as he is now Giselle's maid. Hylas's plan was simple, however. They will create some reason to send Giselle out of Akbaran. So long as Barbara still has interest in her, she is sure to attempt contact, of course. They can't let it show that Giselle is bait, and this is all a trap. Additionally, Hylas's plan was for Luca to get a brand new identity, which is none other than Kaisa, a woman. Luca tells Giselle not to call him that, as the mission has not even begun, but Giselle doesn't listen, as she curls one of his lashes. His new identity is Kaisa, a servant employed by the Custodians on paper. She tells him that he better get used to the name so he doesn't mess up later. Shouldn't a soldier always be prepared? She puts some foundation on her hand, wondering if he was the type of person to risk mission failure because of personal feelings, as she puts it on him. Luca reluctantly agrees. Giselle tells him that he's good-looking, but his facial features are too manly, so she will only look like a woman with some work. This will help mask the lack of fat in his face, and with some of this makeup on top, he definitely looks sharper than before. They also can't change his physique, so they prepared something loose-fitting. They also need to cover up his Adam's apple, so he needs a choker as well. Luca wonders why she got a skirt, but Giselle tells him to stop whining. He doesn't have women's legs after all. He should shut up and wear it. Luca sighs and tells her that he knows she is enjoying this, but this is still a mission after all. However, Giselle is well aware that Luca, her brother, created a plan with her as bait. Luca gets up, telling her that there was no other way, as he needs to repay the debt he owes to Nikolaos. Giselle laughs, noting that he is quite noble, then, as expected of a decorated soldier, and tells her that he is also in danger, just like her. If they get in trouble, he will gladly die for her, so she should stop worrying, as she will not be dying alone. Giselle looks away, telling him to stop saying things like that, and puts the skirt in his hands, noting that this should work. He should not forget about the signal disruptors on his arms and legs either. She sits back down, dismissing him. Luca clutches the skirt a little tighter than he should, wondering if he really should have kept his mouth shut. After they arrive at their destination, Luca is quite unimpressed to see Ile struggle to not laugh his ass off as he sees him dressed as a woman, with Luca losing brain cells in front of this bastard dressed like this. As he apologizes, Giselle comes around, noting that they are all checked in, with Luca bowing, glad to see her back, calling her miss. She immediately gets a little flustered and agrees. After all, her nerves can't be helped. Ile also introduces himself, and Giselle does too, noting that she's seen him many times but it's their first time speaking, so he should be on high alert. Giselle also introduces Kaisa, with Luca noting that it's an honor to meet him, and Ile bowing the same. Giselle is surprised that this was it. They go back to the port to fly once again, with the system switching to manual guidance, and Ile notes that he will fly it, but Giselle says it's fine. She likes working with machines anyway. Right about now, the airport system should have recorded Giselle checking in, and her destination as well. Now they just have to wait for Barbara to take the bait, which means using the fact that Autonova Labs has a new car prototype. Apparently, Luca thinks that nothing here seems out of the ordinary, even the destination given Giselle's interests. As expected of a plan made by Hylas, that probably means that this is a big deal for him as well. It could be anything. For the honor of his house, or for revenge as a father. The only weapons he has are the Graken boot, and the dagger he got from Ile. Ruina and Krusic aren't weapons a regular maid would naturally carry, so this is all he has to respond to anything. Well, it should be fine, since he is here. He looks at him, and Luca tilts his head towards Giselle. Ile immediately gets what he wants to do, and turns his head around, asking if there is something on his face. Luca acts like a fair maiden and notes that he is quite the looker. He cannot help but stare. As they laugh, Giselle does too, and tells Ile to please take over the wheels before she does anything. After he does so, Giselle whispers to Luca, noting that they had to be serious about this, right? But Luca just whistles, deciding to ignore that comment. She is right, of course. He shouldn't have messed around back there, and it's his and Ile's fault for messing around. But they aren't 100% machines just yet. They are not full-on clankers, just at the brink of falling over that edge, so for now, they are humans. They eventually arrive at the Autonova Labs, and at the airport, a security protocol will proceed according to the corporate policy, so they should please cooperate. They get scanned, with Luca feeling the wave of confusion caused by the signal disruptor. He is sure to be found out if they ask him to take his clothes off, but surely they won't ask something so rude of a maid of House Castoria, right? A guard goes inside, noting that their corporate policy insists that he surrender his weapons, talking directly to Ile. Ile notes that he is an escort, and additionally there are people there getting off with their weapons. The robot guard tells him that, unlike them, he is considered a red-level threat, even when disarmed. It is a relative measure, so he should please cooperate. After he does so, they go inside, where the presentation of the new transforming multi-legged car, the Arachne, is being held. It apparently rolls up on 4 wheels normally, and in rough terrain, its support legs will naturally descend, as the other 2 get tucked in. Luca is not recognized, which means that this disguise is working. If he were Barbara, how would he kidnap Giselle from this place? They are touring Autonova for 2 days. They heard the presentation on the new prototype on day 1. Now tomorrow, on the 2nd day, they can test drive it outside. According to Hylas, Barbara is even more of an otherworldly talent than he is, even though she has antisocial tendencies. She is a genius technician, given that it's hard to predict from which direction she will make her move, but it will likely be tomorrow. They watch the car from the screens, with Ile finding it quite impressive. Luca keeps his tabs on Giselle, but also sees someone looking at her. Enrico Lacan came all the way here, even after Giselle already rejected him. He really is a pretty crazy stalker, although not really a dangerous one. After the convention is over, Ile goes to his room, which is right next over theirs, with a pretty amused expression, tells the ladies to enjoy a good night. Luca knows what this means, and sweats a bit as the door closes. He wonders why the rooms had to be assigned like this, but it's only natural, as he's her maid, so that's how it's supposed to be. It's no big deal, though they are siblings. Though not really, since they are not related. It is a pretty big deal after all. This is a little troubling. He turns around, noting that he will talk to Autonova to get more rooms, but Giselle asks what she is talking about. She cannot change without him, right? Luca knows he's being dumb. These rooms were assigned so that he can stay with Giselle the entire time, so he should lock it in already. They go into the room, and Giselle slowly turns around to him with a faint blush on her cheeks, and Luca immediately folds, the lock-in completely faltering. They stare at each other for a little bit, both not knowing what to do, and Luca suddenly moves, telling her to take the bed, as he will be standing by on the couch. She says it's fine, as he can be at ease, but Luca tells her it's just one night, and he will be fine. He slept in far worse places. She agrees, and goes to the bathroom, beginning to undress herself. Luca knows that if Barbara makes a move, she will aim for Giselle during the prototype test, or when she returns from here. The worst case is if nothing happens. Then his actions will have been a worthless waste. If he doesn't get anything from going this far to dress up, it will be terrible. He kind of wants to pray that Barbara does something. As he hears the shower head starting, his brain, as cold and calculated as it may be, is still male, so he can't stop but think of what is going on behind the shower door. After a bit, Giselle comes out of the shower and tells him that he can look this way now. He does, seeing that she is only in her nightgown. She sits down on the bed and asks Kaisa if she knows her brother Luca, her adopted one. She says that she does, and that he does, and Giselle tells him that she thought he was just a proud idiot at first, but she is starting to see him in a different light now. She is starting to understand why her father holds him so highly. He folded that pride of his for the sake of his family after all. Luca wonders if she doesn't think it's because he's a soldier. He heard soldiers of the Empire obey all orders after all. Giselle tells him that Luca isn't the type of guy who follows all orders. He moves of his own volition after all, and Luca turns around, noting that he does not think that's a positive for a soldier. They sit in silence for a moment, and Giselle agrees, before parting her arms lightly, noting that, more importantly, he should come here and give her a hug like a babysitter would, as it seems that she had forgotten her sleeping plushie at home. Luca gets up and begins walking to her, knowing that she must be nervous because of Barbara, and then embraces her, holding on to her for a precious moment before pulling back lightly, noting that she might be able to sleep quite well tonight. She thanks him, with Luca saying that it was no problem, thinking that he would not have been able to fall asleep, even if this was not a mission. The next morning, Ile approaches them, wondering if they slept well, with Luca knowing what he is thinking. He would love to punch that laughing face hard right now, but he knows that he can't. They go to the waiting area with all of the other guests, and one of the robots tells them that at their company, they have prepared a small present for whoever can complete the course with Arachne first. They should please think of it as light entertainment. Ile asks Giselle if she is going for a test drive, and she naturally agrees. That's why she is here in the first place. Ile notes that he will accompany her then, since he is her guard, and Luca nods, noting that he will leave her in his hands. Luca watches as the different riders get on, thinking that there is a low chance Barbara will make a move now. She has received training from the Empire, so she will try to be covert. He sees that the third machine is being ridden by Enrico Lacan. Is he getting on because Giselle is on number 2 then? Luca can't tell if he is just determined or a complete idiot, or perhaps both. He also checks his guard, who is Neder Alan. His background is clean, almost a little too clean. A bastard child of a noble, but he lived a good life in the lower sector. He has received a good education as well. He underwent basic office training at trade school too, which is pretty suspicious. A noble family would use such a half-assed bodyguard like him. The Arachne prepares for activation as the door opens, and Luca suddenly feels a shiver run down his spine. He looks behind him, seeing something that shocks him in the distance behind all of the people watching. Is that Barbara? He immediately makes his way towards her, and she just turns around, running away languidly. Luca can't really catch up to her because there are people in the way now, but even if he does not know what she is trying to do, he will definitely catch her, no matter what. Barbara continues running away from Luca, going through the people watching, all of them a little confused at his sudden movements. Luca can see that she is heading towards the break room. It will be empty, with everyone focused on the arachne, it seems. He continues going after her, but suddenly someone who just got out of the break room looks at Luca. Noting that she looks pretty cute, he stops Luca, wondering where she is headed. Does she have to use the break room? Luca immediately grabs his arm and puts it around his back, telling him that, if he wishes to keep his limbs, then he should shut up and move along. He should nod twice if he understands. After doing so, he lets go of his hand and begins walking away with the man, noting that he does not know which family servant she is, but she will definitely pay. Luca sees that Barbara is gone. Where did she even go? He puts a hand on the ground, sensing something between the second and third floor, the stairs. It seems that he made the right choice of training his hearing after all. He bursts into a sprint after her, jumping on the stairwell with practiced ease, until he eventually finds Barbara, who looks back at him and trips on her own legs. Luca looks at her, a little surprised that she even fell. What's with all of this acting? Is this a trap after all? He caught up way too easily. That is why he needs to be wary of the Barbara he knows. She is a girl who can only be described as a freak with darkness inside of her, so deep it even creeps him out. He does not sense anything off about the surroundings, so the only thing he feels off is this Barbara. Her biological signals indicate that she is indeed the Barbara he knows. However, his intuition is telling him that it is not her. He asks who she is. Is she really Barbara? The girl sheepishly agrees, shaking a bit, and Luca knows that he has no time to interrogate her for long. He's always wanted to beat her up until she was half dead anyway. He grabs her arm and breaks one of her fingers, causing her to immediately scream in pain. Luca knows that the real Barbara would never let loose such a feeble scream. She'd mock him for choosing to torture her, so he breaks another finger of the fake Barbara and notes that he doesn't want screams. He wants answers. Who is she? The woman says that she is Barbara once again, making Luca sigh. It doesn't matter anyway. She does not need to answer anymore. He pulls out the knife and notes that he is just slowly going to skin her alive until he hears her beg for forgiveness. That's what she is going to get for pissing him off like this. The fake Barbara immediately tells him to wait, as she will tell him everything, but suddenly Luca slashes, gouging one of her eyes out, causing the fake Barbara to scream all over again, blood spraying on her dress and on the ground. She backs away, explaining that her name is Neder Alon, and he should stop, as the pain is unbearable. Luca is surprised. Neder Alon. But that's Enrico's bodyguard. What the hell is she even saying? But that's when he realizes. He pulls on Barbara's hair and sees a seam right below it. It seems that she swapped brains after all. The fully cyborg guard with Enrico Lacan. That's Barbara, isn't she? Alon agrees. She said she would give back her body if she followed her orders. Luca tells him that Barbara is not going to be giving his body back. He should stay here if he wants to live. With that, he runs away, trying to contact Giselle and Ile, but none of them seem to be answering his signals. Something definitely happened in the meantime while he was doing this, and he hopes he has enough time. Giselle continues to ride the arachne, being quite happy about it, explaining to Ile that they are entering the rocky terrain. If they deploy all supporting legs and activate its 8-legged mode, it should be easy work. However, that's when they get a bunch of warnings, and the arachne simply stops. With Giselle having lost complete control, she knows that only one person capable of doing something like that out of the blue is Barbara, who is right behind her car. Enrico tells Alon to stop the car immediately, but Barbara does not listen at all and pushes forward, making the two vehicles crash into each other and go off the rocky mountainside, making them both freefall at once. Ile grabs onto Giselle, and both vehicles fall down onto the mountain before crashing loudly down below. The onlookers wonder what is going on. Did they crash, perhaps? One of them wonders if the lady of the Custoria family wasn't in that vehicle, and another guesses it was some sort of malfunction. Luca arrives just in time, seeing that the workers of Autonova are calling an emergency, and immediately tells the others to call the first aid squad. He also lets out a sigh, forcing himself to calm down. Giselle is being guarded by Ile, and his skills far surpass what Barbara could ever anticipate. As the two vehicles lie in the wreckage of their fall, Barbara seems completely okay compared to Enrico, who seems to have just passed out. Ile and Giselle also seem to be fine, with Ile popping the car door open and leading the way, telling her to watch the gap as she gets out. Barbara, however, sees her and locks onto her head before letting out two almost silent shots. Ile, however, notices them and blocks them with his hand, only to find out that they are electric tranquilizer shots, making him fall down helplessly. Giselle looks at him, and Barbara looks at her, telling her not to worry, as she did not kill him. It's finally just the two of them again, just as it always should be. However, Ile is behind her, wondering where she was all of this time. She used electric stun rounds. Quite effective, but that will not work on someone like him. The medical team arrives at the scene shortly after, letting out a rope to descend. But suddenly, Luca, who was riding with them, jumps off, and everyone is shocked to see he did something like that. They wonder who the hell it is, with one of the medics noting that it was a servant of the custodians. But what kind of servant girl can do something like this in the first place? Luca lands down roughly and looks at the scene, with Ile calmly telling him that things have been pretty much wrapped up here. Giselle is fine. Luca lets out a sigh of relief, knowing that Ile could have handled it, thinking that he is glad he brought Ile along. If the situation dragged on until more witnesses arrived, it would have been far more difficult to conceal. It seems that it truly is over. They grab the two out of the vehicle, and Luca knows both Giselle and he are on a covert op. So what happened here must be recorded as just a simple accident. Ile tells him that both of them are not dead. Giselle told him to take them alive. It was tough making sure not to kill them, though. Luca tells him that Barbara, a wanted criminal of the Empire, is back in the building. He should use his authority as an Imperial guard to bring her here, as he will explain the situation later. The medical team rush to them, asking if they are all right and wanting to treat them immediately. But among them is the president of Autonova, who gets past them and deeply apologizes. He will identify the malfunction and punish whoever is responsible immediately in front of them if he has to. Luca notes there was probably not a single issue with the Arachne, though Barbara's little prank is getting quite a few people fired or otherwise. The medics immediately get to treating the two injured, putting Alon on a stretcher, but Ile tells them to hold on, as they will be escorting Enrico Lacan and his bodyguard. The medic tries to refute this, but Ile tells him the accident was caused by their company, so he cannot entrust their safety to them because of something like this. Perhaps they have ulterior motives he cannot know. He heard there have been incidents of nobles being kidnapped recently as well, so they must be cautious. The man tells him that they're just medical professionals hired by Autonova. They can hand them over to them after a proper vital signs scan, but that's all he can do. The president, however, just tells him to let them have them if they want. It seems like they just fainted, so they will all be fine. The medic tries to reason with him, but that's when Giselle intervenes, noting that if something happens to these two, she will take full responsibility. They can record her statement as verbal evidence. The medic is still reluctant, but the president just tells him to drop it already, as this is perfect for them too. And so the situation ended with a doctor's responsibility being overruled by a fool's grasp at self-preservation. That evening, they make their way out of the Autonova presentation area, holding all three people who are knocked out: Barbara, Alon, and Enrico. All of them are unconscious. Ile tells them that the Lacan family is coming for Enrico. They will intercept them in an hour, so if they have some business to take care of, they should probably do it now. Luca looks at Giselle, who nods, and he agrees. If that is so, they will start with this fool.
Thank you for watching. See you next time.